that are coherent over time. These things are maybe memory. These things are probably needed for a sentient or conscious being. But the reason that the difficult thing I think for us when we get, and I think this is a really interesting philosophical debate, is when we get closer to AGI and much more powerful systems than we have today, how are we going to make this judgment? And one way, which is the Turing test, is sort of a behavioural judgment, is the system exhibiting all the behaviours that a human sentient or a sentient being would exhibit? Is it answering the right questions? Is it saying the right things? Is it indistinguishable from a human? And so on. But I think there's a second thing that makes us as humans regard each other as sentient. Like, why do we think there's, and I debated this with Daniel Dennett, and I think there's a second reason that's often overlooked, which is that we're running on the same substrate. Right? So if we're exhibiting the same behavior, more or less, as humans, and we're running on the same, carbon-based biological substrate, especially, a few pounds of flesh in our skulls, then the most parsimonious, I think, explanation is that you're feeling the same thing as I'm feeling, right? But we will never have that second part, the substrate equivalence with a machine, right? So we will have to only judge based on the behavior. And I think the substrate equivalence is a critical part of why we make assumptions that we're conscious. And in fact, even with animals, high-level animals, why we think they might be, because they're exhibiting some of the behaviors we would expect from a sentient animal, and we know they're made of the same thing as biological neurons.
So we're going to have to come up with explanations or models of the gap between substrate differences between machines and humans that get anywhere beyond the behavior. But to me, the practical question is very interesting and very important. When you have millions, billions of people believing that you have a sentient AI, believing what that Google engineer believed, which I just see as an obvious, very near-term future thing. Certainly on the path to AGI, how does that change the world? What's the responsibility of the AI system to help those millions of people? And also, what's the ethical thing? Because you can make a lot of people happy by creating a meaningful, deep experience with a system that's faking it before it makes it.
Yeah.
And I don't. Are we the right? Who is to say it's the right thing to do? Should the AI always be tools? Why are we constraining AI to always be tools as opposed to friends?
Yeah. I think, these are, fantastic questions and also critical ones. And we've been thinking about this since the start of DeepMind and before that, because we planned for success and, however remote that looked like back in 2010. And we've always had sort of these ethical considerations as fundamental at DeepMind. But my current thinking on the language models and large models is they're not ready. We don't understand them well enough yet. In terms of analysis tools and guardrails, what they can and can't do, and so on, to deploy them at scale. Because I think, there are big still ethical questions, like should an AI system always announce that it is an AI system to begin with? Probably yes. What do you do about answering those philosophical questions about the feelings people may have about AI systems, perhaps incorrectly attributed? So I think there's a whole bunch of research that needs to be done first to responsibly, before you can responsibly deploy these systems at scale. That would be at least my current position. Over time, I'm very confident we'll have those tools, like interpretability questions and analysis questions. And then with the ethical quandary, I think there it's important to look beyond just science. That's why I think philosophy, social sciences, even theology, other things like that come into it, where arts and humanities, what does it mean to be human and the spirit of being human, and to enhance that and the human condition, right, and allow us to experience things we could never experience before and improve the overall human condition and humanity overall, get radical abundance, solve many scientific problems, solve disease. So this is the era, I think, this is the amazing era I think we're heading into if we do it right. But we've got to be careful. We've already seen with things like social media how dual-use technologies can be misused by bad actors or naive actors or crazy actors. Right, so that's that set of just the common or garden misuse of existing dual-use technology. And then, of course, there's an additional thing that has to be good or bad in of itself. So I think these questions have to be approached very carefully, using the scientific method, I would say, in terms of hypothesis generation, careful control testing, not live A/B testing out in the world, because with powerful technologies like AI, if something goes wrong, it may cause a lot of harm before you can fix it. It's not like an imaging app or game app where if something goes wrong, it's relatively easy to fix and the harm's relatively small. So I think it comes with the usual cliche of like a lot of power comes a lot of responsibility, and I think that's the case here with things like AI, given the enormous opportunity in front of us. And I think we need a lot of voices and as many inputs into things like the design of the systems and the values they should have and what goals should they be put to. I think as wide a group of voices as possible beyond just the technologists is needed to input into that and to have a say in that, especially when it comes to deployment of these systems, which is when the rubber really hits the road, really affects the general person in the street rather than fundamental research. And that's why I say, I think as a first step, it would be better if we have the choice to build these systems as tools to get, and I'm not saying that they should never go beyond tools, because of course the potential is there, but to go way beyond just tools. But I think that would be a good first step in order for us to, allow us to carefully describe and understand what these things can do.
So the link between tool, sentient, entity, being is one we should take into account.
Yes.
Let me ask a dark personal question. So you're one of the most brilliant people in the academia. You're also one of the most kind and, if I may say, sort of love people in the community. That said, creation of a super intelligent AI system would be one of the most powerful things in the world, tools or otherwise. And again, as the old saying goes, power corrupts, absolute power corrupts, absolutely. You are likely to be one of the people, I would say probably the most likely person to be in control of such a system. Do you think about the corrupting nature of power when you talk about these kinds of systems? That as all dictators and people have caused atrocities in the past always think they're doing good, but they don't do good because the power has polluted their mind about what is good and what is evil. Do you think about this stuff, or we just focus on any part of it?
No, I think about it all the time, and I think what are the defenses against that? I think one thing is to remain very grounded and sort of humble, no matter what you do or achieve. And I try to do that. My best friends are still my set of friends from my undergraduate Cambridge days. My family's, and friends are very important. I think trying to be a multidisciplinary person, it helps to keep you humble, because no matter how good you are at one topic, someone will be better than you at that. And always relearning a new topic again from scratch or new field is very humbling, right? So for me, that's been biology over the last 5 years. Huge area of topic, and I just love doing that. But it helps to keep you grounded, and it keeps you open-minded. And then the other component is to have a really good, amazing set of people around you, your company or organization, who are also very ethical and grounded themselves and help to keep you that way. And then ultimately, just to answer your question, I hope we're going to be a big part of birthing AI and that being the greatest benefit to humanity of any tool or technology ever, and getting us into a world of radical abundance and curing diseases and solving many of the big challenges we have in front of us, and then ultimately, help the ultimate flourishing of humanity, travel the stars, find those aliens if they are there, and if they're not there, find out why they're not there, what is going on here in the universe. This is all to come, and that's what I've always dreamed about. But I think AI is too big an idea. It's going to be, there'll be a certain set of pioneers who get there first. I hope we're in the vanguard so we can influence how that goes. And I think it matters which cultures they come from and what values they have, the builders of AI systems. Because I think even though the AI system is going to learn for itself most of its knowledge, there'll be a residue in the system of the culture and the values of the creators of that system. And there's interesting questions to discuss about that geopolitically, different cultures. We're in a more fragmented world than ever, unfortunately. I think in terms of global cooperation, we see that in things like climate, where we constantly get our act together globally to cooperate on these pressing matters. I hope that will change over time. Perhaps we get to an era of radical abundance. We don't have to be so competitive anymore. Maybe we can be more cooperative if resources aren't so scarce.
It's true that in terms of power corrupting and leading to destructive things, it seems that some of the atrocities has happened when there's a significant constraint on resources.
I think that's the first thing. I don't think that's enough. I think scarcity is one thing that's led to competition, sort of zero-sum game thinking. I would like us to all be in a positive-sum world, and I think for that we have to remove scarcity. I don't think that's enough, unfortunately, to get world peace, because there's also other corrupting things like wanting power over people and this kind of stuff, which is not necessarily satisfied by just abundance. But I think it will help. And I think, but I think ultimately AI is not going to be run by one person or one organization. I think it should belong to the world, belong to humanity. And I think there'll be many ways this will happen, and ultimately, everybody should have a say in that.
Do you have advice for young people in high school, college, maybe if they're interested in AI or interested in having a big impact on the world, what they should do to have a career they can be proud of it?
I love giving talks to the next generation. What I say to them is actually two things. I think the most important things to learn about and find out about when you're young is what are your true passions. First of all, there's two things. So one is find your true passions, and I think you can do that by the way to do that is to explore as many things as possible when you're young and you have the time and you can take those risks. I would also encourage people to look at finding the connections between things in a unique way. I think that's a really great way to find passion. Second thing I would say, advise, is know yourself. So spend a lot of time understanding how you work best. Like, what are the optimal times to work? What are the optimal ways that you study? How do you deal with pressure? Sort of test yourself in various scenarios and try and improve your weaknesses, but also find out what your unique skills and strengths are, and then hone those. So then that's what will be your super value later on. And if you can then combine those two things and find passions that you're genuinely excited about that intersect with what your unique strong skills are, then you're up to something incredible, and I think you can make a huge difference in the world.
So let me ask about knowing yourself. This is fun. Quick questions. Day in the life. The perfect day. The perfect productive day. And
yeah.
Maybe these days you're a lot.
Yes.
So maybe slightly where you can focus on a single project maybe. How early do you wake up? Are you night owl? Do you wake up early in the morning? What are some interesting habits? How many dozens of cups of coffees do you drink a day? What's the computer that you use? What's the setup? How many screens? What kind of keyboard? Are we talking Emacs Vim? Are we talking something more modern? There's a bunch of those questions. So maybe day in the life.
Yeah.
What's the perfect day in life?
Well, these days it's quite different from, say, 10, 20 years ago. Back 10, 20 years ago, it would have been, a whole day research, individual research, or programming, doing some experiment, neuroscience, computer science experiment, reading lots of research papers, and then perhaps at night time, reading science fiction books or playing some games.
But lots of focus, sort of deep focused work on whether it's programming, reading research papers.
Yes. So that would be lots of deep, focused work. These days, for the last sort of, 5 to 10 years, I've actually got quite a structure that works very well for me now, which is that I'm a complete night owl, always happy. So I optimize for that. So, I'll basically do a normal day's work, get into work about 11 o'clock, and sort of do work to about 7 in the office. And I will arrange back-to-back meetings for the entire time. And with as many people as possible. So that's my collaboration management part of the day. Then I go home, spend time with the family and friends, have dinner, relax a little bit, and then I start the second day of work. I call it my second day of work around 10 p.m., 11 p.m. And that's the time until about 12 hours in the morning, 4 reading the research, writing research papers. Sadly, I don't have time to code anymore, but it's not efficient to do that these days, given the amount of time I have. But that's when I do, maybe do the long kind of stretches of thinking and planning. And then probably, using email or other things, I would fire off a lot of things to my team to deal with the next morning. But actually thinking about this overnight, we should go for this project or arrange this next day.
When you think of a problem, you're talking about a sheet of paper or the pen. Is there some structure?
Yeah, I still like pencil and paper best for working out things, but these days it's just so efficient to read research papers just on the screen. But I still often print them out. Actually, I still prefer to mark out things, and I find it goes into the brain better and sticks in the brain better when you're still using physical pen and pencil and paper.
So you take notes.
I have lots of notes, electronic ones, and also whole stacks of notebooks that I use at home.
Some of these most challenging next steps, for example, stuff none of us know about that you're working on. You're thinking. There's some deep thinking out there, right? Like what is the right problem? What is the right approach? Because you're going to have to invest a huge amount of time for the whole team. They're going to have to pursue this thing. What's the right way to do it? Is RI going to work here?
Yes.
What's the right way to try? What's the right benchmark to use?
Yeah.
You need to construct a benchmark from scratch. All this kind of thing.
Yes. So I think of all those kind of things in the nighttime phase, but also much more. I've always found the quiet hours of the morning when everyone's asleep, super quiet outside. I love that time. It's the golden hours, like between 1 and 3 in the morning. Put some music on, some inspiring music on, and then think these deep thoughts. So that's when I read, my philosophy books. Spinoza's my, recent favorite, and these things, and I, read about great scientists of history, how they did things, how they thought things. So that's when you do all your that's when I do all my creative thinking, and it's good. I think people recommend, you do your sort of creative thinking in one block, and the way I organise the day, that way I don't get interrupted because obviously no one else is up at those times. So I can go, I can sort of get super deep and super into flow. The other nice thing about doing it nighttime is if I'm really onto something, or I've got really deep into something, I can choose to extend it, and I'll go into 6 in the morning, whatever, and then I'll just pay for it the next day.
Yeah.
So I'll be a bit tired and I won't be my best, but that's fine. I can decide, look at my schedule the next day, and given where I'm at with this particular thought or creative idea, that I'm going to pay that cost the next day. So I think that's more flexible than morning people who do that. They get up at 4 in the morning. They can also do those golden hours then, but then their scheduled day starts at breakfast, 8 a.m. whenever they have their first meeting, and then it's hard. You have to reschedule the day if you're in flow.
Yeah, this would be a truly special thread of thought that you're too passionate about. This is where some of the greatest ideas could potentially come, is when you just lose yourself later.
Yeah.
And for the meetings, you're loading in really hard problems in a very short amount of time. So you have to do some kind of first principles thinking here. It's like, what's the problem? What's the state of things? What's the right next step?
Yes. You have to get really good at context switching, which is one of the hardest things, because especially if we do so many things, if you include all the scientific things we do, scientific fields you're working in, these are entire complex fields in themselves. You have to sort of keep up abreast of that. But I enjoy it. I've always been a sort of generalist in a way, and that's actually what happened in my games career after chess. One of the reasons I stopped playing chess was when I got into computers, but also I started realising there were many other great games out there to play too. So I've always been that way in time, multidisciplinary. There's too many interesting things in the world to spend all your time just on one thing.
So you mentioned Spinoza. I asked the ridiculously big question about life. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing? Why are we humans here? You've already mentioned that perhaps the universe created us.
Mm-hmm.
Is that why you think we're here? To understand how the universe.
Yeah, I think my answer to that would be, at least the life I'm living, is to gain and understand the knowledge. To gain knowledge and understand the universe. That's what I think. I can't see any higher purpose than that. If you think back to the curse of the Greeks, the virtue of gaining knowledge. I think it's one of the few true virtues, is to understand the world around us, the context of humanity better. And I think if you do that, you become more compassionate and more understanding yourself and more tolerant. And all these other things may flow from that. And to me, understanding the nature of reality, that is the biggest question. What is going on here is sometimes the colloquial way I say, what is really going on here? It's so mysterious. I feel like we're in some huge puzzle. But the world the universe seems to be structured in a way. Why is it structured in a way that science is even possible? That the scientific method works, things are repeatable. It feels like it's almost structured in a way to be conducive to gaining knowledge. So I feel like, why should computers be? Wasn't that amazing that computational or electronic devices can be possible? And they're made of sand, our most common element that we have, silicon of the Earth's crust. It could have been made of diamond or something, then we would have only had one computer. Right? So it's a lot of things are kind of slightly suspicious to me.
It sure as heck sounds, this puzzle sure as heck sounds like something we talked about earlier, what it takes to design a game that's really fun to play for long periods of time. And it does seem like this puzzle, like you mentioned, the more you learn about it, the more you realize how little you know. So it humbles you, but excites you by the possibility of learning more. And what a heck of a puzzle we got going on here. So, like I mentioned, of all the people in the world, you'll very likely be the one who creates the AGI system that achieves some level of intelligence that goes beyond it. If you got a chance, very well you could be the person that goes into the room with the system and have a conversation. Maybe you only get to ask one question. You do. What question would you ask them?
I would probably ask, what is the true nature of reality? I think that's the question. I don't know if I'd understand the answer, because maybe it would be 42 or something like that. But that's the question.
And then there'll be a deep sigh from the system. All right, how do I explain to this human? All right, I don't have time to explain. Maybe I'll draw you a picture. How do you even begin to answer that question?
Well, I think it would.
What would you think that could possibly?
I think it could start looking like more fundamental explanations of physics would be the beginning. More careful specification of that, taking and walking us through by the hand as to what one would do to maybe prove those things out.
Maybe giving you glimpses of what we totally missed in physics. Here's glimpses of there's a much more elaborate world, a much simpler world, or something.
A much deeper, maybe simpler explanation of things, rather than the standard model of physics, which we know doesn't work, but we still keep adding to it. So, and that's how I think the beginning of an explanation would look, and it would start encompassing many of the mysteries that we have wondered about for thousands of years, like consciousness, dreaming, life, and gravity, all of these things.
Yeah, giving us glimpses of explanations for those things. Well, that was one of the special human beings of this giant puzzle of ours. And it's a huge honor that you would take a pause from the bigger puzzle to solve this small puzzle of a conversation with me today. Truly an honor and a pleasure. Thank you.
I really enjoyed it. Thanks.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Demesis House. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Etzker Dijkstra. Computer science is no more about computers than astronomy is about telescopes. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
People's favorite songs are their happy songs. Play them on their playlist about 175 times. People who love God music play them about 800 times. And they say that they feel connected to the sublime when they're listening to that music. The longing for what you lack is the very thing that gives you what you're longing for. So the longing is the cure.
The following is a conversation with Susan Q, author of Quiet, The Power of Introverts in the World That Can't Stop Talking, and her most recent book, Bittersweet, How Sorrow and Longing Make Us Whole. This the Rothschild podcast recorded. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, Susan, you've written on your website that quote, I prefer listening to talking, reading to socializing, and cozy chat to group settings. I think this conversation on the podcast is going to be fun. What's a good definition of an introvert? Is something like those three things a good start?
It is a good start in terms of how introverts experience day-to-day life. I think a good definition is one that some of your listeners will have heard many times before. The idea of where do you get your energy? And for some people, they get their energy in quieter settings, and for other people, they get more from being out there. So a good rule of thumb is to imagine that you're at a party that you're really enjoying, and you've been there for about 2 hours or so, with people you really like. Your favorite place, it's all good. An extrovert in a setting like that is you feel charged up and you're going to be looking for the after party. And an introvert, no matter how good a time they're having and how socially skilled they are, there's this moment where you just wish that you could teleport and be back at home.
And at the time before the start of the party to the time that moment happens is different for different people. So the shorter that is, the more emotional you want that kind of thing.
The shorter the moment until you get to the place where you've got to teleport home.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then for extroverts, it's the opposite, right? Like they're going to feel, maybe they're working on, focused on producing a memo that's really intensely interesting to them. But if they're in that state of solitary, if the solitary mode is really focusing, they might get jerk face a lot faster than an introvert. And so it doesn't have so much to do with what you're good at as how you get your energy.
And so for the introverts, the source of energy is what? Silence, solitude. And for an extrovert, it's interaction with other people.
What I really say is that, and this is very biological as well, is that it has to do with how your nervous system reacts to stimulation. So for an introvert, you're feeling in a great state of equilibrium and there are fewer inputs coming at you. So there could be social inputs, but that's why an introvert in general would rather hang out with one close friend at a time. Be party with strangers because that's too many inputs for the nervous system. And for an extrovert, the nervous system needs more stimulants. So if they're not getting enough, they get that restless and sluggish feeling.
So if you're just walking through, people listening to this, how do you know if you're an introvert? Like, how do you empirically start to determine if you are not an introvert?
Well, I would start by just asking the question, what happens to you, around the 2 hour mark? What are you having a good time? Yeah, like I can imagine. But I also find, I'm curious to see the different experiences of this, but in all the years that I've been out there talking about this topic, I found that most people really seem to know once they're being honest with themselves. And maybe that's the question to ask, is like, if you imagine that you have a Saturday or a whole weekend where you can spend your time exactly the way you want to, with no professional obligations, no social obligations, who would you spend it with? How many people? What would you be doing? And what is that picture that you're painting start to look like?
Yeah, so there's nuance to this stuff because I'm sure for extroverts to get energized by stimulation, whether that's stimulation for other people, like it depends what that stimulation is, right? Like maybe you're not surrounded by the kind of people that you enjoy being around. So, maybe that has to do less with really some characteristics of your personality and more has to do with the fact that what your environment is like. That's always kind of the question. Do you want to be alone because you're an asshole, or do you want to be alone to get to know
Well, I would have to do with constant. Okay. Yes.
people as well as confidence? And then there's the other thing you can observe. There's a lot of people that will say they get energized from being alone. Like, people are exhausted from them, like that. But at the same time, when you see them at a party, they seem like they like the party.
No, I hear from this people all the time. There's so many people like
What would you classify them as exactly? Is it ultimately the source of energy? Is the most important thing? Or like How the heck are we without the party?
A bunch of different things. So first of all, just to say, the caveat to all of this is humans are just amazingly complex, so you can't explain every individual human through these parameters, even though I think the parameters are really valuable. But that person at the party, it could be that they're more of an ambivert, so they kind of more in the middle of the spectrum. It basically means someone who's not extremely introverted or extremely extroverted. They're kind of in the middle. So maybe at the party, the more extroverted side comes out. Or it could be an introvert if it's gotten really good at the skills of acting more like a pseudo extrovert and like pull that up at the moment that they need it.
You don't know how to think.
Yeah, there's a lot of people like that. I know this because like I think out of all the people on this planet you could be talking to, I've heard from the most number of those people. If they all come and tell me about their experience out in the world presenting a face that's different from what they feel.
So one of the things we talk about is, at least in the West, we constructed a picture of success. That picture is usually an extrovert. Like, you imagine somebody who's a leader, who's a successful person. That person has some of the qualities of a social. So there's a lot of incentive for thinking it.
Yeah, exactly.
If you want to be successful, you got to be able to think it. You have to sort of hang with the rest of the team to be able to be outgoing about those kinds of things and not be trained
Yeah, but I mean, there are also a lot of introverts who figure out ways to draw on their own strengths and they're incredibly connecting and successful and they're great leaders and they're not actually faking it, they're more just figuring out ways to do it their own way. I see a lot of people like that.
Is there advice? Is there lessons you can draw from that? Just observing how you can be an introvert and be in a leadership position.
Yeah, it's kind of like a mantra, figuring out what your own strengths are and how to draw on them. I think of a guy I know, Doug Herman, who has been the CEO of Candy Soup for many years. He's very introverted. He's quite shy also, by his description. And he really cares about people. And so when he started at Campbell, the employee engagement ratings of the company were all the way at the bottom of the Fortune 500. And by the time he stepped down, 10 years later, they were all the way at the top. And it wasn't that he was going out there using people, but he really did care. So he would find out who had really been contributing, and he would write to them personal letters of thanks. And people, and these letters meant so much to people. They would carry them around with them. And during his time, he had a prisoner who had 30,000. So like, that was his way of doing it, was his way of drawing it. And you know, like he did that together with, of course, you sometimes have to go outside your comfort zone, no matter who you are. So he was doing plenty of that too.
Yeah, the writing process and focusing on one interaction. I can definitely relate. There's something deeply draining, which concerns me about like Zoom meetings because it's a weird brain operation. Well, because you're not really engaged, but it wears on you the same way that it does a party. It feels like you're emptying that bucket with introverts, even though they're not participating in all the meetings. And I suppose that's for physical meetings too, but with Zoom meetings, remote meetings, it's so much easier to invite a larger number of people to the meeting. So you're draining more people with the introvert energy. And probably extrovert too, but the introvert definitely is. I mean, it's interesting. I would love to understand that more because it's more and more push towards remote work without, I think, a deep understanding of why these meetings are so draining. For that. And maybe that's because the managers, the people who arrange the meetings, are just not officially yet aware of the draining nature of them, so that they pull in too many people, this gets them too recognized, so they adjust that kind of thing.
I think people are starting to realize that. I would say one reason doing so training is because you can see your own self-presentation the whole time if you choose to. And when you go into in person, you can't see. You're kind of free to thinking about that. So There's like an extra couple of that you're bearing full time.
Yeah.
And like you might want to turn off the camera so you can see yourself, but then you think, well, the ability to should be doing it, and then that alone is a decision.
Yeah, there's probably studies on this now. The effect you see your own face on camera. Yeah, reminding you that is a special.
Yeah, you can't be moving as much. But I mean, for you, you make the decision to do all your podcast interviews in person, right? And so,
And that's even when it's very costly. If there's any kind of chemistry that contributes at all to the conversation, which I think we love conversations. In the boring, there's something there. Because yes, you're trying to solve a particular problem at this particular time, but underneath it, there's a team building. And honestly, people also really focus why they enjoy this movie. It's like they're lonely. Like they, it's annoying that they can listen to folks talk about nothing and so on, but they tune in anyway because you don't really need to sit there by yourself. There's a deep connection there, especially true. It's a huge concern for me for more and more officers from the captain's perspective, realizing, hey, why are these large officers why do we take this issue together? I think it's some deep stuff to do. But then you also talk about that you're doing more effective. You introverts. Like you don't want to open space, office space, which is a big factor. I don't know where people stand on that at this point.
I think people are figuring it out in a pandemic context, but I really think so. Before I became a writer, I was a corporate lawyer, and literally the only thing I missed from those years is hanging out with people at the office. Like, I don't know, just some of the funniest moments I've had in my life came from being at the office and spending the night with the other people I was working with. So I know exactly what you're talking about. But I will say the offices there at that firm and at those firms in those days, everybody had their own office. So it was like a dorm room, where it was like a long hallway, everybody in their own little dorm room. You had tons of privacy, but you would also come out.
You can roam whenever you want.
Yeah, yeah.
And whenever you roam, that means you're kind of open. If you're looking for trouble. You're open for interaction.
And the extent to which you would keep your door open, wide open, it was half ajar, just a little bit, those were all signals.
So is there, because you said re-energize, do you like to think, and again, which in your mind is complicated, but do you like to think of it as like a bucket that gets refilled for introverts in terms of energy and social interaction that you're able to handle? Do you think of it like that as a bucket that gets empty and needs to be refilled?
I think of it, yeah, more or less, because I use the metaphor of a battery to recharge. Basically the same thing, different metaphor. But yeah, but just to add on that, there is a layer of complexity to that, because it could be somebody who doesn't want the kind of social life, let's say, where you have to be presenting and interacting with people all the time. But you get really lonely if you're just by yourself. What you want is to maybe be in company.
It's a chair. No, it's a
pandemic
girl.
was not actually that hard for me personally. I mean, I lost family.
Bitch.
It wasn't that hard because he was my husband.
Medical information, but
So
fuck
he was
you.
one of the kids. I felt that was the best. But for me, I was like,
I ain't learning anybody.
I have a lot of socialization in the house.
You
And I can focus and do my work. Yeah,
You can't pull people. All right, kid.
And I know all you give your tips to people out the kids. Like,
They-
these kids, like, really spend time with them. So that's what you watch. Like, people actually, it did strengthen the family in a healthy way. It just sucks the link to actually behind at this point.
yeah, and I think that's sort of what people are want to go back to. to the extent that work becomes non-remote again. I think people have realized how precious those aspects of their lives are. And, for somebody who's in a conventional office job where you're going home and seeing your kids for an hour before bedtime, and that's your interaction with them, that's kind of a ridiculous way to set things up.
Yeah, it's cool that you get, I think a lot of places give you the option, which is interesting to optimize that. Like, you take the commute, office, social interaction there, you focus on work at home. It's also lonely at home. It's just with kids. That's part of the optimization. It's like, I have some options now that I'm trying to optimize, which is solitude, loneliness, happiness, productivity, being family, seeing coworkers, chemistry with the team building with coworkers versus just the raw exchange of information with coworkers. It's fascinating to see how that kind of evolves.
Yeah, and then there's the third space idea of the spaces where you're in a co-working space or a cafe or something like that. You've got other people around you, but you're not exactly interacting with them, but they're very much there. And that's huge too. I don't know if you think about that.
Yeah, that energy is there.
Yeah. I mentioned having for 17 years before we had kids, and I absolutely loved it. I loved the feeling of all that energy all around you, but you could be anonymous within it. And it's perfect.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Like I worked this morning for a few hours, program for a few hours at Starbucks. And first of all, like wearing suits, like Manhattan is another place I haven't figured. I'm supposed to wear a suit. But these days, unfortunately, because I get recognized, I wear usually not suits, but I just in my own life. But yeah, I love it. The way I think about the world, I really see it, I take it seriously, as if my life is going to end today. Like, this is what I would want to wear. Not for physical appearance, but just for some reason it makes me feel like focused. And
So even if you're not going to see anyone, you would still put the suit on when you're doing your work?
especially yeah, I really do that.
So it tells you seriousness of purpose.
Yeah.
Like
It makes me feel. I don't know what it is. I don't know what I imagine exactly, but it's some kind of like platonic form of like a mixture of James Bond and like was Richard Feynman. I don't know.
I think I'm going to, but he's focused wearing suits too.
Leonard Cohen's definitely on my. He's a tragic human. If there's a voice, there's a private life. Yes, I definitely would think that. Leonard Cohen. So, small talk. That's another thing. Is that part of the equation? I'm trying to extra
Well,
make people enjoy small talk.
I kind of went into this whole thing thinking that it was, but from what I've seen, most people that studies that most people don't like to talk.
Okay.
I think that's why people like the podcast. If you're like, when you get the small talk, I'm going deep into it from the very beginning.
Yeah, so it's actually, the picture you're painting is like when you started, like when you were quiet, and the way you are today, with us, the picture may be more complicated.
Yeah, everything's more complicated. I will say with the small talk thing that I'm curious if you have this experience, but I find it fantastic to have a career where I'm known for anti-small talk kinds of topics because it means that anywhere I go, like if I show up at a conference or something like that, no one does small talk with me. They're like telling me about the deep truth of their lives from the first hello. And I love that. And in normal life, you have to weed through a lot before people really show up.
Yeah.
Do you have that experience too?
No, definitely. With people that know me for sure.
You forget how many people feel like they know you because of your podcast.
And that's what, no, that counts.
Yeah.
I know if you start podcasts, and I feel it, like, before I ever became friends with Joe Rogan, I felt like I was friends with him because I was a big fan of his podcast.
Mm-hmm.
So what I do is, I feel like it's a friendship. I know it's a one-way friendship with all the people I listen to on podcasts, and even people who no longer with us, like, writers. I feel like I have a relationship with everyone and saying,
No, I couldn't feel that way. That's the only reason I became a writer.
like I'm friends with Leonard Cohen,
Yeah.
and he's not aware of it.
No, I think that's the whole reason for writing or making music or whatever people do. To be able to have those kinds of connections that don't require being room together. Because there's only so many people you can be in a room with
The
in your lifetime.
hard thing is unfortunately, because I value human connection so much, and I only have, just like you mentioned, it's a small circle of people I'm really close with by design. It always hurts me a lot to say goodbye to people. Like if you meet people, you can tell they're beautiful people, they're amazing. There's something so fascinating about them. They're, they've had a complicated life. Like you can see in their eyes and the way they tell their story, in just a few sentences. They've gone through some shit, but they also found some beauty in them. Realize, okay, there's a fascinating human here. All you get to say is a few words right now, like a funny little joke, maybe a dark joke here and there, and you just say goodbye and maybe hook it out. And then go on your way. So like that's a hello and goodbye. That's again. That makes me like a sad walk away. But I guess I would have it in other ways. Because the reality is, you talk about outside is not being such a bad thing.
Yeah. And when you just said that, I just thought of this one moment in my life that I haven't thought of for 20, 30 years or something. But just when I was in law school and a classmate of mine had his friend come to visit for the weekend, and the three of us hung out a lot, and we just had an amazing time. And then this other guy who wasn't going to be coming back anytime soon, cut off, sent a postcard to me. And the only thing written on the postcard was this quote from Oscar Wilde. And I don't remember the exact words, but it basically said that there's no pain as intense as the sorrow of parting from someone to whom you've just been introduced. I just think it's so intense about that. And so true. I think partly also because when you've just been introduced to somebody, you don't yet know their difficulties. So you're seeing the most sparkling version of them. You're seeing like a platonic version of love and friendship.
And your imagination fills in the rest. Beautiful way that matches perfectly. Interested in. That's how I feel about one scoop, like one spoonful of ice cream. And that's why you always finish the whole tub. And you regret all of it. You do say, you should make this. I think you put this on your website that one of the best things in the world is that sublime moment when a writer, artist, or musician manages to express something they've always felt but never articulated, or at least never quite so beautifully. So that's why I'm like that. It's just a line from a song or maybe a piece of art that just grabs you. Is there something that jumps out to memory like that?
I don't know if I have an exact line, or I mean, that feeling that you just quoted happens to me all the time. I'm just bad at recalling exact instances, but
On the spot.
but the writer Ellen Botham regularly makes me feel that way. He's just this beautiful essayist and observer of human nature, and he's just constantly expressing things this gorgeous way that you've experienced yourself, and you feel like it's just this grand act of generosity. You feel less lonely, you feel a deep sense of community. It's such an elevating experience.
Even when it's like a long copy.
Maybe especially when it is.
There's so the Jack Kerouac on the road definitely makes me feel that way. Like every other line in there. Further on rags are going on.
I never read that book. So what was it about that book that made you feel that way?
Well, since last, we wrote a little bit on this. So it's a story. It's kind of a book, or kind of defining book of the beats, the beat generation, and it's basically a story of a writer who takes a road trip across the United States a couple of times and experiences a few close friends and a few strangers along the way, And there's a lot of just those melancholic goodbyes. You meet all these people with interesting lives. Some of them are defined by struggle, some of them are defined by drugs, drinking, women, all that kind of stuff. And still just kind of dances around all of that. And it's defined by the goodbyes and the passing of time. So a lot of the really dark lines there's one on there, again, I don't know exactly, but for me, it's a beautiful girl at a restaurant. And the girl is getting a woman getting a different bus than he's getting. It's that, like, feeling of falling in love for, like, a second, realizing that fate is just working around. It's similar to this idea of it sucks to say goodbye just when you're mad, but it's especially true when you're falling in love just a little bit with that strange with all the possibilities that you're doing. There's a few lines I went down this whole rabbit hole of like one line that grabbed me. A couple of lines from there. One is, what is that feeling when you're driving away from people, you never see them playing until you see their specs dispersing? It's a huge world vaulting us as goodbye. We lean forward to the next crazy adventure beneath the skies. So this is him talking about leaving a particular city. The spoiler alert towards the end of the book. Right at the end of the book. Well, I never return too often. It's more poetry, but it's a feeling that the book can say. The evening star must be drooping, and shedding her sparkle dims her trajectory. It's just before the coming of complete night that blesses the earth, darkens all the rivers, ups the peaks and folds the final shoulder. Nobody knows it's going to happen to anybody besides the forlorn rags of gold. And it just captures this kind of in the moment appreciation, the beauty of the world, and the sadness of the fact that time passes. You leave the people you left behind, you leave places you left behind, or at least the way they were, the time you enjoyed. Just the sadness you feel, and it's something about it. Look at the picture, look at your kids grow up, look at your old friends getting old. Something makes you realize time passes. And it's somewhere deep in there, it's probably a realization of reality. It just makes you somehow feel sad that everything comes to an end. And then that's immediately followed by some appreciation of the moment, like gratitude that you get to experience.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the whole reason why we're bittersweet. It's all about that. So I know intensely what you're talking about. And by the way, my husband loves the book Your Peace by Ernest Hemingway, which I also haven't read, but it talks about that same thing. You know, groups of people traveling around together, and the group coalesces into some magical formation, and then one person leaves the group, and it's never going to be the same again, and you move on to the next one. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the deepest essence of human nature. Um, the feeling of longing for some kind of state of perfect completeness, completion, perfect love, Garden of Eden, all of it. And the feeling that you're never going to quite attain it, but you get glimpses of it here and there. And those glimpses are some of the best things that ever happened to us. And they're suffused with sadness because they're not the real thing, or they're not the full thing. They're just a glimpse. It's a glimpse of what we are.
So the sadness that we might feel is always connected to the ways in which we fall short from the perfect thing. But there's always a thing you're longing for. And the sadness has to do with getting a glimpse of it without forgetting it.
Yeah.
So you're always losing.
It's always losing, but it's also always it's not. That sounds really depressing, but it's not. You know, it's not depressing because you experience this all the time. It's also those are the most beautiful moments I think life offers. I mean, it's intense beauty in those moments because it's getting closer to the world that offer.
So what about loss, losing love? Is that also a beautiful thing?
Well, the moment talking about, I think it's easier to appreciate the beauty of it all in the moment because you're kind of experiencing the loss and the love all at the same time. Whereas if you're talking about straight up loss, like a betrayal or a bereavement or whatever it is, it's different. It's really overwhelming.
But losing a loved one.
Losing a loved one. I mean, I would say that the truth that I think that we can come to after a lot of time on this earth is the idea that love exists not only in its particular forms, so not only in the form of the one person, that one person we love, or that other person we love, but love itself is a state that we have access to. And so over time, the loss of person A can heal and you can tap into kind of bigger river of love.
Yeah, I mean, I had this fucking Louis show down. I mean, he talks to another gentleman, and Louis is all like bad about losing a loved one or like getting rejected or something, like a breakup.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other gentleman gives him advice saying, basically criticizes Louis for saying, "Why are you moping around? This is the best part. Like losing loss is the best part. Because that's the real loss is when you forget. Like feeling shitty about having gone through a breakup is when you most intensely appreciate what that person meant to you.
Mm-hmm.
Like you most intensely feel love in a strange way by realizing you lost it, by missing it, wishing at this moment I wish I had that feeling. That's when you feel that love the most, the absence. So the older gentleman gives advice that's the best part. And then if you're good with it, if you're not screwed out, it could be the most sort of prolonged experience of deep appreciation and emotion. So that's kind of it's a nice way to look at it, which is a reminder of how much something.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth in that. Because, yeah, you wouldn't care so much if it weren't something that mattered to you. So it's always a signpost to the direction you really want to go to. That's always what it is. Yeah, and it's interesting to see the way that the mystical versions of many of the great religions all point in this direction. You know, whether you're looking at Sufism or Kabbalah or Christian mysticism, you see this idea that the longing for what you lack is the very thing that gives you what you're longing for. So the longing is the cure. I mean, that's the way, just if you call it really people, the longing is the cure. You know, he says, be thirsty. Be as thirsty as you possibly can.
Good stuff is the warranty.
Yeah.
First thoughts, of course, we just get caught. Like, shut up, asshole. Which place sucks. I wish I hadn't heard of it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Those are the kinds of life lessons that only work when you step away for a while. They don't work in the moment, in the moment of excruciation. There is something about the fact of knowing that all humans are in that experience together that is also incredibly uplifting.
But that takes time for people to realize. Like heartbreak, early teenage years or something like that. I feel like this is completely the most novel and the most dramatic thing that any human has ever felt, right? Or maybe even when you're younger. And then one of the things you realize is that everybody goes through this. There can be an awakening to the fact that we're always together. This human condition is not just a personal experience; it's an experience we all share. And that's a kind of love, it's a unity of it.
Yeah,
that we can get to
it's
experience.
really a deep kind of love. And I feel like, you know, we're prevented from perceiving that love as it's actually like the most obvious kind of love. It's right there. It happens all the time. We're prevented from receiving it because we're not really supposed to talk about things like that. There's something unseemly about it.
Well, it's also in our as an individualist society, so like there's a pressure to sort of see the individual as a distinct sovereign entity that experiences things, and it's not that unity between people is not obviously sort of communicated or talked about as part of the culture.
Yeah, it's not part of the culture in that you see it in our behavior because we're humans. So why do people listen to sad music? One reason is they're hearing expressed for them. Like the musician is basically saying to them, this thing that you have experienced, I've experienced this too, so have lots of other people. But they're saying it all without words and it's transformed into something beautiful. And there's something about that. There's no reality. And people don't know it, but there's one study that I have in Bittersweet. I found that people's favorite songs are their happy songs, play it on their playlist about 175 times. People who love sad music play them about 800 times. And they say that they feel connected to the sublime when they listen to that music.
What do you think that is? So what is that? What is it in music that connects us with the sublime sadness?
I mean, I have a bunch of different theories. Like the whole reason I started writing this book is because I kept having this reaction in my life to sad music. And I realized that for people who I knew who were religious believers, what they described their experience of God was what I was experiencing when I would hear that music. Like all the time. It happens over and over again.
So you wonder what that is.
And yeah, so I started wondering what that is. And lots of people have tried to figure out what that's all about. And there are different theories that express a different kind of catharsis. There are difficult emotions that, as we were saying, a sense of being in it together. We don't react in that an uplifted way when you just see like a slideshow of sad faces, which is something researchers have actually tested. No one really cares when you see the sad faces, but the sad music they're really reacting. And also, they don't really react when they're hearing music expressing other negative emotions, like martial music or something like that. It's just the sad music that gives people this elevated sense of wonder. So I think it's the combination of the sadness and the beauty, and I think it's just tapping into the essence of the human source code, which is a kind of spiritual longing. Whether we're atheists or believers, there's this feeling of longing for a state and a place of perfect love, perfect unity, perfect truth, and all of it. And a acute awareness that we're not there in this world. And, in religions we express that through the longing for Mecca or Eden, Zion. And artistically we express it with Dorothy longing for somewhere over the rainbow. Harry Potter enters the story at the precise moment that he's become an orphan. So he's going to rest of his life longing for these parents he can never remember. And there's something about that state that's at our very core. And I think that's what we love.
Well, it could be, you could have the spectrum theory of tomorrow death, where at the core of that, the one at the core, as Dylan said, is the fear of death. So where the longing for the perfect thing has to do with sort of becoming immortal, is reaching beyond the absurdity, the cruelty of life, that all things come to an end, for no particularly good reason whatsoever, for no good rational.
I think about all the time. I know obviously there's that idea of Professor and throughout philosophy, so Gilgamesh, the idea that the thing we're longing for most of all is immortality. But I think it's not only that. I think it's more so or also like a longing for the lions to lay down with the knives, finally. For like the fundamental calculus of the universe to be different, where life doesn't have to eat life in order to survive. Correct. It's a completely different situation.
I wonder,
That should have power with our thoughts.
I wonder, that could be a very unhonoring thing. Surely, so much of the history is defined by violence, built by violence, that doesn't get anything with this lives and lambs. So much of
I mean,
there's other stuff in the Bible, and the Bible isn't that particular aspect of necessarily reviewing fundamental motivation for the future. It could be deeper stuff, you know. But yeah, that is a beautiful, really beautiful picture. But is it just about humans, or is it all about all of life? You have to think about what is the perfect world. It's not just the lines and the lambs running together. It's, you know, how many lives?
right.
And you know what? I can just have a few very technical conversations about Marxian economics versus Keynesian economics versus neoclassical economics. What is the economic and the government system look like? That we're on with. So that then start to build society on top of all those things. Completely still in terms of this. What is it? What is it? And what's the role of love in that? What's the role of that sad how feeling of loneliness? Is the feeling of loneliness fundamental to the human condition? Like, are we always striving to sort of channel that feeling of loneliness to connect with others? Like, we want that feeling of loneliness, otherwise we wouldn't be connecting. Is that fundamental? That feeling like you're lonely when you're with other people, so you're not together, you're born alone, you die alone. Maybe loneliness is fundamental.
I think that longing for union is fundamental. It's just that it looks so different for different people, you know.
Yeah.
I'm coming back to where what we were talking about at the beginning. You know, union looks incredibly social for a lot of people and hardly social at all for others, but everybody needs some version of union.
People have been telling me recently about polyamory and all those kinds of things. So I would probably put growing up in some part of the world, I think I'm very monogamy centric. Not in a judgmental way, just being supposed to be happy. For my whole life, basically, it's just dedication.
Yeah.
Because I've just seen the relationships with people and objects in my life. The longer we stay together, the deeper we tie.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just a critical thing for me. Is a personalized thing. That's just true for me. It could be very different for others. Maybe it's connected to the introverted thing. Maybe not. Who knows? Yeah, before, because you mentioned songs. So what are we talking about? What's a good? What song do you remember last
Well, I mean, that's right.
time?
I literally dedicated my book to Leonard Cohen. He's played such a huge role in my life. I love him. I love him. And I love him with this crazy love that I've never been able to understand for decades. I think I understand.
So you're better from So does it make you? Is it the musician or the human too? Because the human is it's a tortured soul in a way.
I think it's the musician. I was thinking about this the other day. I mean, obviously he's not alive anymore, but I was kind of running this thought experiment. If you were alive still and I had the chance to meet him in person, would I want to do that? And I'm not really sure that I would, because he represents for me symbolically
There he is.
everything, everything is all represented right there. And so, and I think that's okay. You know, I think people
Same on.
put something through their art that might or might not express.
You know how it be,
and
getting kicked out of Discord, people calling you, no, it happened. People calling me names, well, there's a difference between getting kicked, getting banned. I get banned, I get kicked, you know how it is. I have a lot of positivity though towards these Wall Street bets people. They absolutely hate me to some extent, and then I'm nice to them, and then they're like, "Oh, you're really nice," and then we become friends. And they have some powerful social media. Like I even asked them this morning, I'm like, "Does anybody here know any influencers?" Like, "Oh yeah, tons of influencers." Not in a sarcastic way, but like, "What do you do?" Like Twitter, Reddit, TikTok. I'm like, "No, I'm just wondering." But like, it's just important to me to know that people have connections. And I didn't go into it any more than that, but like looking at their accounts, they just have giant red because they're in this Wall Street mess. So that's what I mean. Somebody was like, "All right, so you shoot all the time. I notice you, yada yada yada. I'll take a piece of your content, post it on Reddit, see what happens." And all of a sudden, we're made in the shade. Um, so yeah, it's just kind of it's the mere exposure effect. Enough time spent in a community or with you just give a stimuli to an organism for long enough, it becomes familiar to them and they enjoy it. So, or at least they could generally become positive. And not always, I can't guarantee it, but generally. So, there's that. I still have another couple. So I still really covered. And that's always been very fresh. And now we are watching. Like, I did get this is fucking so stupid. I get a warning from YouTube, my first warning on this other account that says medical misinformation. It's like, dog. Okay, this is why it's hilarious to me. I'm watching YouTube, and the guy on YouTube doesn't get medical misinformation. So why am I getting medical misinformation? I don't understand. I'm literally just watching their content, and so they're basically telling me you're medical misinformation when I'm watching what you're providing me. I don't get it. And not only that, it just shows me how stupid their system is. I have three Chromebooks, literally like on top of each other, and only one of them gets that warning. The others are not. It's like I really very frustrating to me that AI has advanced to the point where people think that you can just actually replace humans, and you can't. It's like, um, especially for like Instagram and those. I understand that like these companies don't want to pay people to watch tons of content, but basically your AI sucks. Your whatever hate speech filters or medical misinformation filters, whatever, is not accurate. And I'm showing that it's not accurate. I don't know a better test than to have multiple devices show the same content and only one of them gets flagged for it and the others don't. So anyway, that's part of the course. I have gotten some people in Aiden Ross's store to, I didn't force them to, they like making fun of me, which is fine. They're prerogative. And they have made their profile pictures just random pictures from my um, social media. And I think it's kind of funny that when they're like, they'll just insult me or something, and it's like, dog, your profile picture is a picture of me eating peanut butter in my underwear in a dress shirt from 2 years ago. And the other guy's like got a picture of me shaving in the bathroom with my shirt off, and that's from like a year ago. It's like you're just up with me. So keep on keeping on. I in my own way appreciate that. So yeah, that I word. I'm very intrigued. Flattery is the highest form of flattery, and I agree. And I have had imitators out there, and um, but it's more. Again, I don't care what you say about me. Just spell my name for it. And I want to see who that's attributed to. I've heard it before. It's generally newspapers. Um, Now, people can say really mean things about you. I get that, and they can smear you, but I don't care what you say about me. Just don't let me interrupt you. You said it to give the whole background. All right. Oh, it's P.T. Barnum. So the guy who did this, yeah. Um, the publicity and the belief that any attention, even negative, was still valuable as long as people remembered it. So I, in my own way, think that that's fine. I mean, say whatever you want about me, but I feel like the truth will set you free or set me free when people are like, oh, okay, so you're just like a normal person who literally just restarts streams every 12 hours, archives the internet. Yeah, that's it. Um, I don't know what else you want me to do. I mean, when I do things, when I have traveled, when I have gone and done IRL content, no one watches, zero people. And I did it for years. For 2 years, I did IRL content, and no one watches. It's just kind of one of those things. When you're doing 24/7 content, there's no like, hey, I'm going out and I'm going to go do this, or I'm going to, this is what I'm doing. It's like you're always on, you're always streaming. So people just kind of take it for granted that that's what you're doing. Other people, other influencers, they don't stream it all the time, so they're like, they can do an announcement, hey, I'm going to do this on this day, or whatever. I did that. I used to announce when I would go pick up, no one would watch. I mean, I might get like a random guy in India to watch for like 1 minute, and that's it. Like, I would do concerts, like outside of Capitol Records, I did a concert. Um, I do like, uh, like the outside the Beverly Hills City Hall. I've done it outside the Irvine City Hall. I've done just no one watches. And I get it. I'm not like a major influencer who has like 10 million people, and then I go live. It sends all these notifications, and everybody gets excited. But um, I just kind of recognize that my bread and butter is having connectivity and having a lot of streams going at one time. So do what I do best. Do it I do better than anybody. That Beto guy is in Wall Street Bets, and I hope. I mean, we've been nice to him. I hope he's. Oh no way! They in Wall Street Bets. I used to have my microphone muted, and I used to have my election set. Like I was server muted and server deafened, and they just do absolutely everything they can to fuck with me there. But I'm no longer server muted and server deafened. I'm telling you, I'm winning these motherfuckers over. These are the guys who I'm gonna win over. They are so toxic. I don't understand. Maybe it's just how I was raised, but to use racial slurs against someone, I just don't. Never thought that was cool. Whenever I heard them, like in a movie or something, I never liked it. As I got older, I just kind of thought that was small-minded thinking, and yet these guys think it's like funny to like make that like their username or use memes and stuff that use that, and I just I don't appreciate that. I don't think that that's wise. I mean, I just it's just not how it works. But for those people who do, I respect. Like this guy today, he was in here actually for a little bit. He was deafened, and I was trying to talk to him, but I could tell he's deafened, so he can't hear what I'm saying. He sent me like this like swastika over the Israeli flag, and I told him I noticed in his profile that he was a major free speech advocate, and I said, "Oh, he sent me some other shit too, just like I don't know, some guy sticking a dildo up his ass or something, just like very inappropriate stuff." Which I get from people. This Garfield first. Anyway, but I told him I support his right to say what he wants, and that leads over into sending what you want. I feel that I'm a free speech absolute. I don't feel any type of speech should be controlled. And so, to me, you should be able to say anything you want to anybody. You should be able to give away government secrets if you want. You should be able to break uh, uh, non-disclosure agreements. I feel that those should be illegal in the United States. Why? Because the First Amendment says that Congress shall make no laws restricting whatever the exact language is, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, etc., etc. Until you get rid of the First Amendment, then all this other shit doesn't really matter. And I know it's all on like case law and it's just passed down, but still, there's a major conflict here. Just do what you want to do if you want to get rid of the shit and get rid of the First Amendment. Once you do that, then I can play by the rules of non-disclosure agreements and like um, keeping things classified due to national security. But there's just a major conflict in the law that I see, and it's bothersome to me. I still live by the credo of the First Amendment. The First Amendment is very important to me. And so even when people use it against me, I support it. It's that old adage, I may not support what you say, but I'll give my life for you to be able to say it. And while I don't want to give my life for anything, that's basically uh, my my philosophy. People use the argument, well, what about yelling fire in a crowded theater? And I make the argument, well, you should be able to say fire in a crowded theater if there's a fire. And then it's like, okay, well, what if there's no fire? Okay, then what happens? Then that motherfucker who yelled it, everybody's going to know who they are, and society's just going to go, don't listen to that person because they yelled fire in 1973 at a Regal Cinema in Brea or something. Like everybody will remember what you did. I don't feel as if you have to say that it's illegal because that's a slippery slope until we get into day with national security. Then they basically don't have to say anything. When I say they, like government spokespeople, like the people um, whose salaries are tax dollars, for which are tax dollars are paid. And this is on my brand that even though these guys are really mean to me, I respect what they say and think that they should be able to say it. Well, and they, yeah, I mean, I had this conversation with, right, I've had this conversation with people before. There isn't like a major neo-Nazi sentiment, like anywhere in the United States. Like that's just there aren't like pockets of them. Like people aren't meeting in like. I mean, the Ku Klux Klan is probably the closest thing to it, and I've gone either Spanish or English, right? Um, okay, even still though, when's the last time you met someone from the Cape? Exactly. It's not like a thing. Yeah, exactly. It's not like a thing anymore. There's no necessary reason to fear. And if I do say there's anything that is related to that, it's these marchers of the cowboys and whatever, the guys who wear like Hawaiian shirts, but they're all masks. That's the thing. And then when they get identified, it turns out they are FBI trainees, and they're just like, this is just like a training mission, and they're wearing sunglasses and bandanas and stuff. And I think that the media does a really good job to make it seem like there's a boogeyman out there. And I just don't fear that boogeyman. I just think that if we all treat each other as equals, or at least fairly, as best as we can, we'll be fine. And that shows. If you take children who are under a certain age, like 3, 4, 5 years old, they don't see color, they don't know that things are different, and they play fun. It's only once they're told that those people are different, that's when they start to treat people differently. But generally, there's a certain innocence that people have when you don't tell them that someone's out to get them, whatever. I can't stand this. And I see it from multiple communities, and basically I'm like the tip of the spear when it comes to people who are trying to hurt you with words or hurt you with um, just vocally or in written words. And I can tell you it's not fun, but in no way do I want these people to die or anything like that. If anything, I see it as an opportunity to change their opinion. And I love doing that. There's something extremely gratifying when someone comes in and they're like, I don't like you for whatever reason. You're like, okay, well, you're entitled to your opinion. How's your day going? Like, oh, okay. Well, you're not that much of an asshole. No, I didn't. I'm not. Or whatever your manipulated idea is of who I am. And then I win. Then I win huge because it's like that's the most difficult thing to do in society is essentially change someone's mentality on how they view you by your actions. It's incredibly powerful. So just I'm someone who longs for a better day. But with that being said, that's that's the treatment that I get from just a lot of people. And for the Wall Street Bench people, like this morning, I talked to them more than I talked to them ever today. Normally, they just criticize me for whatever reason, and it's not a woe is me, like, oh, they don't like me. No, it's like they're taking straight up shots at me. I'm telling them, I hope they all have a good day, and they're just saying, fuck you, Rabbi. And it's like, okay, well, thanks, man. But this morning, um, we talked at length, and the thing is, they think that and they don't. I know they really don't because I'm live on camera, but they accuse me of being a robot. And it's just like, that's how I speak. I use complete sentences and I use, like, my grammar is generally accurate. And I don't just use common slang generally when I'm typing. And so then they're like, yeah, you're a bot. It's like, no, I'm not a bot. I'm a real person. No bot is saying, hey, dog, what's going on? Like, I do use some commonality. And it's just like, if they have nothing else to say to you, then are you a dog? If they have nothing else to say to you, then they'll just say, it's like, okay, whatever. I get it. But I'm winning those guys over. It's very exciting that I have the ability to use my microphone and deafen. And you watch, give me a week in there of just doing this, and when I wish them good things, and, running or whatever, they'll I'll get some positive thumbs. That's good. And the current Discord situation, I'm like, do you know what Black's Roots is? I know I've asked you this, but do you know what it is? Black's Roots? Black's Roots. BLOX. What is Black's Roots? Just one minute. Okay, so it's I know it had to do with Roblox. It's a popular online game on the Roblox platform. Yeah. So but it has millions of people in their Discord, so I'm in like two or three of their Discords. They just have a lot of people. I'm in the Socialize hasn't kicked me out. They've been really nice. The one that did was uh, I don't remember at this point. There was another big one like a week ago. And I've been doing what I can to appeal, and the reason I got banned was because he said I'm advertising behind. So I appealed. I said I'm a real person. You can ask me questions. My camera's on. What more do you want me to do? And when I sent that appeal, they said that I was not either contrite or I did not accept accountability. That's what it was. It's like I'm not going to accept accountability of being a robot. So what do you want me to do? So I re-appealed. Which is how that works. Aiden Ross, he hasn't streamed on Kick in like months. And the reason why is uh, he hasn't streamed it for a month. And the reason why is because his contract ran out. So basically, he only streams if he's going to get paid big bucks a year. And but at least he said he's coming back, and there are a lot of people in his business right now. And I'm going to keep it about this story. I mean, I'm their number one streamer of all time, and it's getting to the point where, like, normally I would just be there alone all day, no big deal. The reason why this was back in May or something when I first started streaming in there, and he used to have a lot of people in there every day, all the time. But then he changed it so that only like um, verified people could stream there, but I was kind of grandfathered in. So it went from like maybe 50 people in there a day or like all the time to one, and I would be the only person. But now there are some people who just like to watch me and make fun of me or whatever, and so they'll be in there quite often and they just game while I'm in there. So that's cool. It's just it's almost like oh, it would be like well, I describe it as this. Um, if you're in a party in someone's, let's say, backyard, and no one's in the pool, and no one's gonna just put on their swimming trunks and go jump in it. But if somebody's already in the pool, everybody will realize, like, oh, okay, it's cool. I'm not the first person who has to do this. And I'm basically like the person who just stays in the pool. And it makes it a lot easier for people to come in and then they don't feel like they're the first person. So he's got 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. 15. Oh, these Wall Street Bets people. We actually agreed on something like incredibly this morning. So I have a bunch of different Discord accounts, and I went into the big Wall Street Bets Discord, which has like 400,000 people. And I went in there and I cleared out all of my profile so that it just said all I'm going to do is stream Bloomberg TV and make new friends. That's not advertising. That's very simple, and that's all it said. And I started streaming Bloomberg, and I was in there for like an hour, which was far longer than I thought it would be, before I just got kicked out. And why did they kick me out? Your guess is as good as mine. I don't know. If I were to ask, they say because you're advertising, then I can come back and say, well, I'm not advertising. Then they say, well, you're using alt accounts. I mean, it's basically like they have a bunch of different reasons why they can. So I asked the OG Wall Street Bets community, which has like 60,000 people. This is the one that I've been streaming with a lot recently. I'm like, hey, what are your thoughts on that big Wall Street Bets Discord? They're like, oh, that one sucks. Those liberal douchebags, blah, 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 blah. Like all these things. And I'm like, well, I mean, I don't know if it's like necessarily that's, I didn't know it was like a political thing. I don't think they're kicking me out for political reasons. But, and at least, well, and I don't agree with their liberal douchebags. I think that all types of people in there. But at least the OG Wall Street Bets, they've become so toxic that they're just like a, I don't know. I think they think of themselves as being very conservative, but I don't even know what that means anymore. But they were very understanding of just how I would get kicked out of it very, very quickly, because I think generally they've all been kicked out of it very quickly. And somebody was saying like why they get kicked out of there, and that basically you won't. Most people don't go a week anymore in that Discord without getting kicked out, just because well, I think because they were making fun of the moderation team. There's just like basically a core moderation team that also is on Reddit, and Reddit's very liberal, and if they don't like your profile, if they don't like your Reddit profile, they'll kick you out. And so I kind of think that that's an unfair way to do things. Like just because I have a certain opinion on, I don't know, Instagram, does that mean that I shouldn't be able to use a different profile, different platform that has nothing to do with Instagram? You're gonna like do research on me and find out what my political leanings are and then kick me out? I don't really understand that. But I think it could have to do with. I know this sounds probably. This is just a theory because I don't know exactly what it is. But if I look at my Reddit profile, then I have a really good one because whenever I get any momentum on Reddit, it usually gets me. But my profile, if you look at like the active and used communities, the big ones are Joe Rogan, Joey Diaz, um, Neil Long, and the reason why anti-gravity, the reason why is I posted something in there, and that's gotten some momentum. So those show up as my most popular communities, and that makes me look conservative, which is kind of hilarious because Joe Rogan has been liberal like his whole life. His parents are liberal, and but like just because of the way that the pendulum has swung, those people who were traditionally liberal are now even just considered conservative. Elon Musk, who was traditionally liberal, is considered conservative. Joe Rogan, even Donald Trump, who's traditionally a Democrat, is now the next president as a Republican. Exactly. And so, and I mean, for as much as I talk about it, I don't really talk about politics in here, and I do my best to avoid it. I don't think it gets us anywhere. It just kind of divides us, and there are things that unite us a lot more. Anyway, the second that they start to see that, they kick you out, and it's like, all right, I and and the way I don't know if you've ever seen this. There's the chart that I want to have. So this one, let me see if ChatGPT has. Yo, Doc, can you please tell me of the top 500 Reddit subreddits, how many have the same moderators? They, yeah, no, we don't have exact numbers. They do have exact numbers. Just, okay. It's moderators never have Reddit. basically everything is being digitized. And since you don't know who the Reddit moderators are or the admin team, you don't know that no, there's this thing that I saw. They're like of the top 500 subreddits. Oh, okay, here it is. Percentage of 100. Okay, here it is. I analyzed the moderators of the top 100 subreddits, right? Not top 500, top 100. But you know, if you have like a country, the top 100 subreddits are very, very important, just in manipulating public opinion. All right, I analyzed the moderators of the top 100 subreddits by subscribers according to RedditList.com and found that there are only 30 users who moderate 5 or more of those subreddits, with only one user moderating 15 or more. That's 79.4 of all moderators in the top 100 only moderate one subreddit. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't some users who moderate upwards of 100 subreddits, because there are. However, most of those are not part of the core group of subreddits and are less significant overall image of it. It's like the opposite of the argument that I'm trying to make. But let's see. The pie chart is actually a weird way that we can make it easier to carve out. Basically, I feel that if you have 100 subreddits, you shouldn't have shared moderators in all of the subreddits or many of these subreddits at all. They should be like, if you're really into, I don't know, funny, Reddit funny, okay, you can be the moderator of that. But I don't feel that you should be the moderator of pictures and old school cool and all of the other big ones. I just don't think that's fair. But what ends up happening is moderators get very strong and they make friends with other moderators, and then it becomes the cesspool of the same people. Now, okay, here it is. Here it is. I found it. Hacker News. 92 of the top 500 subreddits are controlled by the same 5 people. That's what I want to stop. Why is it that 1/5 of Reddit are moderated by the same 5 people? I don't understand it. I don't know. In fact, you can take over any subreddit if the creator mods haven't had any public activity in 60 days. So what do? They just wait for a big subreddit to kind of go real inactive, and then they just take that one over. And I think that's. I just think that's wrong. That there are, and who are those 5 people? No one knows who they are. They could be working for intelligence agencies. They could work for clandestine agencies. They could just be losers. Who knows? But why is it that Reddit is 1/5 of Reddit is moderated by the same 5 people? I don't get it. Is Music Biz Marty streaming today?
and having a coffee. And I'm happy to know him that way.
He can express himself, I'm sure, in the way that you know him as over coffee too. It just requires like a focus, remembering. It's like a deep focus. That's why when I interact with folks, it's so draining for me because I'm putting all my whatever weapons I got in terms of like deeply trying to understand the person in front of me. And doing that dance of human interaction, the humor, the intense kind of delving into who they are, which requires like navigating around like small talk type stuff and just like compliments and so on. In general, like, people, depending on the culture, depending on the place, they'll sometimes flower stuff with smiling, like compliments like, oh, I love you, it's great, and that. I guess that's all great, but you want to get to the core of like, what are the demons in the closet? Let's talk about it. You know, and that can be exhausting. That can be really exhausting. So from a Latin perspective, you get more and more famous. It can be hard sometimes because he probably is also an introvert.
Oh yeah, I know he was an introvert because he actually tweeted about my book when it came out. But that was a precious moment for me. Something about not listening to the quiet. I can't remember exactly what he said. But yeah, and he definitely was.
He struggled with depression, which I wonder if that's something that's also connected to introversion. Well, perhaps not actually. Perhaps it's a very destroying. And also
it's connected to sensitivity, and many sensitive people are introverts. So it's kind of like a Venn diagram. It's about 80% of really sensitive people are introverted, but then some are extroverted. And then not all introverts are sensitive. So it's complicated. But he was definitely a sensitive type.
But there's on top of that, you see like the percent of artists relative to the average of suffering from depression, so creative people, is very high. It's crazy.
Yeah, and then the number of artists, successful artists who were orphaned when they were young, who lost one parent or both parents, it's astronomical numbers. I don't remember the percent. Huge. And he was one of them. He lost his father when he was 9. His first act of poetry was his father made soup. That's why I thought of him when we were talking about food.
Yeah.
And he took one of his father's bow ties and wrote a poem in his honor and buried the poem and the bow tie in the backyard. And that was his first creative act.
You know that song, Chelsea Motel number 2, where he met, I guess it's about James Joplin.
Yeah.
What a fun, intense, cruel person she is.
Yeah.
So I guess.
Have you ever seen, sorry to interrupt you, but have you ever seen his son, Adam Cohn, and Lana Del Rey perform that song together?
Oh, no.
It's incredible. I send it to you.
Yeah. So that for people who don't know, I mean, maybe I don't know. Because I remember you Chelsea Hotel, who were talking so gracious and sweet, giving me head in the unmade bed while the limousines wait on the street. Could lie in there about being ugly.
Oh yeah, you're ugly, but we have the music.
No, before that, from the guy's perspective, it was that.
Oh, you told me again you preferred handsome men, but for me, you make an exception. Yeah.
Okay. Let's continue that the ride from later because I think he said that he was lost in bed.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, he publicly said that. Which was like, man, just okay. For people who don't know, I think this is a true story about them interacting and being together for a very brief time, and dating, just connecting, falling in love with in this very particular way that I think famous musicians, poets can, which is like it's impossible for that kind of thing to last. But they did for a brief moment. There's like a sadness to it because it's so momentarily, but it's so epic.
Yeah.
These two paths cross, and you just look at the number of these people, and it's just interesting to watch.
Yeah, you don't even have the impression that they're thinking it's going to last. They more know that it's a blaze of an intersection, and the limousine's already waiting while they're in the middle of it, and then it's done. Yeah.
And
And he talked about how his music, he said something like, some people are more inclined to say hello with their music, but I'm rather more valedictory. Like saying goodbye. Valedictorian goodbye. You know, so many of the songs really are about some form of parting, or goodbye, or reflection, or something. Or like the broken hallelujah.
Yeah,
But the
that's
thing that's so incredible about him is the way that he's taken all of that and pointed in the direction of transcendence. Like it's not just pure sadness, it's sadness and beauty. And that's the thing.
yeah. There is a feeling of transcendence in a lot of it's a sadness or transcendence. Right. It's a goodbye, but you're moving on to some bigger thing. But in some ethereal way, not like a proud, arrogant way.
Yeah. So his favorite poet was Garcia Lorca. He actually named his daughter after him. His daughter's name is Lorca. And he talks about how there's some poem that Lorca that made him realize that the universe itself was aching, but the ache was okay because that's the way you embrace the sun and the moon. And that's what I think is, that's why I think there's this whole rich thing in this bittersweet tradition that he embodies. It's like the essence of beauty. And it's the way you embrace the sun and the moon.
The song Hallelujah, every chance that I want from I've been needing to play it. I'm not playing it. It's
Are you a
just,
singer?
when somebody says they're a singer, do they have to be good? Because then no. But I would say yes. I was in a band for a while. I sang for a while. I was really bad, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the lyrics. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
When sung, spoken, it captures something. Like again, that moment. Tom Waits is a huge favorite of mine for that reason. Although he often, his lyrics are often not that. But that's I'd rather have a Bible in front of me than a front of the Bible. He's always playing just like this weird word play that's especially the English language is trickier to do. I'm fortunate enough to know another language, which is Russian, so I get to understand the certain languages and love word play that others. English, for that reason, I don't think has like a culture of. You know what? We need to push back on what I'm saying, but there was no culture of word play until hip hop came along. So like distorting words in interesting ways for there to be a rhythm, rhyme, and at the same time capturing some really powerful message, plus humor. All of that mixed in. Actually, hip hop does a really good job of this. But there was that tradition. If you look at poetry in the 20th century, there wasn't really a tradition of that in the United States, but there was in other parts of the world, and certainly in Russia. Empowered also not just by language, but the fact that we go through a war, one more times a million people die. Something about mass death of civilians that inspires great literature.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you start telling the
There's no more reason for smallpox.
I mean, I always thought that if I could choose any other medium besides writing, it would be singing. But then, no, I mean, like, I'm really not. I love the idea of it. But then I also think, I'm fundamentally a shy person, so I think it's much better that my medium is writing instead of singing. So, like, it all works out.
That's it. You're asked to people, and you're not supposed to be mathematically speaking.
Mathematically speaking,
You're not supposed to be a good public speaker.
oh, and because of shyness? Or...
Yeah, because of shyness, because of introversion.
Oh, yeah, but lots of introverts are public speakers. I knew this from the studies, but then also when I started going out on the lecture circuit, I realized that all my fellow speakers at all these conferences I was going to, they're all introverts because they're all people who have spent years figuring out some idea, and now they're out there talking about it.
And they're not figuring out the idea.
Yeah.
How do you expect the public speakers? Would you say the good public speakers or usually experts?
No, I think there's just different styles of it, and I think that we just have, when we hear the word public speaker, we have a really limited idea of who that person would be. And so for me, like, I used to be very phobic about public speaking, and part of the reason for it is because I thought that being the kind of person I was didn't equal being able to be a good public speaker. You're only imagining super out there showman.
Come on, quit being a little bitch.
But I think there's another style of public speaking that's more reflective, thoughtful, conveying ideas, and people like that too.
Is there advice you can give up how to overcome that?
It's the power of introverts and loneliness. Susan Cain.
I'm really give that advice because I used to, before I would give speeches, if I had to do it at the hospital, I knew that today was the day when I was going to get called on and lost the class. I literally one time vomited on my way to class. That's how I used to be. And yeah, the way to do it is through desensitization and figure it out. The way to overcome any fear, you have to expose yourself to the thing you fear, but in very small doses. So you can't start like that's fine. You have to start. I started by going to this class for people with public speaking anxiety. Where on the first day, all we had to do was stand up and say our name and sit down.
Right.
That's the big deal.
That's fun to watch. Okay, that's the first step. One step at a time.
Yeah, and like with this class, we go back the next week, and he would have us come to the front of the room and stand up with other people standing next to us, so that we didn't have this feeling of being all alone in the spotlight, or others sharing it with you. And you would answer some questions about where you grow up, where do you go to school, and you declare victory, and you're done. And then little by little, you keep ratcheting up the exercise until you get to the point where you can do it. And then you start having successes, and you realize, oh, actually I can.
What about like writing versus improvising? Usually people
So I actually have two of them.
times another working on
So
themselves.
the majority says that you're supposed to light
Right thing like
one
really
candle for each night.
practice it. It
That's
help
the
you.
Hillel way. But
I don't think I've
the
ever
Shabbai
practiced
way
speech
says that you're supposed to start with 8 and work your way down. And since I'm of the argument that no one knows, then we do both.
I definitely like to prepare before, but the kind
The one that I use in my video side.
completely different from what I've done for everything else. 'Cause I talk through more like a theatrical event where it's like a one-person show. And
Well,
of course, if you were
I'm not a
to go on
wire
Broadway with a but kind of like that. And so I would rehearse it over and over.
And
So
normally,
you do that.
Nora goes and does it. I have
You've only ever seen it work.
So much anxiety. Because, yeah, you're not even so freaked out about being on stage. So much as what if I forget? Yeah.
And then I used to like
I mean, they do things
Shabbat
like the
candles
last
and
time I gave,
I
I
had
actually
Shabbat.
did forget something halfway through.
Yeah.
I just couldn't remember.
I
And
really
it's like,
like do it up until
and so I had to walk over there on the note. And so I did that, and the audience
it happened.
kind of clapped.
So
Like, sometimes
sometimes we'll have like 2-day holidays, 3-day holidays, and we need a special
Here's
candle
a thing.
to be lit that night. And they
It's usually stressful. Like I'm not much of a
I could just not have fire.
This is the
I
first
recognize
journey, but I've been working on a series
that they
wait for it.
requested there.
It then the right. So I was looking at the historical context of
So I
everything
will.
because of nothing from
They're nice enough to allow
that
me
whole
to
part of
do
history. So
candles
for you to rigorously
Shabbat.
read up more about that style and for me to
And I
feel
just
myself, one of the best ways to
turn out and
force
just
yourself to really get material is to have to
and
so
I don't have
that's why I'm saying that I'm playing that
I just they know what they
some of it, maybe like 20%, is written down on paper,
my
but the rest of it is not
I have to
be
do
real.
it. The one
It's a
that
difficult balance.
It's very easy to just use the ball.
Says
And when you twist it,
more accurate.
I
We can miss some of the
for each day. And
the science is going to be correct.
the people
The sciences between words are captured.
yeah, it's a very good perspective. There's a Filipino guy that in the next door. I got another Filipino guy that does
Basically, even though
well,
the
what people
to
do the one who just like
the world.
she's like I got really close to one guy. He was like
Like,
local.
you get to a stage where you're memorizing everything word to word, and at first, in
Then
that
we get some
process,
people
it comes out in a really good way, really quick. You
Chinese.
But once you really know it, you internalize the word, and all the emotion comes back. You say it in a completely different way. You're really speaking it from start. But you do it so well.
We always have to
I would never recommend it because it's just like,
the ones that I
Next
feel
one,
the
in your case, I was talking about the
guys
yeah, it is actually
and
musical.
pretty
I
often.
think I'm going to the show.
But yeah, we haven't.
Singing.
I almost at one time I was figuring out to go look
we're
at
going to talk about and everything we learn
there was someone from the show, a guy that asked
in the media
if I
from
could
just speaking into a microphone so without the video.
I considered it,
Curious about this
but
because
like
I
right here,
started with podcast originally
that was just pretty
before there was ever just a video component to it. And I realized there's something so poignant
they also, well,
having
kind of
someone's
weird.
voice
I
in
asked
your ear.
one of the,
And my favorite kinds of
rabbis,
interviews still,
so there were two
very
rabbis. One of
difficult to
the
do
rabbis
this,
asked me,
but my favorite kinds are
look
like
at this person.
you're just talking into the microphone. So it's not over Zoom,
Let me,
it's not in person, it's just
let me,
you and the microphone and the other person in the microphone
check
and your ear. Ultimate intimacy.
Oh, you
So I
need
gave
to
you
Yeah, but it would be interesting also
and they,
when you're talking about speaking. You and like,
I looked through all of it was, but it was just kind of interesting. One rabbi was
you're the name taker
person
there.
that had me
Yeah,
Oh.
talking whatever.
So,
Because I think you still have to say it's not just the division,
people in the house and understand what I said. They know that
but you have to put those dimensions. And it's something
they
about
allow
the
me
way
to have a separate area.
where some people actually have headphones on.
They allow me to have a hot plate. Just some other like things that normally I know that
Yeah.
there is something wrong with that. Yeah, for sure.
I didn't allow necessarily.
I've thought about it.
But
Some of
the
my
big
favorite
one is
podcasts like that,
having a public
WTF for
forum.
that's audio. Just because if
I
you
understand.
audio,
I kind of at times felt like, well, I can still do it, but make it very easy.
social media, it's audio only. The switch, people, they still think that because people
We
forget
have
what to get to do.
Yeah.
It's situation because I don't
so long as
feel
we
any
can't
of these introverts like triggers because we can see each other and nobody is offended if you're just sitting quietly, just listening.
One time
You can
the father
participate whenever you
of
want.
Yeah, it's like the ultimate social fear.
Yeah,
Listen as much as you like. If you take one, you don't have to, take a few. Yeah.
You want to
every party, somebody's gonna look at me.
6 in the
Why,
morning.
there'll be a pressure to speak.
All of the
Audio set. And there's that that you can and it's audio even
once he heard that, I'm okay with
honest way.
with just interaction. I
I don't know, I feel like like we used to tell stories of fire. Every story from tradition is oral.
I don't
Original.
necessarily
We
practice.
just we used visual stuff.
They were not like much of
Seems like it seems like the visual elements of social pressure. There's something it was instilled. That's why I mean, most people listen to podcasts.
so much of the United States
They have their ears.
doing stuff.
It's
It's a very dangerous lifestyle, and I love that about it.
That's weird.
We all
You
get along
connect
well,
with other people.
respect each other. There's one guy who
Extremely weird.
I got along with
You get
everybody.
to see the world, you get to see the world experience.
Previously rented his room, and then he moved in, and he just kind of, I feel,
The
became
world of podcast is fascinating because we're in this world of social media.
aggressive.
All this
Like, and he would just get into other people's business, and like basically where we live.
I know, we're so close to each other.
So,
But at the end of the day, I think
like,
that's
we
really
don't have
important
air conditioning, so
to talk to each other and see what people really think.
I
Podcasting is all the media that I've ever seen is the one where people come
I
close
would
and tell
openly,
you the
well,
truth.
there's air conditioning. I shouldn't say that, but they don't turn it on
It's not really
all the time.
good, bad, the better is food, all of that.
It's a long time.
So we keep the window open in the bathroom,
That extends to
and
people.
he came in,
You talk to
he put a
CEOs.
screw in
They
the
don't
bathroom
understand.
window so that he
They
could
understand
open
the
it.
story.
And I told the guy who owned the house, I'm like, look, this guy is coming like over, like, that's it.
Because
I don't want him
there's
in the
something
same area.
you can't do.
Like, if he's going to be in his,
It's not being human. It's not
Right.
broken.
he's going to
Yeah,
like,
but also,
basically, I use one bathroom. If there's an emergency, I use one of the other bathrooms.
anyway,
Yeah,
And
when
I
I was
feel that
there,
that should be the way it is. He shouldn't come and use our bathroom every single time. It's not near
there's people came up
And he would just do that, I think, to, like, we were doing inspection and, like, deep notes from like, basically didn't leave it stop us. And it's like, look, we're fine with how these people are. They've been living here for like 8 years, 9 years. This guy comes in and he wants to do inspections. Get the fuck out of here. So there's one guy in here. I don't necessarily
the other,
buy things that much, but everybody else, even if we had turnover in the house,
I think you can do a
we
really
used
good
to
job.
have
The international,
yeah, we
it's
used to have
actually
a guy
challenging for
who
everyone.
lived on the floor of the dining room, and he was just
Because if you can do, you know, which is super
he
really
and I became very good friends. We used to go to bed and notes together. We would. He had like
get to the
he
point
had like friends. This is not why I was a freshman.
so many
He
people
was kind of an interesting thing. He had friends who owned a car, like an exotic car
just
dealership
asking very
in
generic
Irvine.
questions. They
And
didn't
so
talk
he
about
would every once in a while we would just drive like
like you
super
get
cars around just
you get one interesting question.
and
They'll ask the
yeah,
weirdest.
he was a really nice guy.
That also energizes.
There was one guy.
It's not fun.
This is
It's something serious.
where the guy lives. The guy lived there previously. He was a very nice guy, but I think he was an alcoholic. And when he became to be he wasn't mean or anything.
the doctors and ones where we're on my side of the
He
table,
wasn't mean.
we feel like it's more of a conversation.
But he would always knock on my
and
door.
then
Just
bring
want
the
to
same question.
And that's fine.
You guys
Like,
are
there's nothing low, like if you're
really
doing good,
interesting how different
not
the
deeply,
experience
You're right. The
because I don't know if you're picking up on now that's
you can lose yourself in
and
that.
then
The
one time
intimacy
I
that, and you don't
into
even
a
know
fight
what
with the
stupid stuff. People, I see that people don't give enough credit.
So basically, though, for as
You
many
may
different
not be aware of
cultures we have in the house,
incredible conversations in that it makes you forget that it is being recorded,
I'll get
that you're
like
talking at all. It makes you forget you just enjoy yourself. That's regardless.
or like you can knock out the power.
And that's what
Like they're just like little things that I haven't gone through, like the bathroom staying. But besides
what's your
that,
favorite line?
I would really change
Famous
it.
movie. You know that one? Yeah. People who don't know, if you're going, this is your first introduction to it. You can say it.
Wait, that's exactly how I refer to it, and I've done that in the past. I really liked it. We had a Muslim guy, a Jewish guy, and
It's
a
like how
Christian
religion
guy,
about people.
all next door to each other, and never fought. And I would say, if we can, I used to say this all the time, if we can do it
But famous
in our house, why can't we do it?
It's basically about a love triangle told from the
Yeah, we
perspective
were all
of a man whose wife has just been with another guy who is also
about
his friend.
understanding
He's
everybody.
writing letters to that other guy, and he's reflecting on the way that other relationships
Everybody's
and the way he's presented.
It was still French.
But it's still, well, he refers to him as my brother,
yeah,
like
I would say that
which is such a
generally
wonderful
we were able to get
it's
along
always
with
like,
everybody.
it's light and it's dark all at once. Nothing's ever all one thing.
The guy from Ukraine, a lot of times, will have to be translate something for him. He's that's in my community,
You know, really?
and moved in right after the war. Just feel like he just basically was like trying to get out of the war zone, which I completely understand.
He just speaks.
And he's very clean and very. Oh, the one thing I can't stand about him is not a huge thing, but he is very.
We kept it for the morning in December. It wasn't
He's very clean, but
consistent.
he's very loud coming up.
Night going into day,
So,
and it's December going into the new year. It's
aside from that,
not
though,
an accident.
he's a good roommate. His English is improving.
There's something about December.
The
This
guy from
the
the
certain
Philippines,
scenes
like
came to mind.
but yeah,
There's a poem by Charles Bukowski called The Young Man Traveling to the North Pole and Snow. Something about the snow. With the rain and the snow. Puts you in a certain kind of mood. What's the James Joyce, The Dead, the snow is falling.
one of
Yeah,
them
put you in a place.
And they do it again as a researcher
It's not like
in
we all sit down
psychedelic
and
consciousness
together.
that Johns Hopkins is a great guy. And he's done research that has found that when people are in their transitional moments of life, it could be a career change, or it could be that they're nearing the end of their life, that they very often will say those are the most meaningful
They might have to
and so I feel like that's what Leonard Cohen is going to tap into. Thank you. A year after he died, his son Sean Cohen made a memorial concert for him.
we can do it in our house.
In Montreal, where they live and performed his music. And my husband is not a Leonard Cohen fan. He's not a bittersweet type at all, but he knows how I feel about it. He's like, yeah, you should really go to that concert. And I felt so ridiculous. The whole family was going all the way to Montreal on a Monday.
On a Monday.
On a Monday, like a random Monday. And got on the plane. Everyone's out of school, just so I could go to this concert. And I got there, and at the beginning, it was feeling like this is all a terrible mistake because it's all these other musicians playing this music, and I don't actually really want to hear them. I'd rather listen to them on YouTube.
Yeah.
And then a musician named Damien Rice came and played Famous Blue Raincoat. And he sang it. And it was amazing thing. The first thing was amazing. But then at the end, he sang this musical riff that was like, all I could say is that it was like a musical lamentation of the ages. And the whole audience rose silently to its feet. And it was one of the greatest moments we've ever had.
There's sometimes certain artists in the public can capture in some kind of deeper way, like carrying the thread of the power of the song. So we listen to a lot of the Johnny Cash Hunt, Nine Inch Nails, Jerry Russell. So
Yeah. When I reached out to you, like, I love that interview and I love that song also.
yeah, so there's that. There's the Kennedy Center Honors, where they celebrate certain artists. They did that for what's happening. Neighbors, but today we see your heart performance they would have it. And it's like, if you're like, all right, you take one of the greats of the rock songs of all time, do in front of the cool thing is you get the performance in front of the artist, whether they're still there or they're still alive. You get to watch you sort of perform as the president Wallace there, she's knocking it out of the park, but at the same time without outdoing the original.
Right, you're just making it real.
You make it your own, but not the party
Overlapping it.
completely, not
Yeah.
the party from the spirit of the original. It's tough because the original Hollywood, right? I call it. It's just not. It's so powerful. It's just not as good. It's
Well, I think it's the words and the melody, and then the covers take it to a different place.
the thing that Leonard Cohen seems to do well. He did that on Hallelujah because he was almost being playful as opposed to that deep melancholy, painful, thing. The Jeff Buckley did in others too.
I wonder if it's because either he, I think that he over edited it, but he apparently worked on it for years and through gazillions of versions, fucking posted it out. So I wonder if we're hearing his version after he's like a little tired with that process.
Yeah, but that's the other things that maybe from Victoria. It's like you get so tired of saying the same thing over and over and over. You get to the
That's like the initial part of it.
yeah. But I actually I got a chance to hang out with Dan Reynolds, who's the lead singer of Imagine Dragons. Part of the band. Super fucking set. The most played band on Spotify.
Is that right?
It's
Really huge Imagine Dragons days, and we were listening to their music a lot.
it was so surreal to be hanging out with them. It was such a like very few people I've met in my life who just as good as human being. And that has to do with the fact that he struggles, still struggles, but he struggles for a long time with depression.
Mm-hmm.
And so out of that pain, you see one really good human being, this really good relationship with his wife, like when times are good, they lean on each other for they're deeply grateful for those precious moments. So it's beautiful to watch. But yeah, he said that it's really important to feel the song every time. Otherwise, people know. People are really good at texting you bullshit. You can't fake it.
Yeah.
You really have to feel it every time. You have to feel the emotion of it, whatever the emotion is. From the original time, the wrote it. Yeah, which is interesting because I thought you could maybe fake it, but he believes person that this is played in front of gigantic crowds and over and over and over and over and over. If no, every time you have to be there.
But there's got to be times when he's about to go out and he's not feeling it. He has to figure out some way of getting himself into that hurt space.
But that's what he's saying. You have to, otherwise you're just that's the job.
Right.
Don't take the job then. And he loves it. Says the biggest struggle, in fact, is to come down from that, which is like it's such a beautiful experience and connecting with this large number of people, sharing a song of it's this rush of connection. And if when you get off stage, you're not back to normal life. And that's why a lot of musicians get into drugs and all that kind of stuff because they're looking for that rush. But it's very tough to go to this. Speaking of introvert, because he probably is an introvert. It's like you have to find that calmness. How do you find the calmness when you're just playing for tens of thousands of people, 100,000, whatever that number is? That rush of connect. Everybody, there's love in the air. Still,
Interesting, because I don't know if this is the introvert in me talking, the writer in me talking, but I don't know. Like I love most the moments where I get a letter from the reader who will tell me what something they wrote meant for them, and they'll talk about having had that kind of moment of the communion between the writer and the reader. And obviously, I wasn't there physically when it happened, so I wasn't getting that kind of rush that a musician would get in a concert. But just the knowledge of that having happened out there in the world due to something that added to it. The most amazing thing.
But see, imagine
Yeah.
when you like thousands of those letters, and then it's such a strong rush, and everything else. It could be overwhelming, I guess. But like anything else, you have to come down and find a place. Like, for example, the danger with getting letters like that, you start taking yourself too seriously. You think like you are. special justice. But that's you really want to avoid that feeling too.
Yeah, I don't actually experience this as that much different from when I'm on the other side of it. Like, if I'm the reader and some other writer has made me feel that way, me, it's the same thing.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, it's a cool, it's a virtual fun.
I think it's like, I was just listening to something about the different Russian writers. I was mentioning it to this academic, his name is Gary Morrison. He studies Russian literature. He was talking about, hopefully I get this right, but basically that the people misunderstand a word like Anna Karenina, and that we think of it as telling us that you're supposed to live, you're supposed to have like grand, tempestuous romances that might end with death or despair or whatever it is, but you should be in it for the intensity of the emotion. And he's saying actually that's not what, exactly not what Tolstoy was saying. That actually it was the opposite. That he was really advocating for everyday life. He's saying themes from everyday, like he was juxtaposing Anna Karenina with all these other couples who were just living happily and quietly day by day, and that was what he believed was the ideal. So, as opposed to the grand rush, as opposed to the intensity.
I wonder if is there a depth? Is there a romance that's just a day to day?
There is a romance for the day to day.
Don't get distracted by the dopamine roller coaster ride of the grand emotions.
Yeah, and I enjoy it while it's happening because those are like experiences also, but not to mistake those for being everything.
Where is it from?
It's a professor at Northwestern. And apparently it's hugely like, the most popular around here.
Gary Morrison is an American political slothist. He's particularly known for his scholarly work on the great Russian novelists Tolstoy and Fyodor Dostoevsky. Morrison is an honesty professor in humanities at Northwestern University. Wow, and that's a lot of incredible work. And then I'm sure looking through the lens of Russian literature, the romance about that is looking at my
Yeah, I think you should have some of the podcast.
And why flows the vodka or when Pushkin comes to shove, the curmudgeon's guide to Russian literature and culture. One of the silly books he has.
Oh no, I was just saying, yeah, like, I find that when I take photos on my phone, I hardly ever take photos at the moment you're supposed to. Everybody's gathered for some event, I'll forget to take a photo. But I take a lot of like scenes from everyday life. That's what I actually don't remember in the end.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's extra conservative. It's bad for productivity. Because I love everyday life so much. And why do it?
Your productivity is pretty good. That you have to worry about it.
I do. So I want to launch a business. I have a dream. I thought this is a fun side thing. I want to. There's been a lifelong passion. Anyway, I like building. Stuff, and I haven't been doing that as much as I would like. That's because largely I like sitting in silence and enjoying the beauty that is just nature and life. People are people. I love people. I love everything. So I love everything. Why go to be proud?
I mean, I think that's a really good reason for wanting to do it.
But then your heart calls you. Sometimes you work out problems and say, for some reason I want to go there. You can easily try to bring yourself in danger. Sure, that's the human imperative for exploration.
Yeah. Like when we were talking about, this idea of longing being like the source code of humanity, I think that's also the source code of creativity. That same longing for you, like you're always reaching for something that you want to get to or that you want to build.
Yeah.
The best of us.
What do you think? You write about creativity and sadness. Practically speaking, how should we leverage sadness for creativity? Is that in the artist domain, the writer's domain, the engineering domain,
definitely in those domains, but it's in all domains. We all have face pain in this life at some point, and we all have the ability to weather it and withstand it and live with it for a bit, and then try to transform it into something that we find beautiful. Uh, and it's very easy to notice the grandeur of the painting on the gallery wall or the company that's just been created, but it takes 1,000 different forms, right? And you could make a cake. Or like in the wake of the pandemic, we've had more people applying for medical school and nursing school. And after 9/11, we had people applying for jobs as firefighters, teachers. So there's something in the human spirit that takes pain and turns it into meaning when we're at our best. And when we're not at our best, we deny the pain and take it out on ourselves and other people. So there's a kind of fork in the road to do with it. But we know, there's all these studies that I go through the books. There's one where the researchers had people watch different movies, happy movies, sad movies, bittersweet movies, and they found when people watched Father of the Bride, like the ultimate bittersweet walking with their daughter down the aisle kind of feeling, that was, they would give them creativity tasks after watching these different movies. The people who had been primed for bittersweetness were the most creative. They were like primed to remember finality, like love and finality. And there's something about that gets us to our most beautiful state.
I wonder if there's studies like that. So if you look at the Terran material,
yeah, that's really interesting.
so they especially intensely have you focus on not just sad but traumatic, like death, finding your death and see how it changes your life. I hope like I don't know if there's creativity studies, but they have interesting. I think a little bit tainted by political bias, but maybe not. I mean, psychology is a complicated field, but they study like who would you like to vote for.
Right.
If you're primed by existential, like by
fear of mortality. I think they find that people will become more tribalistic.
Yeah.
Like there's one study where they found that after they primed people that way, that they would give them the chance to put hot sauce on a meal that they're going to be eating, and they put way too much hot sauce on after they were primed. Worry about that.
I think it's the core for simple creatures.
So I actually, like, in the book, I spent a bunch of time with people who are working on radical life extension, like the quest to live forever. And people ask me a lot of questions like, the kinds of questions we were talking about earlier. Well, like, how are you going to feed everybody? And how is there going to be space for everybody if everyone really can live forever? And what about conflict? When we have intensified conflict? And their answer to that is they point to terror management theory. And they say, because it's the fear of death, they're basically saying it's the fear of death that are causing our conflict in the first place. And that if we remove the fear of death, we'd have less conflict and conflict. And that, I don't really buy that.
It's possible that that's true, but are you also, as the expression goes, throwing out the baby with the bathwater? Right? Are you also going to remove basically any source of meaning and happiness in the human condition? Like it's very possible that death is fundamental to the human condition of finality.
Yeah, that's a great philosophical question. I went to a conference with people who were working on this, and I thought that they were going to be talking about these questions after the conference. But the Emma was much more like, we're so happy that we're here with people who have passed all those books. I just know there's going to be meaning no matter what.
The basic assumption is let's try to extend life, definitely, and then we'll figure out if that's a good decision.
I feel like we're short.
Or
it's
a mix.
That was what I thought.
It's either we're sure it's a good decision, or sure that it's good to believe that it's a good decision. Meaning like there's no downside to that, even if we find Yes, there's a kind of sort of obviously you want to explain. So it always seemed now it could be true, but just like the people who over focus on colonizing other planets, it feels like you neglect the beauty and the struggle of like like to the same kind of criticism when you're thinking about Valhalla, when you want to like is you have to be careful to get to make this life with whatever happens afterwards. So yeah, definitely. But I mean, engineering from a biology, from a chemistry perspective is really interesting to think how do we extend this thing because it does seem that nature, the way it's designed, living organisms, it really wants us to die because that's part of the selection mechanism. That's part. It seems to be fundamental to evolution. It just just people young, they lose protection once they with their young brain, they get to explore now, get to figure out the world, they come up with their own novel ideas, but to adapt and how to respond to that world. And then as they get older and older, they get like stubborn and stuck in their ways. And so you need them to die so you make room for new life that's able to adapt to the changing environment. If the old doesn't die, then you're not going to get stale and not be adaptable to changing environment.
Maybe it doesn't have to happen too soon.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't. It's like precipice, and I'm a big fan of precipice. I mean, a lot of God, I don't, in the same way, I'm one of the people that believe it's, well, I don't definitely believe, of course, I don't know, but I think death is a fundamental part of life. But yeah, if I'm on my deathbed, I'll sure try to snooze as many times as possible.
Yeah, I know. It's interesting. In some ways, I really I share your instinct. There's one scientist who spoke to at that conference. He's one of the leading advocates, and he said, that's a story that we invented for ourselves because we have no choice. And if you really believe that you have no choice, then it's adaptive to tell that story. That death gets choice.
Good point.
But if you really think if you really think you can triumph over it, would you still be telling that same story? And I've been thinking about that question ever since.
Yeah. Well, they got a good point. No matter what, near in the scientific perspective, in your own personal life, if you could go there.
Sure.
What's have been some of the dark places you've gone? Grief, loss, sad moments of sadness that have made you a better writer, a better creator, a better.
Well, I mean, I've been through a lot of bereavement just in these last couple of years with COVID, but even before that, this is stuff I write about in the book, and in some ways I feel like I can write about those kinds of things better than I can speak them. But I had a really complicated relationship with my mother growing up, where we had a kind of garden of Eden during my childhood. We were intensely close. And my mother, because of the vulnerabilities that she had, reacted with a lot of trouble to my adolescence and to growing independent from her and starting kind of different religious views and different political views and all kinds of things. And we had a pretty intense break that I described in the book. And it was so intense that even though after that, we still would get together for holidays and talk to each other on the phone and all that, there was a sense in which, like, it was over at that point. The relationship was over.
The Garden of Eden.
Yeah, it was like a feeling of like, yeah, like I know what Eden was like, and it's not there anymore. And I think it was all the more confusing because if you lose someone to actual bereavement, going through the mourning process, people have thought for thousands of years about how to do that. But with something like this, there's no process because you're not even admitting to yourself, especially when you're teens and 20s, that you're mourning something. So, but it was the case that for decades, I could not answer even the simplest question about my mother, like where did she grow up, without tears in my eyes, or more than tears in my eyes, embarrassing tears. So I would just try to steer the subject in another place. But I will say, two things happened. One is that I spent the last 6-7 years writing this book about joy and sorrow and loss and love and all of it. And I've really come to terms with all of it. And then the second thing that happened is my mother now has Alzheimer's. And in her Alzheimer's, she's still actually the same person. But she's forgotten most things, but she still has these conversational lanes that you can travel down that are like the way she always was. And the way that she was when I was a kid, which was like so incredibly loving, so connected, so warm, sweet and funny and all of it, all the things I remember, it's all come back. And for all these decades, I had been wondering whether that Garden of Eden I remembered had actually happened, or whether, that was just like the fantasy of a child, and maybe it was always difficult and I had not seen it. But I'm seeing her now, and I realize it was all true. Everything I remember, it was all true. It all happened because it's happening again. Yeah.
Childhood. It's always a question. Really,
Well, I don't know. I don't even know if I could ever change because I'm a different person now, and I don't need her.
you sure? You sure?
Yeah.
You feel different than anyone?
Well, okay.
You feel different?
No, I mean, I'm the same person in terms of my need for love and love of love and all of that, but I don't look, I'm not dependent on my mother for it the way I was then. And that makes me feel really different.
Yeah, she's a good God figure. Well, what is that? That the roots, the parents, such a funny civilization. And there's a depth of connection with parents. It's probably more powerful than anything else in terms of its formative effect on who you are.
I think it's the most powerful. And in fact, when this started happening, I got to college and I took a class in creative writing, and I tried to write a story, a fictional story, a fictionalized version of what was happening. And I called it The Most Passionate Love because of what you just said. And the teacher actually said to me, she's like, you put this story in a drawer and not take it out again for 30 years because you're way too close to it. So now I'm finally written it 30 years later.
You probably still keep posted.
I don't know though. I mean, what do you think? Like, I think everybody goes through experiences in this life where you're experiencing the fundamental pain of separation and desire for a union. And it takes so many different forms. And this was my primal form of it. But for someone else, it's betrayal or bereavement or exile from the country of their birth or whatever it is. But
And then you get to solve that puzzle.
yeah, it's like I really do believe that the original love that we long for, like that one of the great things that we learn as we grow older is that the love exists in some plane that's more general than the particularized form in which you feel real.
Yeah, I mean, that's why, despite all the creepy interpretations, why, even though film is probably wrong in the details, was the first one to sort of suggest that our experiences. I mean, he said that was really controversial at the time. Young people, they start having sexual thoughts like at age 2 or something, whatever he said. So you develop this kind of connection to the opposite sex or whatever, to your mother, to your parents. And I think a lot of that is to be probably not true. What is like a deeper truth though is your first early experiences of love or depth of actually have this strongly formed conception of love and your definition of the perfect thing you're reaching for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I think that's right. And you can really see it when you become a parent too. You know, you can just see like there's
Don't screw it up.
yeah. You know, I have to say, like, I mean, nothing weird happens to like people doing pretty well. Like my kids are teenagers now, and I really had thought that I wasn't going to repeat the issues that I've been through. And I have to say, I really not. You know, like my mom for various reasons just had a lot of trouble with my independence. I just don't feel that at all.
Yeah, there might be other things you're totally blind to.
I guess that's possible.
Is that the way of parenting? Is you solve the problems of the past?
There's some other new one. I guess I'll find out. But my kids are so good.
What wisdom about parenting can you give from your own experience with your writing?
Yeah, well, okay. So on the bittersweet side of things, the wisdom that I would give is that, especially for kids who are growing up in relative comfort and everything going pretty well, um, they get the idea that real life is when things are going well, and when things don't go well, it's like a detour on the main road, as opposed to understanding that it's on the main road. And I tell the story in the book of this time that we went on a family vacation where we rented a house in the countryside, and the house was next to this field where there's
Don't you sandbagging son of a
that our
bitch.
kids fell in love with.
Are you ready, big dog?
We're spending all this time feeding carrots to the donkeys, and it's all beautiful.
Dude,
And then
there's this thing
realize
called
that
communication.
these
When someone talks to
they're
you,
never gonna see these
normally you
donkeys,
respond.
and they start
It
crying
goes
and
back and forth until you both get
and
bored
the
or
usual
something.
thing is that
Have you heard of it?
parents would say in a moment like that. It's like, you know, maybe there's some guys, other family will keep these donkeys. None of that is different. But when we
All right,
say
I
to
can
them,
barely hear you. What's going on, big dog?
why is part of life, and just
Yeah, like a motherfucker. Excellent. Are you ready? Shit happens when you play music. Casperty, would you like to play? Dude, I'm gonna whoop your monkey ass. Dude, you ready for this hole? Ready to see things that you've never seen before in your entire life? Ready to see this game played by a champion of all champions? Look at this shot. I'll take that. Pretty amazing, if I do say so myself. Dude, please rank my shot on a scale of 0 to 10. A 9. It's definitely a 9. Oh, dude, what do you rank your own shot? Oh, come on. Hit your shot or don't. I'm gonna let Rice play. Nice. No, 3-1 up. Dude, what do you think of this shot? Oh, no way. Dude, we got very fortunate. How do you feel being down 2 holes to none right off the bat? Make it 2 holes to none. I don't think it's going to happen. I've never been more ready for it my entire life. Hit my ball. Perfect. No, I cannot. I can blast it all the way through this. Nope. See? Yes, you can. One of the greatest shots you could have ever had. Okay, I'll see that to be accurate. I think it was a very good shot. All right, you ready for this one? I never do well in this. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. Dude, you might have a chance here. Not what you want to do. Get there. Get there. No. No way, dude. That is an amazing shot. Get in your way. Oh, I was very fortunate to put it in there. You can still make it by bouncing it off there. Wow, dude. Make it a cutback. And perhaps one of the worst holes for me in existence. I'm just going to clear everything for you. Be a really nice person. You have a chance to make it. That's not it. All right, dude. All right, well, does that mean you die? Or now it's scripted? All right, here we go. When Zeke says that, he played incredibly well. I don't like this hole. What do you think of this? Is it smart? I think it was. Yes, you can. You definitely. Oh, did you fuck yourself? Yes, sir. Dude, look at that. I'm just going to steal this point. Oh, I just hit it. I still made it. I love it. I know. It was so bad. This hit it, it had hit the wall, and it still hit it. Oh, look at your shot. Oh, you fucked me, dude.
What's your favorite?
That one black one with the where you have to hit it backwards. That's my favorite hole. I have another favorite hole. That's the one the one that you have to hit it off the back wall. Like, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I like that hole. That's correct. But that's like the perfect amount of everything. Oh, Zoo. Zoo. That was an amazing shot.
It was the same.
Especially if I do that for you. Sure, dog. What a bad shot.
If this was Squid Game.
Oh, hit the ball. It's Squid Game, man. That was bad, dude. Oh, man. Dude ties it up. Can't believe it. Squid Game. A lot of people think this is the worst one. Look at the shot. Look at the shot. Dog, how good was that shot? I think it was like 38%. But I played it pretty high. Yo, big dog. I did. That's Squid Game, baby. Oh, you're definitely tough. I'm pretty make it. That was a good shot. Yeah, that would have been a good shot. All right, I guarantee 2 wins. I like this one. It's difficult. Stop. No, I fucked up though. I fucked up. Yeah, because I fucked up. There's no doubt about it. That's the perfect shot. Squid Game season 2, man. That's too hard. Bad angle. Okay. Too hard. Absolutely perfect. You have to make it there. Shoot it at the hole. Go in the club. Why did you shadow me? Why did you do that? Oh, what a good shot. Yeah. Okay. You're saying it to me like I'm to justify it. Oh, dude, you fucked me. I'm pretty majorly fucked you. Yes. Well, neither of us scored them. All right, here we go. Bad shot. Hit my ball. I am, but barely. You're gonna go to one. What a shot! You can not make it. That's one of the line. Thanks for the 3 points, yo. What did you think of that shot? I gave you points. I gave you a point on this hole. And you just gave it right back. Thank you. No, it is good game. I don't want you to, but you're the one who made the rules. Dude, look how difficult my shot is. Hit my ball. Look at this shot. Dude, how's it feel to be down 2 holes to none? Well, there's an argument to be made that absolutely everything we trade, probably using like Wi-Fi and satellite imaging. But generally, yeah, if you don't have a serial number on it, it's difficult to trace. It's still traceable, but perhaps to different 3D printers. Oh no. Hit that. Stop. Is it going to stop? What's that incident that happened? Fort something? Yeah, there you go. Oh, no way. No way. How do you like this? I like this one a lot. Short. Too short. Amazing shot. You made it on the first try, and you still lose. 3 games to none, dog. How does that make you feel? All right. Let's see your shot, big dog. That's a bad shot. That's a good shot. Bad shot. Oh, no, man. I'm going to water buff you. Miss. Oh, take it. No. I think correct. No, I hit a perfect shot, dude. Okay, you just. Look at this shot. You're going to hit the tree, dude. Yeah, hitting the system with that shot. In fact, it's way better. I know. Oh, no. Just sometimes. Nice job. So I guess that counts as a different hole. It's a really cheap way to prevent this thing. You can count that technically as a different hole than the one with a hole where you just hit. What did you think of my shot? That's what I meant. Watch this one, dude. That's a shot. No way. No way. How'd you like my shot? Dude, make this bitch. Make it. I want you to make it. And you did not. Really unfortunate. What do you think of this shot? Look at that shot. No, dude. Dude, no way. You gotta fucking win. Well, just have a hole. Dude, we love this hole. Dude, you ready for the shot? What are you doing? It's Squid Games, dog. That was not a smart shot. Unlike this shot, which is amazing. Dude, go. You're gonna hit it too far. Too far, dog. No way, you can fucking tie for the win. For sure. Oh, fuck. I think 4 games in a row. 4 games in a row. But you survived. You survived at Squid Games. All right, here we go. You love this hole. That's an excellent shot. Oh, no. No way, so you get the water. That's the shot. Shot. Trying to steal a hole here. I just waiting to do so. You ready for this? Well, I just hit a hole in one. What do you feel about that? How do you feel about that? Dude, you have to. I just made it. But now you have to make it. You're good. Just make it. All right, Dar. I'm winning 4 games. I'm on 4 games. There he is. No, you could 3D print it. You said. Thank you. Thank you. You're just about to be the fuck you're holding on. Thanks, big dog. All right, Zoo. It's impossible. It's impossible for me not to win unless I resign. It's impossible for you to not lose unless I resign. That was a very good shot. Oh, was that a good shot? Did you see that? Did you fucking see that? Just around the lake's edge? Look at your shot. It helped me. I'm going to make this in 3 shots, which is pretty good on this one. Actually, very good. Very good. 3 shots. Thank you. All right, Rabbi wins. Here we go. Caspian Sea, are you in on this? Come on, we got Riser here. Caspian Sea. You ready? You're getting an invite. We've got Riser here. I'm sending you an invite. Are you gonna play? I'm sending you an invite. Yay! All right. We have Zoo, Riser, Caspian Sea. I did. I invited you. Riser's in. Zoo, the Caspian Sea's in. And Zoo, the last horse crossing. I don't believe it. Zoo, what are you doing? Zoo, there he is. And the last horse crossing the finish. Caspian Sea's up first. He's got the yellow ball. An amazing shot. I would take that shot all day long. A beautiful shot, about 290 yards in the fairway. Dude, that's going to be terrible. Just awful. Dude has an amazing shot as well. Rabbi, terrible shot. You're welcome, Big Dog. He's not going the other way. He's going that way. Listen to this motherfucker with his performance enhancement. My iPad. Play it like a man. This is in the water. We're done. But I'm going to let Riser hit my ball. No, it wasn't. That means he has a chance to just straight up win. that. How'd you like that shot, baby? Do it, Riser. Dude, get it up that hill. All right. Here we go. Give it. Give it up. Oh, fuck. Riser's got a chance to make it. And he does. What the fuck? I'm getting 0 points here, folks. 0 fucking points. That was horse shit. Riser hits a perfect, the most perfect shot you could hit. Riser hits the most perfect shot I think you could hit him. It's phenomenal. This is what I'm talking about. That would make it so difficult. Oh. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Oh, wow, bad shot. Oh. Dude, good game. Oh no, it's not connected. There he is, he reconnected. And he hits an amazing shot. All right. Jim Hamilton can probably make it, big guys. All right, I'm just stating that shit happens when you try to make it. Riser's disconnected. Then my ball. Oh, and he hit great. Hate this shit, baby. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, he just got stuck in the picture. Easy shot. I didn't mind easy. I didn't like super. I like it in Captain Sue. I had it at one time. Loved it. Loved it. Oh my. Oh. What is going on with this shot? Dude. Dude's gonna make it here. Get it, baby. Get it. I mean, I think you come to surprise for anyone. SVT has a difficult shot. Thank you, boys, for 2 points. 3210. 3210. All right. You know what it is. You know it's makeable. Water. Water. You keep saying ice, and I think you're saying X. It absolutely did. No way. No way. Caspian Sea without a hole in the computer. And Steve goes to that. Oh, what a weird shot. What a weird shot. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Champion. No, it takes a little bit of skill. Caspian Sea. Block his ball. Oh, no. Oh. Dude, block his ball. Dude, in the complete opposite side. All right. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, no. Make it, Caspian Sea. Make it. Take those points. Take those points. Dude, he hit it very quickly. Get it. That's it. He made it. He steals points away from Riser. Make it two. And Zoot makes it. 0 points. No, you would get a 3. And you would still lose to all of us. Except Riser probably. Oh man, you guys fucked me. That actually. Yeah, I know. It wasn't terrible. Riser's got a difficult shot. Never been more ready for it. How the fuck did you pull that out? like how you just declared it community. Yes. Oh man. That fucks me. That's being secret. Fuck. Nathan. That's the fucking one. He won. He won. Caspian Sea just won. You just won. Oh fuck. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Oh fuck yeah. It's on the Rocky. You did. I'll take it. I banned him for life. I have an appeal server. If he wants to get it, he can. Keep doing that on purpose. Right, okay. Right. Yeah. Whatever person hosts the game. He makes up this fucking theory, post advantage, whatever that is. Dude, what'd you think of that shot? Dude can make it. Difficult shot. No, fucking like on the water. On the water. That's being seen. Doesn't mean to get on the high horse. What a good shot. Give me that shit. Unless it water bombs, that would suck. Dude, Zook comes in second. Caspian C, not going to score. Oh, but hits an amazing shot. It's the most amazing fucking shot to fuck over Riser. That's what I'm talking about. Dude, rank my shot. Dude, rank my shot. I love how it's always out of 10. It's not like we're changing it to out of 20. 8 out of 10. Oh no, Zook. Dude, fucks me. Dude, fucks me. Now I see why it's out of 10. Dude, you both are fucking. Caspian, blast all 3 of our balls. Hit all 3 of our balls. No, that's not what you want to do. No, no, bad shot. Bad shot. Not that bad. Are you fucking serious? Shut up. How is it? Hit his ball. Oh, Riser's gonna walk in with a fucking. I know, Caspian C. Pink yellow. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Look at this shot. Absolutely, positively, not what I want. Oh, you fucked me. I'm in the worst place. Oh, oh. Caspian C can make it. Uh-oh, what are you gonna do, Sue? Oh, you fuck. That is C. Yeah, I'm going right after it. Whoa. What is this shot? I don't know what that was. Kevin, easy shot at it. I'm going to. Don't worry about it, Lee. Perfect shot. 2. Go, 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 go. Classic, dude. Bullshit. Even though Ryzen has a huge lead on us, I don't know, for some reason those balls can get pretty. Which way you going, Pastor? All right. Zoo. That's a good shot. Go for it. Oh, what a great shot. Most impossible shot in history, man. Oh my God. Never been more than he just he gives his opponent the most amazing work. He basically pins himself in. Too hard. Oh, come on. It's the most amazing shot. No, hit the. Oh, what in the fuck is that? Yeah, hit it too hard. We could make it so that Zoom gets ties for the win. Oh, wow. Easy shot. made of. You just fucking tied rice. No way. How the fuck was that? So I'm the only person who did not have a win. This is some bullshit. Caspian Sea. Caspian Sea. He sounds like he's ready to get the gun. Hey, dude, quit with that bullshit. Good shot. Hit my balls in. I don't know about that, but okay. Good story, bro. How about you get the ball? Riser. Oh, hit it. I know it's not. But it was still a cool story. What the fuck is this? Water bottle. Oh, you're on the water bottle. What I was going for. You're fucked. Riser, you're fucked. You're fucked. How does that help you at all? You're fucked, dog. Told you. That's been seized from a waltz in the fucking hole. Yeah, dude. I'll take it. Dude, going for the bank. No way. Riser's still got a difficult shot. Riser's fucked. What a beautiful shot. That was the only shot you had in the film game. Glorious. Glorious. I was dead in the bathroom. That getting a zero is such a punishment. I am loving this story. I'm very good at it. I want everybody to know how good at it I am. Come on, baby. I don't think so. 69. Hit my ball, Caspian Sea. Hit my ball, Caspian Sea. Riser's going to have 0 back-to-back holes with 0. There's no way. There's no way he goes to those. I think give it to me, baby. Riser had 0. 2 holes in a row for 0. Oh, 0 is for Riser. Riser. I'm just working on a percentage. That's what I'm talking about. Dude, what do you give my shot? Can't be too much a good shot. Dude. Zoom had an amazing, or Catherine's got an amazing shot. Both. Stop! Stop! Dude. Way too hard. There it is. Get in the water. Right. Very nice. Oh, what a good shot. Yeah. I fucked everybody. Caspian Sea just taking L's from the fairway. Oh, no way. Dude, what an amazing shot. How did I miss that? Caspian Sea, Brighton, love weather, so. Oh, what? Water bumped. No way, water bumped again. The dreaded double water bump. A triple water bump. What? I've never seen that happen. Miss it. Make it. Wow. Are you fucking serious? It was a double water bump. A double water bump. Terrible. Dude. Okay. Hey, you're fucking tied to me. Riser still got 0 points.
What about?
Water. Here. Caspian Sea. In my way. Right in the hole. Swing. Perhaps. Too hard to write out. Way too hard to write out. Oh, no, it's perfect. Perfect watermark. Oh, no, it wasn't. Not a water bump. It is a water bump. Water bump him again, sir. Fuck that. Riser has 2 shots.
He's still on this hole.
Zoo. Zoo. Oh, almost got him. Riser's got a chance. There you go. Finally gets a point. See, that's not what you wanted me to do. But I'm sure I'm only going to hit like 4 times. Short. Oh, dude, barely. Puts it through. Riser. Make the cut. Riser. Make it, big man. Make it in the hole. Are you fucking serious? What's Caspian Sea gonna do? Helps me. Gives me a really nice chance here at a beautiful shot. Go, go, go. I know. Hit my ball. Dude, make a good shot. Zip me for two. Caspian Sea. What's me? Get there. Get my balls out. Get my balls out. Get up. No. Everybody, wait, there's a way Caspian loses. I have to make this. Zoot has to make it. Riser makes this. And Caspian doesn't lose, but he ties for it. It's all on this right here. Riser, good shot. What are you doing? Riser, why would you do that? That's collusion. No, that's collusion. That's bullshit. Collusion. Riser sucking off Caspian seed like it's going out of style. Fuck you, Riser. That's bullshit. Play another Caspian seed. You don't have the balls to play us. There we go. Yeah. What's Riser doing? Jerking off Caspian seed? Seems like it. No, we aren't. Not when that shit happens. What a great shot. Riser, great shot. Water bumping. Water bumping. What in the absolute fuck, dude? Humanity. Isn't that the humanity? Riser, that was an absolute dog shit shot. You had the best shot of all of us. Oh, what the fuck? Fuck, man. Oh, that's exactly right. Two has the lead. Tied for the lead. This is a good shot. Who's to say it already has? That's what the CRISPR system is about. What about the humanity? The humanity has been around, the idea at least, for 100 years. And they've tried it. The Soviets tried it, and the Chinese tried it. Oh, how about I just help you guys? How about I just give you the fucking hole? I agree. Major fuck up. Dude, remember that time you went? Dude's disconnected. It's closer to Caspian Sea. Oh, look at that shot. This water is hot. And we all got threes. All got threes are full threes. All right, here we go. Ooh. Look at that shot. Ooh, dude. Give it to, do it too. Oh, no fucking way. it in. Well, then why don't you watch Bob Lazar's interview with Joe Rogan? No, it's not like Disneyland. Was any of this Cisco related? Oh, okay. Yeah. No, they don't. They have to have major. Don't worry, you don't do it. Why'd you just give him the fucking? He doesn't even basically just went to school. Yeah. No, you have to play. You have to play at least one more. You play at least one more because with the results of this, everybody's going to get a win except Rabbi. I don't even have a shared win because everybody bullies me when there's a bunch of people. Dude at least knows that we don't really bully. Oh wow, dude. Come on, get your win back. If you make your shot. Okay. Okay. Why don't you make it? Just make it easy. Well, thank you. Dude wins. All right, at least one more for Captain Cecil. I can at least try to have some decency in this book. All right. This is a very hard one. Hey, Riser. There you go. Dude's going first. I would go the way Dude's going. The other way is. Oh, my finger slipped. I start off terribly. Yeah, that is your own dude. Caspian sees up as the purple ball. He does. Wow, look at Dude. He asked him this last time. You're talking to super skeptic known as Rising. He's the most skeptical person perhaps on earth on this subject. You did it a long time ago. Oh, you fucked me. You fucked me. I'll take a really small penis to the front of the world. That shit can do crazy things. What does that have to do with Star Trek, the original version? He says, I think I've seen the Simpsons Halloween episode. Guys are taking a big 0. Zoot somehow still has the fucking lead. Zoot's going through the sheep. This is disaster. But he puts it down. Be the shot. Be the shot. Be the shot. Here we go, kids. Here we go, kids. Are you fucking serious? Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Oh, look at this shot. Look at that shot. That was amazing. Hey, Zoot, what song from Wicked goes, I'm going to be popular? Dude, what's the name of the song? Dude, you just saw Wicked. You told me all about the soundtrack of it.
I think it's called The Winds of the North.
Okay, is that a popular one? Be the shot. Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's
Okay. Are you excited for Wicked 2?
yeah.
What are your feelings on The Wiz? It was a movie with Michael Jackson and Diana Ross. Best means he needs to go. Dude, what the fuck is that? Dude, you guys just fucked me. Oh, what a good shot. That's what he puts out an amazing shot. Zoot going for a big shot. Zoot going for a big shot. Riser playing all the angles. He's got to get out of the protractor. Is he going the long way or the short way? He's going the long way, folks. And it bit him in the ass. Dude, do it. That's going to put him through the hole, man. No way. No way. That's good. See, they can't give him the win. Dude, fucks up. Probably, actually. I'm not scoring. And oh, I just need Caspian team not to make it. You're fucking serious. That would have won it. That would have won the game for him, folks. Instead, he gets 0 points. Oh, that's pretty good. Good there. Reiser has a chance. He's the only person to score. What are you talking about? Easy shot from Caspian. Dude, get up the hill. What a fucking win, folks. Rabbi with the win. He finally gets a win in the last course crosses. He finished it. What a great shot. No. Rabbi. Leaves it short. Reiser does terrible. Dude, you ready for some? Gotta do it, but not conjure Dude, you ready to play Bruno? Yeah. Reiser, are you gonna play? Yeah. You can play 2 versus 2 with Bruno. Alright, I've got Zoot and Reiser. Oh, I made a mistake. Oh no, I get it. Dude, I got Zoot. Here we go. Yeah. No, there are special cards. Reiser played a blue 6. Blue reverse. If you're wondering what does blue do, no one knows. What is this bullshit? Dude got full. Duke makes up what the different parts do. Fuck you, man.
Yes, together. Right now, has a you said that.
One win. Oh, dude, do you want to play special cards or not?
Yeah.
Blue? Blue? Dude knows all the games. Hey, what about darts? What about darts? Okay, what? Hold on. Some of these games have to do it. All right. How about table soccer? You're done? 147. Well, I got my win. I'm very proud of myself. I had to basically guilt my friends into giving me. I appreciate that. Thank you, gentlemen. Hey, Riser, are you here? Yeah. So I asked ChatGPT today for like a bunch of new business names for animals. There are a bunch of them. Hold on. Like, okay, so we've got the bear scare. We've got the salmon cannon. We've got the deer here. How about this? I actually think this is a really good idea. The goat coat. It's like a coat for someone who's really cool, like the greatest of all time. I love it. I think it's a phenomenal. What are your thoughts, right? A goat isn't an animal? Well, it doesn't. It can be like a. It can be a coat with a goat on it, and it just becomes very cool. Anyway, I like it. Wait. And I had another one. There was the deer here, which is the thing that keeps animals away. And then there was one that brings animals towards you, like Snow White. Um, it was. Anyway, there's horse course, like a mini golf in using horses. There's the All right, you ready, Riser, for the best business ideas on earth? Riser, did you know that of the 500 most popular subreddits, 92 of them are run by the same five people? Yo, dog. Imagine I was making businesses like the bear scare and the deer here and the salmon can. Please give me 100 similar ideas. You don't have to put what the descriptions are. Just make it 2 words. Okay. No. dog. They have to run. Okay. So, deer gear. That's a cool thing. It could be like a line of camouflage shit. Shark Park. The Shark Park. It could be like a Disneyland that is. It could be like SeaWorld. A shark. A shark is shark, like a great white shark. Not a heart. We're not making up words. Shark. It's a type of animal. Yeah, a shark park. It's like SeaWorld, but for sharks. Park. Park. That's true as well. A shark park could be that too. It could be like a megaphone that's shaped like a shark. The shark park. I love it. It is a good idea. But then also a shark park. This actually doesn't exist. You can't have a great white shark in an aquarium because it eats too much shit. So they just aren't available. So what I thought would be really cool is to have you guys seen Finding Dory? Okay, they have like an aquarium outside that fish like swim into, and you can view it from the inside, so that they're like free to be in the ocean, but can swim in and out. All right, so there's wolf golf, which doesn't necessarily rhyme, but if you said it like wolf golf or like wolf, if you pronounce wolf like wolf golf, I guess. I don't know the next. How about a fish dish? Just a dish that's shaped like a fish. Are you a fan, Riser? How about moose juice? You can do that. Sure. What about dog log? It's a log that's shaped like a dog. Or it could be like the pet rock. It's a log that is like a dog. What about llama drama? There could be a drama llama. It's just like a llama that just like stirring up shit. How about the fox box? I think that's a good one. That's already been used though, at least in the United States. When they first put up the little score in the corner, Fox, I believe, is the first people to do that, and that's Fox Box. What about a snail trail? That it could be. Oh, snail trail. Okay. What about a seal meal? It could be like ready to eat seal. Yes, perfect. For the Inuit and the Yupik people. All right. How about a hippo disco? Yo, dog, can you please give me 100 different business ideas for the Yupik people and make sure they rhyme? No, not UI. Yupik. Yupik. All right, here we go. I like that one. That sounds disgusting. Um, what about what 100 for Inuit people. Okay, so this is for you freaking Inuit people. There's ice spice, snow globe, seal meal, uh, tundra pundra. I don't know what tundra is. Igloo brew. That's a good one, dude. Igloo brew. It could be like a beer. Um, Snow show. That could work. Whale tail. Chill hill. Dude, are you serious? I was just gonna read that. I was literally, that's the next one. Ice guys. Seal appeal. It could be like it could be like okay, or like pheromones that allow you to hunt seals easier. Um, right. That's right. Igloo view. Igloo view. It could be like a like a virtual reality system, but it's you're only in an igloo. Of being in an igloo. There you go. There's ice price. I guess you could just like start selling ice and then have like a ticker for it. What's the ice price? All right. Um, there's a snowball, like a snow, like a bow and arrow made out of snow, or like a for a present. A lot of these are repeated. Frost toss. It could be like um, a game, like horseshoes, but with snow. Yeah. All right. There's an ice spice for those people who want to like hold something while they're working in the ice. There's igloo chew. Could be like people who want to dip tobacco in their igloo. Love it. Love it. That is great. Uh, yeah, it doesn't seem like there are too many good ones for people. What about Amazonian people? Yo, dog, what about Amazonian people? Jungle Bungle. There's Rain Game. Leaf Reef. Tree Bee. Forest. Fine Dine. Amazon Dawn. Green Sea. Tribe Vibe. I like that one. Tribe Vibe. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like a portable speaker for like when I want to have like a dance party. Rain Brain. Uh, Root Shoot. Canopy Symphony. Treetop Stop. Vine Shine. For those people who want the shiniest of vines. Rain Train, which is just kind of like a river, right? A root boot. There you go. A tree seed? I like tripod. Oh, dude, and if you don't pay the root boot, you know what you get? You get a tree feed. These are $1 million ideas. No one is utilizing the population of the Amazon rainforest. I mean, I bet they don't even have Amazon Prime. They live in the Amazon and they don't have Amazon Prime. I feel like Bezos should give all those people that free Amazon Prime so that they can, you know, get their stuff delivered within 2 days. Are you in love with Mr. Beast? Yes. Amazing. That's great. Do you know his real name? He is Joe Rogan. Wouldn't Joe Rogan be the Joe Rogan of YouTube though? Cool. I'm the Joe Rogan of live streaming. Technically, they're the Rabbi Rothschild of podcasting and the Rabbi Rothschild contest giving. Because I'm the best person ever, so everybody has to be in comparison to what I do. Duh. Have you ever seen The Wiz? Riser. You. Look at both of you. Has anybody ever seen The Wiz? Exactly. I want to see. I want to see Wicked, but the Wiz version of it. Riser, you have no idea what I'm talking about. It's one of Michael Jackson's like only movie roles. It's a musical that's like musical. No, he plays the. Is he the Cowardly Lion? No, I think he is. No, he plays the Cowardly Lion. One of those creatures. No, he was. Michael Jackson was. I don't know if it's wrong. I'm not sure. I just said it. Yo, dog, what characters were Diana Ross and Michael Jackson and the other two people in The Wiz? Like, who was the Cowardly Lion and Man, Scarecrow, and I know Diana Ross was character. Keep it simple, just like 4 things. You don't have to go into like, hey, thank you for asking me a question. Here's this other garbage. I just want it to be simple, dude. Diana Ross was Dorothy, Michael Jackson was the Scarecrow, Nipsey Russell was the Tin Man, Ted Ross was the Cowardly Lion. He was not. He was a scarecrow. Ted Ross was the cowardly lion. Nipsey Russell was the Tin Man. Diana Ross was Dorothy. Riser, what is your favorite band or group that Diana Ross has ever been in? That's the only answer that which I know. That's perfect. Excellent job Googling on the fly, my man. What's your favorite Supreme song? Do you have one? That's an interesting. All right. Do you know from? That is beautiful. Do you know? Not Oprah so much, but Diana Ross. Do you know who is a very underrated actor? I said this the other day. Uh, Riser, do you know who Keisha Knight Pulliam is? Look her up, dude. She's gorgeous. Rudy from the Cosby Show. Keisha Knight Pulliam. You don't remember Rudy? No, I was in edition. Well, Rudy grew up. Rudy looked fine as fuck. No shit. That's pretty amazing. She was beautiful. Right, so what's your favorite vintage show, meaning older than 20 years? That is not old enough. Okay, is it? Yeah, I guess, yeah, you're right. Okay, that works. Why that show? Hold on a second. That 70s show, man. That 70s show. It until 2006, which isn't yet 20 years. So it doesn't count. I need something to have ended more than 20 years. Yeah, that 70s show is too recent. No, I know his answer. I want your answer. That's the reason why I asked you the question and not Caspian C the question. I asked him what's his favorite vintage show, meaning older than 20 years. And he said that 70s show. There you go. There you go. Have you ever seen Gilligan's Island? Which episode? They filmed the Gilligan's Island in Canada? We're gonna have to go to ChatGPT on this one. Yo, dog, did they ever film a Gilligan's Island in Canada? Yeah, no. They never filmed it. Yeah. The CBS Studios house. Television series. No, no one has ever heard of that show. Okay, The Beach Boys. Is that a Canadian show? It is. Damn, it was on for a long time. It was on for 18 years. Never heard. I mean, filming locations, Gibson's, British Columbia. 19 seasons. That's incredible, run. They should bring that show back. I bet it would be really big, at least for Canadians. So, Doug, have you seen I Love Lucy? That doesn't count. You mean you've never just watched I Love Lucy? Have you ever watched The Honeymooners? Perhaps the Honeymooners came first. Okay, so are there any black and white shows that you like? Yeah. Okay, you like David Computer? Okay, that was kind of Lassie. You ever watch Lassie? Lassie. Dude, this show was on forever. It was on for it's the eighth it's the eighth longest running scripted American primetime television series. Number one's The Simpsons. Number two is WWE Raw. Number three is Law and Order Special Victims Unit. Number four is Law and Order. Number five is Family Guy. Number six is NCIS. Number seven is Gunsmoke. Number eight is Grey's Anatomy. Number nine is American Dad. Number 10 is Lassie. But of those, WWE Raw and Gunsmoke there's something about it. I don't know what. I'm looking it up. They had a bunch of series. The Simpsons. Oh, so WWE Raw is considered being in a production meeting? Shoot. I think they have it wrong on Wikipedia. Because it even says its last air date is present. There are a shitload of WWE Raw. Anyway, that's the thing. Well, this isn't American. This is American. So. They went 19 seasons. They went 19 seasons, which is as long as last season. I'm gonna look up what's the biggest. Let's the longest running Canadian shows. List the longest running movie. Do you know what Murdoch is? How about Heartland? Never heard of it. I don't even know if that's a thing. No one in America has heard that show. Love it. The only Canadian show that I think really ever picked up, I could be wrong, at least in the United States, was the Red Green Show. Well, there was like, I don't know if you picked up Steve, but what's it called? Kids in the Hall and Strangers with Candy. Oh, yeah. Tom Green definitely counts. That's an excellent point. I love that show. If there is a best Canadian show of all time, then I have to give the award first to that show. Oh, it's the best, man. It was an inspiration. It was an inspiration to Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan gives, when Tom Green was on the Joe Rogan Experience, Joe Rogan said the thing that gave him inspiration were like Howard Stern, Tom Green, that like you could do basically a radio show from your house. And that's what he did when he started the Joe Rogan Experience. Tom Green, Tom Green peaked when he married Drew Barrymore. But that was a big deal. Drew Barrymore? It's a girl. She's like comedy, or she's like cinematic royalty in the United States. She's from like a huge acting family, the Barrymore family. Goes back to her grandmother. It goes back to Broadway. She was in E.T. She was in 51st Dates. She was in Scream. She was in a bunch of shows. Now she's got her own television show in the United States known as the Barrymore Show. Or at least it used to be. I don't know if it's still. Yeah, Don. Yeah. I don't remember many Tom Green shows. I mean, they were all there kind of run together. They didn't play them in syndication like they did Jackass, but they were around the same time. And I'll never forget this one that Tom Green's parents were really conservative, and he built a like really good snow sculptures of them in their yard of them having sex. When their neighbors drove by, they were like freaking out. That was that's like the only one that I remember. But his show was revolutionary. It was like, all right, well, all we need is a camp. Well, and he had his sidekick too. But basically, it was like, all right, well, we're going to do the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, essentially. But we're going to do it in my house. And we'll record it, and then we'll get it on MTV. Once it got on MTV, it got an American audience. And then it became very popular. Then he became a movie star in the United States. He was in Eurotrip, and Freddie Got Fingered. He was at one time considered like one of the biggest comedic actors with those movies. You know who doesn't get enough credit as a Canadian in the United States, but was once giant in the United States? Mike Myers, Austin Powers. Austin Powers was a revolution. It was huge. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure Austin Powers was before your time, but Austin Powers, people dressed up as Austin Powers and for, for costume parties, and people would do all. He had like 5 different quotes, like "Yeah, baby," and like "Shag and Belly," and like "Do I make you horny?" These were being said by everyone from age 10 to 90. I mean, a lot of people use these. And perfect example. Yes, exactly. 1,000,000. Exactly. Yeah. Those. I mean, when he did those movies, like Beyonce is like a super huge pop star. But back then, that was one of her first acting credits, major acting credits. She was Pussy Galore, I think. Or Pussy. Hold on, no, not Pussy Galore. That's in. Or that's in. Um, Pussy. Beyonce. Austin Powers. She was. Or it was Goldmember. She was Foxy Cleopatra. Well, go for it. Star Wars? I don't know. It's become so big in the United States that I know the story very well. I should say I've seen them, I've watched them on the stream, but I never really paid too much attention to them because people go crazy for them. And if people go crazy for something, I'm already just like, whatever. Have you seen Star Wars? That's true. That's true, but I was on board with that like way early. Okay, so have I seen Star Wars? Yeah, Have I seen all of them? Like in different pieces, yeah. My favorite part of Star Wars are the Wookiees. You know what the Wookiees are? That's what I meant. Ewoks. What the fuck is a Wookiee? That's what I meant. Ewoks. The Ewoks. They're my favorite. That's right. What is a Wookiee? Oh yeah, it's like Chewbacca. Yeah, those are cool, but Ewoks are my favorite. Right, exactly. And I'm with you on that. Like, it becomes too complicated. I just want to watch a movie and enjoy it. I don't want people to be like screaming out lines in the theater. Um, I so I know the story. Yeah, I would say like those big ones that are like Harry Potter, Star Wars, Star Trek. I I'm familiar with the overall story. I know some of the characters, but I don't go very deep into it because that's just never been where my uh, interest of life. Marvel, like if it has a no, I haven't. It's kind of a thing that I regret to some extent because when I was a kid, Star Trek: The Next Generation was on, but I was into sports and things, and not necessarily into like movies that much. Like, here's the thing: if it's one movie, there's a good chance that I probably have seen it. If it's five different movies or like nine different movies, it's a lot. I think now Star Wars is like 12 different movies or something. It's a lot. Do I know who the Do I know who Darth Maul is? Yeah. Do I know who Darth Vader is? Yeah. Do I know what the Ewoks are? Yeah. Or the Wookiees or them? Yeah. Do I know the difference between C-3PO and R2-D2? Not really. I think I do, but not. Do I know Princess Leia? Yeah. C-3PO is in Golden Mama? Okay. Um, but especially when it gets into the new ones, I can't tell you much about that. Do I know who? I know the originals better than I know the newer ones. So basically, the age of whenever they came out, I get to know them better because uh, they're just in popular culture. I'll say this: I really enjoy. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean that helped me to get Indiana Jones, which is another one that I just haven't gotten all that into. I know the stories. This is what hurts it. I won't like Star Wars came out before I was born, and it became so in meshed with so integrated into the pop culture that like I already knew the story, so it was like, okay, well, I'm not super excited to see it now because I know what's going to happen. I know that like I know who Luke's father is. Exactly, and so it's kind of like it's just been given away. Like a lot of the secrets have been given away. Although we have watched them on this stream, I didn't. I wasn't paying much. Same with the Marvel movies. I've watched all the Marvel movies on here, but I wasn't paying. Yeah, and still have like $250 billion still to pay all of the troops and everything else. That's just 1 year. Isn't that a crazy statistic? You know, yeah, or at least not. So, so Elon Musk has a net worth of like $400 billion. Now it's getting to be 500 billion, which is getting to the point where he'd be able to give every single homeless person in the United States $1 million. That exists. But the first publicly acknowledged one, yeah. Do you get into the Marvel movies? No. I know what you're talking about. My attention span for movies is not what it once was. I want to be on my phone and I want to be doing other things and not paying attention to it. Like I get excited for the beginning, and then it's like, okay, well, I wonder what's going on the other end. And then I start on my phone, not in the theater, but from watching it. And then I say that I've seen it, but I wasn't really paying attention. Exactly. That's an excellent way to put it. Yes. It's like a movie's never going to give me the same dopamine hit as something that makes me laugh on the internet. Or maybe it will, but there's just not that continuous one after another after another. Um, like I've probably spent a grand total of 10 minutes. But I love Reddit. Yeah, I fucking love it. Do you like Reddit? Yeah, we talked about this. You're in all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Wait. I've used that really. Right. My big thing with Wikipedia, I wish there was a button that read it, but there isn't. I wish there was a button that read it to you and then just went to another Reddit. Um, okay, so for Reddit, yeah, I think it's old.reddit.com gives you the full version number. I also used to use one. I had this job at a startup, and especially on like I worked 6 days a week, so I didn't work on Saturday, but I would work on Sunday for the first like year or two, and I did it for free, at least for me. For the first year or two, I would get the app off the ground, and a lot of times it would be boring, especially if it doesn't rain on it. It's up in California, but if it did, um, it would get it really good. But if it did, there wouldn't be anything to do. And so there's a version of Reddit that you can. Oh, when I had a camera, the owner of the business had cameras everywhere in this business, and like everywhere but the bathroom. And so, like right above my head, there was a camera, and you could basically so you can tell what was going on. Well, I would utilize this thing that Reddit had that made it look like Outlook. So it looked like you were reading your email, but you were actually just looking at Reddit. And I would use that quite often. Um, it's genius. It's still out there. I mean, it makes your entire screen look like Outlook, like you just checked your email, but you're really just reading Reddit. And if you're looking at it from a camera, like I actually use this. I didn't use it a lot. So after that position, I got a position as an accountant for a wedding planning business in Santa Ana, and I was quickly promoted to the position of controller. And I'm pretty good at math, but I'm not like a trained accountant. I pulled it off for a year. They never knew that I wasn't formally trained as an accountant or controller. We always passed all of our audits, everything, and I was just really consistent, and I'm good at that. So, but anyway, then I got the original business that I started. I quit to go work at the other one. They lured me back with a lot more money, and so I went back to the startup and utilized that power a lot. Quite often, just whenever I was bored. I can't search the normal version of Reddit, so here we go. Um, do I have a good way? Yeah. Yes. Here's the best way that I have found to get really good content on Reddit. Let's say there's something you like. I like IT. Okay, so normally, if you just go and you join the IT subreddit, you're just going to get them from that subreddit. What you can do though is, if you click on the subreddit and see some subreddits give a list of related subreddits, and you go in and follow all those other subreddits, so you'll follow like 5 or 10 at once. It is so much better. And then also, I don't follow the main subreddits, so things that are like funny or video or like me. I think what don't I follow? Like today, I learned. No, that's a good one. What's one that I don't follow that's really popular? Like politics. I don't follow that. Just because it'll take up my whole feed. But then I got into such cool shit, especially when it comes to really esoteric things like what people who are building things like carpentry and metalworking and like what if some of the weird, not weird, but like I'm in like a lot of nostalgia things, photography, aviation, espresso, like DNA. I'm really big into like any kind of like video editing, Adobe After Effects, airports. I love skylines. That's what interior design, brain, um, anthropology, antimatter, anti-gravity, like anything Apple related. So Apple Vision Pro, Apple Vision, iPhone, all that stuff. Arcade cabinets, archaeology. I mean, I'm still in that phase. Art conservation. I'm not even reading them all. I'm just grabbing a few. Art journalism. Ask Asimov, ask the Japanese, ask the China. Yeah, if you go to my, I'm user biggest pet of all time. If you look at my, I think you just do the subreddits on it. It's a lot. I'm in, and I'm in a bunch of things that I'm normally not interested in, like Dungeons and Dragons. I've never really been big into that, but I want to learn more about it. So I joined all the Dungeons and Dragons things, all the dice making things. That's one that like normally I wouldn't be in. I'm in like Star Wars and Star Trek. Normally I wouldn't be in those. I don't know, like cowboy, not generally like cowboy stuff. I guess like sort of, really. But I'm in a bunch of cryptocurrency ones. Um, I'm in I'm in some that are like that I don't like, but I like to know what's being said. So especially in terms of like the conflict in the Middle East, I'm in every single server that I can find about that, just because I want to know what both sides are saying. Um, I'm in like anything Google. I'm in like sometimes I'll find some that are just interesting to me, and I'll get into a bunch of them, like guitar amps. Um, but if you see, yeah, let me see. How do I see a list of subreddits that are using it? Well, fuck that. Reddit doesn't provide a way to see a list of all subreddits. However, I would see something. There are third-party websites that can be built. Um, there's like browser extensions, but it doesn't seem like they're just. Well, I'll tell you the. Like basically, if I'm interested in it, I'm in it. But even if I'm not interested in it and I want to be interested in it, I'm in it anyway. And the best way to do this, like, um, what's a good example? Like basketball shoes. I'm not super into basketball shoes. Like I'm not super big sneakerhead or anything like that. But I know that's popular in culture, and I want to make sure I understand what people are talking about. So I'll be in that one and I'll learn more about that stuff. Um, what's another? Like, knitting. I'm not really big into knitting. Have I ever knitted anything? Maybe when I was a kid or something, but I haven't knitted anything like seriously. But I'm in all kinds of knitting stuff, crocheting, how to do repairs with, because I want to learn how to do that stuff. Or I want to know about it. I don't want to necessarily learn how to do it, but I want to know about it. So that when someone comes in here and I'm like, hey, what are your interests? And they're like, oh, I'm really big into landscaping. Okay, I know all about landscaping. Let's talk about it. Or somebody would be like, oh, I'm really into linguistics. Okay, I'm all about linguistics. Let's talk about it. Or Supreme clothing, like that's a thing. Like I think all that stuff is overpriced garbage, but nevertheless, um, yeah. So I would tell you if you want to be in a lot of good things, find something that you like. Like you like, I don't know, YouTube. You go to YouTube, and if you pick the YouTube one, you go to see more, and then there's a way. Yeah. So then there are related subs: YouTube Gaming, Partnered YouTube, YouTubers, Creator Services, Google, Reddit third parties, and you join all of them. Does that make sense? And I find that that gives you just a lot more depth of what that which you're looking. And then if there's something that I find, like sometimes it'll put random things on my feed, and I will just join them just to see if I like what it is. Here's one of them that's a big one. 3D printing. So I don't have a 3D printer. I've seen 3D printers, but I don't have one. I know that there's a lot of technical aspects of it though, and so I want to know about it. So I make sure to join that. Wiki Gallery, 3D visualization. Unable to play. Imagine Wikipedia doesn't have you. I would like to be able to, but not to be a video. Yeah, but I understand. Yeah, why does it? No, I'm watching it. But I mean, I want the tool that he's using. There's a website that I use. I've used a lot. It's called Visual Thesaurus, I believe, or something like that. And it's very good. Basically, any kind of synonym in the world or in language, at least English, it'll give you all the different synonyms that branch out from there. It's very helpful. I would think I would know that. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Oh, here's what it is. Um, Issue words. Let me see if that's or yeah. Go to visuwords.com. VISUWORDS.com. And then I think this kind of visualization of information is very helpful. It's essentially what you just wrote, but just words. But I want to see it for Wikipedia everywhere. But especially for people who are learning English, it's very helpful. So it's VISUWORDS in the upper so then type in a word. What did you type in? Oh, okay. And did it show up? Is it cool? And then if you click on it, it'll give you the definition. Yeah, that's what this is. So basically, you click on one, and then it'll expand it. she's giving me a bunch of documentation, but not like whatever that video that she sent me. Yeah, that's a good one. So you believe in aliens now? How did you interact? I did push the mic. When did this happen? It only happened once. You made so that other stuff. It wasn't a dream. How did you approach it? Do you remember this one? Was it? Did you say father zombies? So why are you so skeptical of UFOs then? Yeah. Have you been on UFO, Reddit UFOs today? These, these things are all over New York. New York tonight, the Bronx, Queens, they're all over Queens. Connecticut, here's somebody flying into JFK, so that's New York. They are sleeping in New Jersey. They're just chilling. Nobody has to really go down. And then Germany, they had a bunch of stuff in Germany. Hey, Grant. Hey, Grant. That's what I see. Have you been to drumtracker.app? Because tonight's of the world drums are being seen played in town. Are you a member of Reddit UFOs? Right? And you're going to be interested when there's a change of the presidency, how they handle it. If they're more vocal about it, or would they still stay tight? Right, which just makes me completely skeptical of what's going on, and that it's just bullshitting people. His reasoning was that there are still people who are alive who would be affected by it. Okay, well then that means they're guilty or something like that. So make everyone aware what's going on. More of a piece of hardware with software, basically a device that like a camera that when you push play, it automatically uploads to YouTube. Yeah, but it's still something I have to do every 12 hours. Basically, there's a way to do it with macros that I could do, but it doesn't work on Chromebooks. Um, yeah, I mean, I do. I do it on Instagram, but basically, I think that it would be helpful that if you don't have to use all other software. It's just like I don't even know what to call it. It's just like an upload. Basically, whatever this thing is around, it's going to upload to your YouTube channel automatically. That's usually beneficial. I recognize why the powers that be don't want this to happen. They don't want people keeping a really nice record of things because it um, allows you to find evidence of historical revision, and then it also just stores a lot of data that they don't necessarily want to have to do. But I still think it's a good idea. And I think one word is like basically Ray-Ban Meta glasses that always upload for you all the time. Why can't that be a thing? And those things have it. That I think everything has to go through probably the Meta store, and they might shut you down. There's always gatekeeping for that. So. Absolutely. 1000%. Well, it could do just that. Basically, using augmented reality, tell you how many cards are available. Um, okay, let's go to certain, um, like the roulette. You like roulette, right? So, as I understand, they have like a thing where the roulette wheel is put through when they spin it, whatever, so that like you can't rig it. But basically, if powerful enough, it can tell you how many rotations per second that thing is doing and give you the best odds. It could just tell you there's a higher chance that it's going to be whatever red 23 because of the fact of the speed of this wheel. So basically, it can tell you little in little um, inconsistencies in what the dealer's doing or how the um, wheel is being utilized, and you could maybe use that to your advantage, maybe not a huge advantage, but a little bit of an advantage. Okay, so for poker and stuff, it could potentially read people's body languages and tell you who's bluffing. It could learn different people's body language over the course of like a couple of hours. Um, it could also just tell you, hey, there are, like the dealer has whatever, or the other players have whatever. You have a 62% chance of winning if you play this card, and it can all do all that for you in augmented reality. So that basically, you can see what it is telling you, but no one else can. For other games, like slot machines are really tough. There's really nothing you can get in there and program that. So I don't know. Using right. I think probably the easiest. Yeah, but that's so randomized, and you'd have to sit there for like days to just get it. It's still gonna be random. I would think that poker would be a big one because it could give you different options that you may not perhaps foresee. So not even talking about people's body language or anything, it just can read that whatever cards are being shown and tell you to know what your cards are, give you different percentages on the chances that you could win. That's a pretty easy. No, but let's say you're playing Texas Hold'em. All right, so it knows that you start with two cards, or so it can tell you what your two cards are and the chances that you're going to win the hand. And then when there's when they do like the river and the flip and all those cards, it could tell you, it could change the percentages by telling you like, hey, you have a really good hand right now, bet the house, or you should fold because you only have a 3% chance of winning. Like, you know how they do on, I haven't watched in a long time, but like the World Series of Poker, where they tell you like somebody's got like an 18% chance of winning, and the other guy's got an 82% chance of winning. It can tell you all that stuff, and normally you would not have that kind of information. How would that work? Okay. You could do that too without glasses. Like basically, hey, I could. So there are what, 16 different cards that there could be, and wherever you could do that. But basically, if I say like if I have my arm here, and I tell you if I touch my arm towards my elbow, that means I have a two, and if I touch it towards my wrist, that means it's an ace. You're gonna know if I have. No, not saying that, but you would know just by where I'm touching my arm as to how high my cards are. There could be other. I mean, I'm sure it's been done. Basically, people who are just sending signals to each other. The big one with those are that I feel I know joked about, but the use of like a some kind of device on your body or in your body that is telling you what to do. I mean, it's been talked about for years with the chess board about the use of nano keys. It very well could be used in like Morse code. Um, I know that guys have done this utilizing like some kind of computer system and they in their shoe and they use their toes to be able to communicate information to people. Um, so those are definitely options. But if you're doing it alone, just having glasses that can tell you different odds of what's going on the table, you're not going to make any stupid mistakes then. And also, it will give you like the knowledge of a veteran player as a newbie. I think it's still good. Where they are. Yeah, I mean, I think that what happens in those cases is the pit boss is given a signal by the dealer to come up and watch what's going on. And they would say, they would ask you to inspect your glasses. And you can say no, and then they kick you out and give you a ban. They don't have to let you gamble. And also, if you make too much money, they won't let you gamble. No, they're just going to say, we just want to see your glasses. And they're very easily be able to tell if there's a camera in the room. Plus, they know what the meta glasses look like. So it would have to be a different model. Probably, I don't know if this, like, you'd have to be a step ahead of them. The glasses are already purchasable at the casino mall, basically. So, let me see. Did you wear a burqa and gamble? Yes, you can wear a burqa or any other cultural or religious attire to the city, including numerous I have record in 6%. However, casinos typically require that the person's face be visible for identification purposes, especially in areas where security and surveillance are more stringent or capable. In such cases, you might be asked to temporarily lift the veil for identification, but generally wearing the burqa is important. So, okay, so how about this? What is stopping someone from using meta glasses to cheat in table games in Las Vegas? Well, it's theoretically possible. There's casino surveillance technology. Casinos have a selective surveillance system with cameras that monitor every table and player. Detection of external devices. Many casinos have security measures in place to detect unauthorized electronic devices such as signal chambers, detectors, and RF scanners. They can pick up signals from smart glasses or any wireless devices used to transfer data. If someone is caught using a hidden device for cheating, they can be banned from the casino even face criminal charges. Yeah, they could, perhaps. I don't know if you're allowed to use a phone at a table. Let's see. Can you use a phone at a table in Las Vegas? Using the phone is generally discouraged or outright prohibited during play because of distraction of fair play, cheating concerns, security, and surveillance. So generally, like put you 6 or 7 bets at the same time. I was thinking this: if you had glasses that could zoom really well, you could tell what people's cards were by reading the reflection on their eyes. So it's not that crazy. It just would need to zoom in well so that you could see someone's eyeballs and then just read the reflection of their cards. No, 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 no. In the glasses. In the glasses. The next level of this is with smart contacts, which basically give you all of the results of the classes in the contact lens. That's when it's going to be really hard to slice. But I'm sure they'll get some kind of way. That would do. I mean, there are only 2 people in the world who have them. One of them is named Nolan Astro, something like that, and whoever the other person is. So those people are pretty famous already. But yeah, once it becomes more common, that's definitely what else is going to be? I mean, back in the day, before everything was computerized, I would think that just counterfeiting chips would be pretty easy. Right. So basically, it's like, well, that's when they started putting microchips in. My friend, I'm sure you're probably going to have to go. I have to go to the bathroom. So if you want to stay, please feel free to, but I can't go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Take care, my friend. Come back tomorrow, please. Take care. Have a wonderful day. Just plain crazy eggs. How are you? Okay, well, you're entitled to your opinion. Thank you. I'm amazing. I'm really happy, dog. Okay, that's like your opinion. That's like your opinion. I stream my life 24/7. There are a lot of adults in there. I don't pay attention to them. I don't talk to anybody in there. Awareness. I stream my life for world peace. Okay, you told me your opinion, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
feeling you're having, everybody has it. You've had it before, you're going to have it again. You feel better in a couple days, um, but this is the way it's supposed to be. This is natural. That's when they stop crying, because I think that's when they stop resisting. But it's one thing to feel the pain of goodbye, and it's another thing to be feeling like this isn't supposed to be happening. It's the resistance part of this isn't supposed to be happening that makes life really difficult.
Yeah,
And
this
to take
is
a more clear idea of what it really is.
this isn't supposed to be happening. There's a show called Yellowstone that recently started watching.
Yeah, no, I agree with it. We actually started watching it, but only a few minutes. We didn't get into it.
So there's just a quick, it's not a spoiler of any kind, but there's a father taking out the son for the first time to go hunting, to shoot their for a buck. And the son's really sad because he pulled the trigger, he took a life. And the father says that everybody gets killed. That's the way of nature. That's the way each one of us is going to be killed. And it's interesting because I didn't really think of it that way. I just think you die, but he really framed it as killed. Because he's like, there's no such thing as dying at one age. Many people discuss that, but basically there's something, whether it's a truck or a bacteria, something is going to kill you in the end. That was an interesting way to look at it, because we tend to think of humans aren't supposed to be killed. We think of murder as one of the sins, and one of the things that's you can do in society. You know what? We do, but that's a more technical discussion of whether we ultimately get killed by something. But to some degree, that's true, at least for most of us, that there's something that gets us, whether it's cancer, this kind of thing. But yeah, that reframing it, it's not supposed to be.
So funny. I mean, at the same time that I just wrote a whole book about the fact that this is the way it is. Like, I really do believe this is the way it is. And with this reality, there's an intense beauty that comes along with it. We have to accept the reality to get to the beauty. I believe that. And at the same time, there's a part of me that give me the magic wand to make the world different.
Yeah.
I don't know how this is a female thing too. Like, I was watching with my son, my 12-year-old, the other day. We were watching this film about the Battle of Monopoly. And it was like all about, valor and glory on the battlefield. And I said to him something like, gosh, don't you just wish we lived in a world where you would have to do all this in order for everyone just to live their life? And he just looked at me completely puzzled. To him, it all just seemed self-evident that the world should be structured that way. And he had like the 12-year-old admiration for the dollar and all.
But you wonder if that's nature or nurture. I wonder what it looks like. We do live in a world where murder is seen as bad, but people a lot of history. I don't know if they had the same kind of perception of that in terms of you have to ask what kind of murder, for what purpose. War was the way of life. It's interesting. It's interesting if you can imagine properly a future that is different than ours in terms of operating on a different moral system. I'd like to say we're living indefinitely or living in a society with no war. If fundamental is war, fundamental is death.
I think it's very fundamental to our source code. I just wish that our source code were different, basically. Like, I can't get past that wish.
There's brain computer interfaces that try to merge the greater and greater, smart, very kind of cyborgs, the greater and greater merging of computational power. But literally adding source code to every source code. Mushy biology that runs source code, and there's more cold electrical systems, and then they integrate together. And potentially, one day we offload the magic that is human consciousness also into the machine. And we get to see maybe they'll be a little bit less bullish about the whole world thing and be more. But there is, I think, even when I think about engineering, human intelligence or superhuman intelligence systems, I feel like they also need to have the meaning and life. They have to be able to be afraid and to be sad and these kinds of things. But they give because product of this particular environment. Maybe sadness is a human, useful human invention, but not a universal one.
This is what I don't know. This is where I come back to I told you, like the original reason I wrote my whole book was the feeling that somehow in the expression of sad music is what other people do when they talk about God. Like there's something so, there's like an ultimate beauty there. But I don't know if we have access to without that. But maybe we do. And I can't say in this world, greatly we get access to that state.
Is it within reach of science to deeply understand this? To understand that life is just have to listen to a song?
For why you feel so much love when you listen to something.
Do a sad song, right?
Yeah.
Why is it sad? Why the sad song needs some kind of deep connection to something that you can call divine or something, whatever that is.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we have like really early signs of it from the research, and I'm sure we're just at the scratching the surface stage. But I mean, like we know, for example, that the vagus nerve, which is so fundamental, that governs our breathing and our digestion, that the vagus nerve also activates when we see another being in distress. There's like a instinctive, and the theory is that that's an evolutionary design because we had to be able to respond to the cries of our infant, and from that ability comes the greater ability to respond to other people's cries too. So that's probably just the very first step, being able to understand what all that is.
We've already given plenty of advice, but broadly, what advice would you give today about career, about life, whether they want to be writers, lawyers, scientists, musicians, and artists, whatever the heck they want to be? How can they live a life with
Okay, here's what I think. You should absolutely do that thing that you're dying to do, but you should always have a plan B, a backup plan, and a way of earning a living no matter what happens. Because I feel like we have this narrative in our culture of the glamorous thing is to figure out the thing you love and then risk everything to achieve that. But first of all, a lot of people aren't comfortable with that level of risk. The second, when you're living with that level of risk, that's a confident way too. So you don't have the full emotion and heart to be able to focus on the thing that you actually really love. Just out. I'd say like keep the backup plan in place and then
my advice would be the opposite. I'm moving on magic. Well, I think the truth is being aware of the cost not having a plan B has to do deliberately if you don't. But with the cost game, find what you love and let it kill you. I think, like, you have to actually know your personality. I know if I have a plan B, I will not try as hard on plan A. I would likely take plan B. If plan A is the risky thing.
mm-hmm.
I just work way more strongly than state of desperation. With my back against the wall. You have to know that about yourself. I think you have to do
I think it's about timing. So you actually have to really know yourself and how you respond to different kinds of risks. Like I would not do well in that kind of situation. It'd be like up at 2 in the morning worrying about it.
Yeah.
Whereas I have to, like, it doesn't have to be paying the rent in some grand way, but if there's some basic way of paying the rent, then my heart's free to do the thing you really love.
For me, the only way free is when I do it.
Oh,
because otherwise I'll find a way to pay the rent. It's not
I see. So it's like if you don't have like the dog at your back, you know, and you
deadlines.
want to actually do it.
Like we don't know for deadlines, anxiety, and so on. So, yeah,
Yeah, so really the advice is no excusers. But we're still saying that the same basic thing, like do the thing you really love, like set up the
trying to change the
rest of your life.
appropriately to your personality.
Exactly.
What do you think is the meaning of life? The meaning of this whole thing probably has something to do with whatever you feel. Just that something.
Yeah, just two things come simultaneously to my mind when you ask that question. I've been asking it since I was 4. Probably the first time I did.
The question is more important than the answer, probably.
Yeah,
Just keep asking.
I don't know. The first one is beauty. I don't know why beauty is so important, but I just know that it is.
And possibly define, perhaps.
Is it definable?
Yeah.
I don't even know it when you see it. I don't know. I mean, just
Has to do with that line. Do you feel something, or you just see it, or you feel it?
yeah, you just see it, and it's like it's whatever can deliver you to that mode of transcendence, where you're no longer purely in your own self, and you can think higher. And when you're in those states of mind, you know it because you have the temporary sensation that you could die at that moment, that people you love could die, and it will all be okay. Or something else. So that's my first answer. The second answer is the need to relieve psychic pain. So like other people's psychic pain. I don't know why, but that's just like an impulse that I have.
Psychic pain is more like suffering.
Yeah, but I mean,
What is there particular?
yeah, just making the world better and less pain, less pain to go around in general.
Hence your this sort of optimistic desire and longing for relief without sort of destruction, without the level of destruction.
Yeah, where that would be necessary. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, like so I had this moment not so long ago. I was doing some interview and somebody asked me like, "What are you longing for right now?" And my answer at that moment was like, "You know what? I'm actually at this moment in life where I'm not longing for anything. I'm at this particular way station where everything is the way I want it to be." Of course, the minute you say something like that, you know you're going to be proven wrong because like an hour later, I got a letter from a reader who I've been in touch with over the years, and he was telling me about a psychic struggle that he's going through, and I just thought, oh my gosh, if there were anything I could do to make it that his life wouldn't have been such that he would be in this position in the first place. Like his struggles had to do with a long life history. So I don't know why I feel that
It's
dramatically, but I do.
those moments when you are just at peace, there's nothing else you want. I feel like that's like a temporary peace, like a pause.
Exactly.
You bet your ass a desire follows that at some point, but you get to enjoy those little moments.
Yeah. I took when I said, even when he asked me and I answered that way, I said, this is a wasting. Like I knew it was temporary, but I didn't realize it would be disruptive.
And then sort of to give you pushback, your your statement about the possibility of just of beauty and basically alleviating suffering. The quote I really like from Rothschild, which is back against that, which is for every moment of triumph, for every instance of beauty, many souls must be trampled. But that's a very honest concept. You know how it's not the greatest philosopher of all time. It's certainly a beautiful and chaotic human being.
True, and I will tell you that my nickname for my husband is Gonzo. Kind of because of him. You know, he invented that form of Gonzo journalism where like the writer is totally in the story. And my husband, like, that's his personality. He's in everything that he does. He's really in it. He's really present. He just lives that way. So,
Well, that
so his name is Ken, but I call him Gonzo with it 90% of the time.
well, then that's a beautiful way to end this. This is thank you for your work. Thank you for being who you are. Thank you for initially at least making me feel like home and educating and making the rest of us feel great about being introverts. Like half the world, and it is a lot of people. Thank you for being you. And thank you for talking about this.
Thank you so much. It's so great to talk to you. And I think it was that what I said to you on the first time connected is thank you for your way of being in the world. You really, really love it.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Susan Kay. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words from Susan Kay herself. Highly sensitive introvert tends to be philosophical or spiritual in their orientation, rather than materialistic or hedonistic. They dislike small talk. They often describe themselves as creative or intuitive. They dream vividly, can often recall their dreams the next day. They love music, nature, art, physical beauty. They feel exceptionally strong emotions, sometimes acute bouts of joy, but also sorrow, melancholy, and fear. Highly sensitive people also process information about their environments, both physical and emotional, and usually deeply. They tend to notice subtleties that others miss, another person's shift of mood, or a light bulb burning a touch too brightly. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. We have two tubes that are right next to each other. One is for food, drink, saliva, mucus, snot, whatever you're going to swallow. All of that stuff must go down the esophagus, the food tube, and end up in the stomach. And right next to the esophagus, millimeters away, is the windpipe, or the trachea, which goes down to the lungs. Throat, heart, feces, genitals, every organ from moment to moment keeps us alive, ensures our survival. The genitals are in a way the opposite. How would you improve the penis and the vagina? Following this conversation with Jonathan Weissman, physician and writer of The Unseen Body, the doctor's journey through the hidden legends of human anatomy. He has practiced medicine in some of the world's most remote places, including the Alaskan and Russian Arctic, Antarctica, and the Himalayan mountains of Nepal. This is a live streaming podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, my friends, here's Jonathan Weissman. You wrote a book called Unseen Body, all about the human body, the messy, weird, the beautiful, and the fascinating details. So, from an evolutionary perspective, are most parts of the human body a feature or a bug? Is it the optimal solution, or just the duct tape solution? Great question. I think that most of the time, the way the body works is the best solution. I haven't seen many alternatives, so it's hard to compare. But I think, there's some parts of the body that make more sense than others. The way hands work, for instance. The muscles are up in the forearm, and the tendons kind of come down like strings on a puppet. And just the dexterity it gives our hands is just really amazing. And it's hard to imagine a better tool than the human hand to do everything from hold things, play piano, and do a million other daily activities that we do. One thing I talk about in the book, there's some other body parts that seem to be lacking that kind of brilliant design, such as the throat, where the food, drink are swallowed and air is inhaled, and those two paths come within millimeters of each other. And you slip up once, you laugh while eating, or you speak while trying to swallow, and you die from choking. So it seems less than optimal, though I'm not sure it could be better from the way we're kind of formed in the womb as a beginning as this tiny little tube. I don't think it could have been done any better, or there's any other way to do it, but it is an unfortunate thing that, does lead to some problems. So the hand, if I could linger on that, was you talk about the wisdom of the design in the book. What are the important things about the hand? it seems like very useful for many things, and it seems to be quite effective. A lot of people think the thumb is foundational to the human civilization. Is there any truth to that?
I think that is true. Actually, one of the ways in which the importance of individual fingers comes to attention is when people have severe injuries to their fingers. For instance, I have a story in the book about a guy whose thumb is nearly ripped off by his dog's leash. And when plastic surgeons, who are often the ones to repair that, sometimes orthopedic surgeons, they will debate, how important is it to save this finger, or how important is it to save, let's say the kind of tip, the tip 1/3 of one of your fingers. It depends on the length that you lose. It depends on which finger. And so the thumb really is the most crucial, just for your occupation, and in most cases to just daily life, your ability to get around, take care of yourself and others. So, there'll be more. They're willing to go further, do more surgeries, more aggressive therapy to save a thumb, let's say, than the tip of your pinky. So in that way, I do think the thumb, does seem like the most important.
It's nice that there's backups. I wonder if that's part of nature, or is it just the symmetry that nature produces? You think the two hands is it about the symmetry, or is it about backup?
We'd be much less formidable hunters, gatherers, survivors in any way if we only have one hand. So I think that is important up too. So we can, you can from kind of spearing an animal, firing a bow and arrow, butchering an animal. You really need two hands to do it effectively.
Or can you do a better job with three?
Great question.
We'll never know, perhaps. You tweeted. I'm gonna analyze your tweets. Shakespeare's. He tweeted that, quote, millions of years of sex and death design the human body. Like poetry. Are those two basic activities basically summarize everything that resulted in humans on Earth? Is that a good summary of the evolutionary process that led to this conscious, intelligent being? Is death and sex?
In a way, yeah. So sex is how more of us get made, obviously. And death is how we get weeded out, or the gene pool gets weeded out, and certain genes survive and others don't. And, the age at which we die, whether it's before we have sex and reproduce ourselves, is a big factor. Who survives, who doesn't, who passes on their genes, and what the future of the body looks like. Who lived and who died before they were able to be at reproductive age a million years ago was pretty important in what we look like now. And perhaps how we have sex and die now determine what we're shaped like, unless technology has an even bigger role in that, million years from now.
Do you think that's fundamental to, if there's alien civilizations out there that have the same order of magnitude of intelligence or greater, do you think we will see something like sex and something like death, so they're reproducing in this selection process, plus the weeding out of the ultimate food for the meal? That kind of foundational to life?
I would think so. It sure seems to be on Earth, perhaps in some distant future when medicine is nearing, perfection and people can live a really long time. Maybe we won't even need to reproduce as much, or something like that. It's hard to even know what life will be like in the distant future. But I would guess that any alien civilization will have the same dependence on who has sex and who dies.
But that's the problem with immortality, how we're going to clear out the old, make room for the new, which is kind of it's like a framework of adaptability to changing environment. So as long as the environment is changing, and it seems to always be, because the entirety of the Earth system is a complex system, it seems like you have to adapt. And to adapt, you have to kill off the stubborn old ideas. And unless there's a way to not become stubborn and old, it feels like the nature of wisdom is stubborn and old. That's what wisdom is. It's like the lessons of life, the lessons of experience solidified. And the solidification is the thing that actually prevents you from reinventing yourself to adapt to the new changing condition. But then again, why not have that both those modes? We got two minds in one person. one immortal person that, like, in the morning they act like a teenager, in the evening they act like a old-wise man. That's possible. You can imagine within 1 month, both combined. But those are required. You have to have, you have to have the ability to completely reinvent yourself, what death does, in an ugly way or a beautiful way, depending on your perspective. Depending on whether you take the human perspective or the nature's perspective, and then you have to have the selection, the competition, the sexual selection. It's an interesting one to play out. Yeah. What's the weirdest part, function, concept, idea about the human body to you? We'll talk about fascinating things, but I should say, for people that should read your book, they will come face to face with the fact that you do not shy away from the weird and the wonderful of the human body. It's like, it's fun, but it's honest. So given that, sorry to make you pick one of your children, but what's the weirdest one, would you say?
The weirdest body part.
Or concept, or function. So your chapters, you divide up kind of into parts, but there could be a thread that connects all of them, the weirdness, maybe, or maybe the texture of the substance, maybe the liquids, the solids, and
Definitely every body part and bodily fluid has their own kind of both gross and fascinating aspects. Is probably why I'm a generalist as a doctor and couldn't just, as you said, pick one of my children and become a specialist because I like them all. I feel like one of the strangest concepts about the human body is that kind of the aspects of it that are the most universal, that we all do, are the most taboo socially. I wouldn't have expected that if I, just look from the outside. What we do in the bathroom, what we do in the bedroom, what we do to our genitals, what we do our quote unquote private parts to private, even though it's sort of the thing that we all have in common. Is the most we try to hide from other people. Don't talk about like company. I mean, it makes sense as a human living in a society, but from the outside, it might be surprising.
how do you make sense of that if you put on your point out? The thing we're all doing, why do we make that a taboo thing? Is it because we like taboos? Maybe we get off, or maybe our kinks as humans is to have taboos, and it's kind of efficient to have taboos about the things that everybody does. Like you can make walking taboo or something, I don't know. But just maybe that's what we love, is what's exciting to us, is the forbidden.
I think yes, society loves rules for sure. They love some societies more than others. They love controlling how you think and what you do in public versus private. There's a lot of societies where, for instance, parents have sex in front of children. Not, for instance, like in a traditional Inuit Eskimo societies, that was sort of normal. I mean, but what are you going to do? Go outside in the middle of the winter and not they could do it out there? Of course not. So, there's different taboos in different societies. Some taboos make perfect sense. Some taboos are even public health measures. Like Zitoka Markabani in India, where they, the hands are symmetric, as you said, but in Indian culture, the left hand is taboo, and the right hand is what you use for shaking hands, or eating, or other things, and the left hand is the dirty hand that you use for wiping your own body. That's the sort of thing with your left hand. So, while the body is anatomically symmetric, the taboo creates this pretty intense asymmetry. But for a good reason. You probably shouldn't be shaking hands with other people with the same hand that you use to your body. So, in that sense, it makes sense.
Yeah, maybe the roots of it make sense, but the way it propagates, especially as the times change, might not, because you can wash your hands. But the taboo remains.
Society is very slow to change.
What is the most fascinating part function? So that's something that fills you with.
I guess the most obvious one is the brain, partly because it's so, sort of poorly understood, though we understand more than we ever have in the past. There's still so much that we don't understand about how the lump of matter in our skulls kind of creates this subjective experience that we all kind of understand quite viscerally. That's an easy one. I would say the kidneys are an underappreciated organ. The way they tinker with the bloodstream, raise levels of this, lower levels of that, kind of our entire lives from inside the womb until we die is just really incredible. And when you look at how much energy different organs consume, the brain and the kidneys are two of the biggest ones because the brain obviously is always active and controlling parts of the body, but the kidneys are just consuming a ton of energy to do what they do. Kind of the unsung hero of the body, relegated to the back of the abdomen. They are great. I did consider being a nephrologist, which is a kidney specialist, because I was so taken with the kidneys, but decided I like all the organs, so I couldn't pick just one.
So your book is ordered in a particular way. It's throat, heart, feces, genitals, liver, pineal gland, brain, skin, urine, fat, lungs, eyes, mucus, fingers and toes, and blood. All right. First of all, great chapter titles. Is there a reason for this ordering, or is it all madness?
There's a few different reasons that went into it. I did want to start with the throat for the reason that it kind of presents the topic of death, which is sort of obviously very important in the training of a physician and the career of a physician. It's a big part of what I deal with. On the first day of medical school, we started the dissection of a cadaver in a class called Anatomy Lab. And so in a way, we were kind of thrown right in there in the beginning, like, this is the end of the human story. Understand this, and then we sort of backed up to the beginning with embryology, reproduction, and stuff. So it's kind of like I got thrown into that right away, right in the beginning, kind of like, here's a dead body, start cutting it apart and learning the name and function of absolutely every bit of flesh.
How did that change you, that first experience with the cold honesty of human biology?
Right, that's exactly what it was. It's cold honesty about kind of the story of each individual human body. It has an end, and that's it. I think that, actually before the end of that first day, so what we did on the first day was study the superficial muscles of the back, like the lats, the dorsal, and some other muscles. We cut through the skin of the back, and the cadaver was lying face down on this metal kerning. We pulled back the plastic sheets that would keep him moist for the next 4 months as we dissected him, cut through the skin on his back, and then started dissecting through the superficial muscles of the back. And that was really all we saw that first day. We didn't get any deeper, didn't enter the abdominal chest cavity, you can see internal organs, but I was so fascinated with this sort of behind the scenes look at how things work in the body, how you move your arms, how you arch your back. These are the muscles that do it, that I decided I wanted to donate my own body for the same purpose. So I made that decision literally before the end of that first day of class, and I'm still sticking to it.
So someday there'll be a medical student that can watch and listen to this podcast while dissecting the body.
It could happen. They might not know that the person they're listening to on the podcast would be that carcass in front of them, but we never learned.
The universe will know.
The universe will know.
Moral knowledge, the irony, the humor, the absurdity.
The universe will chuckle, but the medical student won't go because they never, as I did not, learn any personal information about the person. Only what I could glean from looking inside him, which actually tells you quite a bit. He was a smoker, I knew he had coronary artery disease. You get a window, and he was overweight. You get a window into people's lives just by looking in their bodies after death. Other cadavers in the lab, not my own, or I shared them with 3 other students, but other cadavers that had, metal joints, like a knee replacement. Some had a kidney missing, so they probably, and we could tell it was surgically removed, not that he was born with one. And we could tell that he probably had a kidney tumor or cancer that was removed. So you do get an insight into people's lives from, picking them apart after they're dead, but you don't know who they or what podcast they've been on.
As the book title says, Unseen Body, so it tells some kind of story of your life. It does capture the decisions you've made in your life, the things you've done, that might be kind of secret to that person and maybe to a few others that knew him or her well. It's so fascinating. So what kind of things can it reveal? Like what kind of choices in terms of the injuries, the catastrophic events, the lifestyle choices, smoking and diet, and all this kind of thing. But what can you see? What kind of history can you see about the human before you?
But all those things you mentioned are things you can see. You can, take the skin, for example. Like most things that happen to us leave a mark. As they say, a story written in the language of scar, where it tells you the injury that happened. Same thing with animals. I've seen deer hides that have marks that look like they're made by maybe a barbed wire fence, something like that. You can tell, sometimes it's conjecture, but you can sort of imagine what might have happened to cause that. Perhaps, two bucks were fighting and one got injured with an antler. And the same with humans. I have scars on my body, and when I notice them, I remember what happened. I got a big cut on my hand when I was 13, and it's still there. And I remember what happened, every time I look at it. So in that way, only I might know that story, but other people, when they dissect me and notice the same scars, they can give out their imagination.
They know that there is a story. It's such an interesting way that the skin does tell a story. With both tattoos and scars.
Right.
And some of the fun you've had, some of the damage you've done.
Even when I evaluate a patient, I can use scars to help me make medical decisions. So, for instance, someone comes in with abdominal pain to the emergency room, you can see scars on their abdomen that tell you about the past activities of the surgeon. I recognize the scars that are left when someone has their gallbladder removed, the scars when someone has their appendix removed, maybe when someone's had a hysterectomy, and I can tell you what it might be or what it isn't. If someone doesn't have an appendix, their abdominal pain is not appendicitis, that's the story. So in that way, I'm sort of looking at the tracks or the footprints of past surgeries to tell me what might and might not be the cause of this patient's abdominal pain, which is kind of my main job. What's causing it.
Is there ways to get more data about the human body as we look into the future of medicine biology? It will be helpful to fill in some of the gaps in the story. So, you have companies, you have research that looks at collection of blood over long periods of time to see sort of paint a picture of what's happening in your body, mostly to help lifestyle decisions, but also to anticipate things that can go wrong and all that kind of stuff. Can you just speak to a greater digital world that we're stepping in, how that can help tell a richer story?
I certainly think that we have more data than we know what to do with right now, especially with kind of direct-to-consumer medical devices, smartwatches, etc., that are just collecting these reams of data. I have not seen them put to, I think, the eventual use that they will. I think that the potential is sort of, unimaginable. And I hope we're heading into a new age where, you can determine, for instance, is a person going to have more of the dangerous side effects to a drug based on their genetics, or are they going to tolerate one drug better than the other, based on their genetics. We are slowly moving into that age, and especially the age of kind of completely synthesizing drugs in a lab. Much like, for instance, some of the COVID vaccines, actually, like Moderna never had the virus in their plan. They made that vaccine completely without ever having the virus themselves, just by having the genome. It's sort of astounding. And there's a lot of potential going forward, based on that technology.
So, I didn't know that. So there's no need to be computational.
Right, you have the genetic code. You have tremendous power. So,
what do you make of the listener of the efforts like that? First of all, I am curious. I'm drawn to the darkness of human nature because it somehow reveals the full spectrum of what humans could be. So there's a lot of some controversial thoughts about who she is and her efforts and so on. I think you maybe even tweeted about it. I've read a lot of your tweets, so I'm not forgetting. But what do you make of her and those efforts and the charlatans that sort of snake oil salesmen that promise those efforts to do more than they currently can?
I her, that goal that she had, that she created there was to try to achieve, to use less blood in tests is a very worthy goal and a huge frontier that we have not achieved and that I hope we will achieve. So I understand why, someone describes what a huge step forward that would be, and it would be indeed. I understand why people put so much money.
Can you describe what was the promise? What are we even talking about with Theranos? Just for people who don't know.
But Theranos was a company that was basically started to revolutionize the way medical blood tests are done, both to use a whole lot less blood in doing it. If anyone's ever been to the doctor and had 5 to 10 tubes of blood removed from them, it can be quite surprising how much they take out. And it's, that's the limitation of our technology, that we need those volumes of blood to run all the tests that we want to. So the promise of Theranos was that perhaps with a single drop of blood, we would be able to know as much about the condition of their body without drawing all that blood. And thereby, there would be these devices she was going to create that would sort of do it. You put a drop of blood and then spits out everything you ever wanted to know about what's in your bloodstream. And in a way that would make it so much easier. It could be, you could have one in your home theoretically. I don't know why you wonder what your potassium level is on a given day, but you could check if you wanted to. And so that goal is very worthy. I put that goal up there with the frontier of making painkillers that are as good as opioids without the addictive part. That would be such a huge revolution if we did have that. But particularly for me, because I trained in both pediatrics and internal medicine, so I learned to care for both children and adults. In children, we do draw much less blood. They have a much lower blood volume. When we use these tiny little tubes to draw their blood, we seemingly get equivalent information with the larger tubes we draw from adults. And I'm still unclear, to be honest, why we can't draw that little amount of blood from adults. It seems technically possible. I don't know what the barriers are. I'm sure there are, or else we could do it. But I do think that it is a very important goal. And if Theranos had done it, they would really revolutionize the practice.
To return to that cadaver, that first day when you got to meet with the dead, with the human body that's no longer living. So how quickly did it take you to get used to sort of instead of looking at the surface muscles in the back? I mean, that can be overwhelming as a thought. For people listening to this that have never dissected anything, may be overwhelmed by that thought. So, how quickly were you able to get used to the brutal honesty of the biology before you?
For me, it did not take long at all. I guess I've never been a squeamish person. So for me, it was kind of riveting and fascinating right from the first moment. But I do know some of my fellow classmates did have some trouble with it. Some of them I heard had nightmares in the first few weeks of anatomy lab. But then everyone, as far as I know, got used to it. And that was also actually a big lesson for me, that it's pretty amazing what people can get used to in their daily lives. And I kind of extrapolated that to people living through war and through just terrible situations, and living under oppressive regimes, and it really is amazing what people can get used to. Almost anything.
But in war, people often come back and they have nightmares. They suffer through it. There's PTSD. There's a lot of complicated feelings with that. Are echoes of those same complicated feelings possible in the case of training to be and becoming a doctor?
To the point, yeah, I think sometimes just as a barbed wire fence can leave a scar on your skin, emotional, psychological experiences can leave a mark on your brain or your memory, and I think that that definitely could be a problem in medical training. You do see a lot of things that are very shocking, very repulsive, things that you never forget. I know one of those students that had nightmares initially went on to be a surgeon. So I imagine she's not having PTSD of kind of seeing inside her first dead body. She sees inside them all day, every day now. But I'm sure it could. We go on to see so many kind of grosser or more shocking things in medical training through medical school, and by working with actually living patients, not just dead and embalmed bodies. So I do think that things can leave a mark, but I don't think that initial cadaver would be the most.
Yeah, But maybe some of that trauma, the demons make you a better surgeon. It's like some of your own psychological trauma that might make you a better psychiatrist. Returning to the order, is it order or is it chaos? The order in the chapters, throat and heart, and feces and genitals, all the way to fingers and toes.
So I did mention that, throat was the first one because I kind of wanted to throw the reader right into the brutal honesty of death. And I followed it up with feces as the third chapter in a way, partly to also further right into the deep end of how I like discussing parts of the body and revealing their gross and fascinating aspects. So I didn't want to hide anything. When you train to be a doctor, everything is on the table, literally, in the cadaver lab, but also, you deal with blood and piss and vomit and feces, and that's kind of the medium of your craft. And
yes, the medium of the craft, that's right. Right. Like if you're a painter, this is the paint. You're exactly. And then you have to create a masterpiece with it. Like almost like a dance. Multiple painters, one of the painters is an analogy. So let's return to throat. You mentioned the weird one. So first of all, a friend of mine said, I just see humans as a bunch of holes that just walk around. We have ears, we have nose, our mouth, we have the sexual holes, vagina, penis, and then, what's the medical term for your ass? Anus, thank you. This is a very technical discussion.
the rectum's favorite.
What is there a difference between throat and mouth? By the way, when you say throat, are we talking about when that hole actually becomes tubular?
The throat I would count as just sort of the very back of the back of the mouth, where the nose also comes down and meets it, kind of where the tonsils are. But you're right that we are a bunch of holes, but more accurately, we're two. Right, we start in the womb as kind of this microscopic little disc, almost like a flatbread, and then we roll in almost like a burrito into this tube, or a simple microscopic tube, and from there we grow into this bigger and bigger tube, and it becomes more complicated. And each end of the tube does split into various holes. So all the holes you mentioned at the front end of the tube, the front end of our body, right? It splits into the nose, the mouth, ears, the sinuses, the tube to the lungs, which is the windpipe, the tube down to the stomach, which is the esophagus. And then the other end of the tube splits as well. Men end up with 2 holes, and women end up with 3 holes. The urethra, the vagina contains the urethra and kind of the reproductive system they share.
So I'm learning a lot today. It really is incredible when you start from sperm and an egg, and you have some DNA information, and that the building project begins. And then what that leads to is like a pizza dough, and you roll it into a tube, and that tube then eventually it becomes more and more complicated and gets eyes in the brain, and then can create Twitter account. It's really incredible. We're just a fancy tube.
Right. And we sprout eyes and a brain and sense of smell and taste pretty much to regulate what comes in the phone. We don't want to eat anything dangerous or poisonous. We want to choose what we eat. You can choose who we kiss.
Well, we seem to be motivated by what comes out of the tube as well, in part. And it's not just output, it's a feedback mechanism. If we're also monitoring the functioning of the output, we're not just obsessed about the input.
We're very obsessed with the output. Absolutely right about that. People, have medical complaints about their output very often. I never cease to be surprised by your observation about it.
I think people have gone to wars over the output, and maybe sometimes the lack of the output, or the desire for output for the particular other things that you fancy, the brain and the eyes that's sprouted, and help convince the rest of the body that this one particular other tube is fanciful. So you going to go to major wars and lead to global suffering because of the fancy and the desire for additional output with the other two. Okay, so that's so on the throat, that part of it too. Is it? You said the design is not. You could have thought of maybe a little bit better option because it's too multifunctional. That can you sort of elaborate on the multifunctional nature of this part? Are a lot of parts of this new body multifunctional, or do you find that it's more specialization that's going to get the job done better?
There is a lot of organs, for instance, do have multiple functions. You know, this pancreas has two. It's like two organs in one. One secretes hormones like insulin into the bloodstream, and the other aspect of it secretes digestive enzymes into the gut to help you digest and absorb food. The liver is like 15 organs in one. Amazing how many different things it does. But the throat, you know, so basically the problem with the throat is, as I said, we have two tubes that are right next to each other. One is for food, drink, saliva, mucus, snot, whatever you're going to swallow. All of that stuff must go down the esophagus, the food tube, and end up in the stomach. And right next to the esophagus, millimeters away, is the windpipe, or the trachea, which goes down to the lungs. And your throat does these daily gymnastics to keep everything but air out of the windpipe, because, you know, you slip up once and you can die. You can choke, you know, you laugh or speak while eating, and it's curtains, unfortunately. So it seems like, you know, every aspect of the body, when I was learning about it in med school, seems so brilliant and so perfectly designed by evolution or whoever you may think designed it, to, you know, favor survival, to enhance life. But the throat seemed the opposite. It seemed set up almost for failure. And, you know, we developed all these mechanisms of compensation, right? You have the gag reflex whenever food or something is headed towards your air pipe, your windpipe, or down to your lungs. Your throat has this sort of like projection that it pushes it away. At the same time, we have a cough, which is something our body does when something inappropriate does get down the windpipe. You know, when we get a little food down the wrong pipe, we end up coughing, and the coughing does usually flush it out and get rid of it. We even have something called the mucus elevator in our lungs, which is this constant flow of mucus up the airways, up to the trachea, dragging all kinds of particulates that we've inhaled and left some food that went down the wrong pipe and dragged it up into the throat and swallow it kind of unconsciously all day, every day. So even the mechanism of swallowing is super complicated. You know, it uses a number of cranial nerves, it uses over 15 different muscles. It's this coordinated act to keep food out of the airway. You know, you can see some of that kind of jump upward when you swallow, which helps lift the airway up against this cavity, the epiglottis, which plugs it closed and allows food or swallowed drink to kind of skirt just past it. But every time we swallow, those things do come within millimeters of going down the pipe. It's just thanks to these kind of compensations, these adaptations we have for the danger that keeps us alive.
Because I actually took a sip of water. It makes you appreciate the wonderful machine that you have. By the way, we have pulled up your Instagram, if you follow. Yeah, they post about throat, and they're just showing so many different components in the tongues, the trachea, the esophagus, the entire machinery as well. The teeth, the chewing. It's so interesting. And so a lot of the structure of this, the anatomy and the physiology, does it echo other mammals? Are we just basically borrowing a lot of stuff from evolution and maybe making small adjustments, maybe due to the fact that we're not using our mouth to murder things as other predators might? We use our thumbs.
Exactly, your hands, yeah, there's a lot of overlap between different animals, which I find very comforting. You know, someone asked me, is there any animal in which the throat is better designed? And my first thought was whales, because the blowhole is kind of up on the top of the head. So I was thinking, oh, maybe they are more separate. But when I looked into it, actually, no. You know, the paths come very close, just like in us. I saw a paper about some new discovered organ that actually helps keep food and drink out of the airway that they haven't ever noticed before. So a different mechanism, but the same kind of basic problem is that, we're tubes and the air tubes we run right next to each other.
How well do we understand, to just be linger on this little part, is there still some mysteries about the complexity of the system? Because you mentioned just even for swallowing, all these parts of the brain that are responsible, and all the different things that have to orchestra play together. Do we have a good sense from both a medical perspective and a biology perspective? Or is there still mysteries?
There's definitely still mysteries. We understand a lot about, for instance, how the swallowing mechanism, is coordinated in the brain stem, sometimes using some higher levels of the brain. But it is a very thoughtless thing, as you mentioned in the drink of water. It's not something you have to think about, thankfully. You'd be thinking about it all day. There's a lot we don't understand about the basic mechanisms, perhaps, about how the nerves fire, how they coordinate on the microscopic level, how ions rush into and out of nerve cells to kind of create that electrical signal. But we sure understand a heck of a lot, and it's very fascinating.
So, moving on to chapter 2, which jumps around, yes, the liver has a lot of things. Let's just say you retweet something where it said, showing that the liver is bigger than the heart, it's the body or the universe's way of saying you should drink more and care less. It's a good line. So you give props, like you said, to the kidney, to the liver, to the organs, to the parts that don't often get as much credit as they deserve. From that, it's been full time to the human heart. The chest pain, talk about it, or love, for some reason. Why do we talk about the heart?
There's sometimes can actually be some chest pain. I remember when I was a med student, I was very smitten with another medical student. He was totally brilliant and beautiful. And it actually does cause this kind of burning in your chest. I don't know what that is. I don't think it's from the heart itself. I don't know if it was like acid reflux. I'm not really sure. But I definitely felt something in my chest whenever I saw her. I don't know what that is, but you can see why someone might think, maybe it is a from your organ. When people come to the ER with chest pain, the question is it my heart? It's my ducts kicking in, and they're not. So I could see why. The way ancients saw the functions of different organs is fascinating, but often hard to explain.
Would it be fair to say that if you look at the entirety of human history, the way most people die has to do with the heart?
Well, like in America today, cardiovascular disease and coronary artery disease is one of the most common, perhaps the most common cause of death. 100 years ago, 200 years ago, it was probably not. People were not living as long, and people were dying of infections. So we tend to die less of these days.
That's true, but in terms of things to stab, so I'm trying to sort of introspect, like why talk about the heart and love. My thought would be that it's because the heart was seen as the most important organism. It would be like the origin of life comes from the heart. The originator of life, and the way you figure that out from sort of an ancient perspective, is when you stab things, what is likely to lead to issues. It's like it's possible to imagine that the brain is not as special as we might think when we don't understand modern biology, physiology, and neuroscience, all those kinds of things. Especially because pain, is painless to establish the brain. I mean, Anyway, so that's really interesting. I'm sure there's a kind of a poetic answer to maybe the way people wrote about it. But what to you is the wisdom to the
the main function of the heart basically is to push blood through the cardiovascular system, through the branching blood vessels to feed every cell in the body. When I believe our ancestors started off as single-celled organisms floating in some ancient blue, and they were surrounded by the medium that would bring them all the nutrients they needed, so there's no issues there. And then once you start getting multicellular organisms that are thicker, and the ones on the inside are in contact with that sort of nutritious brew that they're growing in, you kind of need a way to distribute the nutrients to every cell. And so that's what the heart and the brain are vascular nutrients. So the heart, it's the biggest disconnect between how the organs talked about in poetry and history versus its actual function. It's probably the heart, because we ascribe all these things like love, passion, life itself sometimes to the heart. But actually, it's just a simple mechanical pump. That's all it is. I don't want to downplay it, it's amazing. It just pushes, it fills the blood and then squeezes. Fills the blood, squeezes. And just that squeezing and pushing creates the blood pressure that you need to get blood to every cell in your body, especially when you're standing upright to get blood to your brain. You need a certain amount of pressure to get it.
Isn't too how much volume of blood just gets pushed through by this pump?
Absolutely. They say every red blood cell takes about 5 minutes to circulate and come back to the heart. And that circulation kind of starts in the womb and continues kind of until the moment that we die. But the volume is tremendous, and it can never take a break, basically.
And it's sort of propagating all kinds of stuff throughout the body. It's a delivery mechanism, blood, all kinds of good stuff and bad stuff, nutrition, drugs, all of that.
Medications too.
Medications. Such a fascinating business.
And it also takes the waste away. It kind of brings the nutrition stuff, brings the nutrients, especially oxygen, and then it also, as it passes the cell, takes the cell's waste. So it's sort of the fresh water and the sewage system.
So about blood, what you fascinated about blood? Talk about the pump that spreads the blood, the blood itself.
Right, so the blood itself is sort of, the most important bodily things, of course, is, from moment to moment, every cell in the body needs a flow of blood to bring it, most importantly, oxygen, but also blood nutrients, take away waste. And if that stops for even a few moments, you can be in trouble. So blood is sort of, the most important medium. It's also, doctors use it to kind of evaluate the body. It does have this kind of all-seeing quality to it where, we can evaluate organs through the blood. I can tell you about your liver, your heart, kidneys by taking a sample of your blood. So it's sort of like this crystal ball in a way, and we use it all the time, to assess someone's health, to assess their disease.
Is it also the attack for diseases, for bacteria, for viruses, and all that kind of stuff? So viruses seem to attack you, the throat, and you can correct me. They seem to attack different parts of the body, depending on how easy it is to access and how easy it is to get in deep, depending on what you prefer. You want to do a little bit of hard work, and you get in deep, or you don't want to do the hard work, but you don't get in deep. Those are the choices viruses have. But is blood one of the attack vectors? Looks like if you were trying to break into the human body, like a parasite, a virus, a bacteria, how would you do it? Like, what would be the attack vectors you would look for?
Right, so you got to look for the body's weaknesses, of course. We have inherent weaknesses, for instance, like our respiratory tract. We have to breathe. We have to get air in from the outside, and so that's one of the entries into the body. So, when we inhale, let's say, poisonous gas, it's an easy way. You have to breathe. You can't hold your breath very long, but air in our lungs is still kind of contiguous with the external atmosphere. It's not really inside the body until it does cross the lining of the alveoli into the blood, as you say. That's when it really gets inside. And the other, besides the respiratory tract, the gastrointestinal tract is another way, kind of a chink in the armor. We have to drink, and therefore we're taking the external world into our cells, into our gut, in order to extract from it what we need to go out. So those two, the gastrointestinal and respiratory tract, there's a reason that respiratory tract infections and gastrointestinal infections are kind of the most common that afflict us, because those are the ways into the body. So I would definitely pick one of those. Not just be a lazy cold in the nose, but really the more aggressive in the nose, get down deep in the lungs and get across that barrier.
But also the whole sex thing is due. So speaking of which, let us go for time to the genital chapter. So what are genitals? I think I've heard of those. I think I've heard about penis and vagina. Can you explain to me how those work? Asking for a friend, but also What do you fascinating about it? Maybe what's misunderstood or little known about
Sure. So they're very unique organs. I would say one of the things that I like to point out is that, while every organ from moment to moment keeps us alive in terms of survival, the genitals are in a way the opposite. We don't need them from moment to moment. You don't even have to use them at all. And in fact, they often make us do stupid things that are the opposite of kind of survival. So, and they've affected the brain and become sort of focused and nuts based on those desires that kind of stem from the genitals. So they can be dangerous organs too. But sexual dimorphism helps with genetic variability, as it does in so many other organisms. You take two people and mix them together, their genetics, you just get a lot more variation or opportunities to try different genetic codes and see what will enhance survival, as we talked about sex and death. I talk about in the book a lot of, for instance, the female genital tract, how the uterus is very unusual because, it doesn't even sort of wake up and start doing its thing until the second decade of life. It's even though female babies are born with all of the eggs they'll ever have in their ovaries already. They're just sort of in the stasis until they start waking up kind of once a month. And it's this cycle. There's so much in our bodies that are cyclical, rhythmic, the heartbeat, breathing, menstruation is kind of a very strange rhythm that takes over a decade to start, and only the rhythm beats once a month, which is very slow compared to every other body. The other unusual thing is, in medicine, when rhythms of the body cease, when they stop, those are emergencies, right? When your heart stops, that's a cardiac arrest. You need CPR, maybe an electric shock to restart it. When your breathing stops, you got breathing machine to breathe for you or something to reverse whatever might be causing the suppression of your breathing. But when the menstruation stops, it's the point of menstruation in the first place. The whole reason that the uterus grows the lining and sheds it each month is to one day, get the ovum to get fertilized, appropriate implant in the lining, and then the rhythm ceases. And that's obviously not a medical emergency, unlike how most other rhythms cessations. It's the point of the whole thing in the first place.
So these particular Guinness and vagina, definitely like the uterus, whatever. Might not using the wrong terms. I don't know. I'll just keep saying
We use those terms. There's more technical, there's parts, various parts. Medical school, you learn every bump and, every little part of every little organ, including the genitals. So.
I never really thought of it this way, as you said, is that most organs are kind of full-time employees, 24/7 doing something. And then some organs, penis, vagina being representative of this, they're not functioning all the time. They're only functioning once in a while and get us to do stupid stuff or awesome stuff and all that kind of stuff. But they're not essential for human survival on a second-by-second basis. And the whole cyclical nature of the human body. How many other cycles are on a monthly basis, like that far apart? It's a fascinating design. The human body would do that, and it wouldn't start until second decade of life. It's almost like what do I want to say? There's some kind of meta planning going on. Like this is the optimal solution for the sexual selection mechanism among like somewhat intelligent species. Like it's useful to, after the brain has developed sufficiently long, do not be making sexual selection decisions. If you need time for this computer, or this really powerful computer to load in the info. Interesting.
You also need the body to develop, a child simply isn't big enough to be pregnant and deliver a, another baby.
I wonder if there's animals in which this happens at a much accelerated pace in different stages.
Definitely, especially in certain kinds of insects, Drosophila, a lot of the fruit fly, a lot of experiments are done on because the life cycle is so rapid. A lot of insects and other creatures are almost ready to mate as soon as they're born. Not us.
Is there any improvements to the design? Or a lot of people are very interested in these particular body parts. If you were to sort of step back as a geneticist, biological designer, or maybe a computer scientist, computer engineer trying to build human 2.0, or maybe a robot, how would you improve the penis and the vagina?
Well, the penis for starters. I mean, let's also discuss the testicles. They're very important too. I mean,
Okay, so yes, right.
so they're fragile and they're important, and yet they're hanging off the body, endangered, basically. So, does that make sense? They begin in the womb. They begin inside the abdomen, and they slowly descend. And sometimes before birth, sometimes in the first year of life, sometimes never. They pop out of the body and spurt. There's a reason, because the chemical reactions that create sperm function best at a few degrees cooler than body temperature. And so that's why you might notice in the warm weather, they might hang further down, and in the cold weather, they scrunch themselves up to get closer to the body to maintain that ideal temperature, a few degrees cooler. So it's hard, if you could create a sperm production mechanism that did not rely on that lower temperature, that'd be great. Keep them inside the body, protected like the ovaries are.
They wouldn't rely on low temperature. I thought you might create some kind of weird internal cooling mechanism.
No, well, now I guess that would be one solution, but just maybe a different type of chemical reaction, would not be reliant on the lower temperature, let's say. It'd be great to design spermatogenesis or sperm production process that would function best at body temperature, and then we could keep those delicate organs inside the body and not them hanging out in danger.
Or maybe the argument for this design is maybe it's nice to put them in danger so you are constantly concerned about it.
Maybe that's beneficial for male psychology. I'm not really sure.
This is psychological argument here about evolution. The best testicles, penis.
A better way to do it, I mean, it's pretty good as it is. It kind of, when it's time for it to work, it grows and stiffens, and when it's time for it not to work, it kind of shrinks and hangs out.
Saw this on the Seinfeld episode. I know how it works. Pretty good. Yeah, that was a good one.
But that's also a bit unique, I suppose. That the way it has this erectile tissue. Actually, they're similar in the mouth of certain baleen whales. There's a certain similar kind of erectile tissue that helps cool them off because they have so much blubber and creates so much heat and moving around and feeding that they have actually a similar to the penis organ in their mouth that helps cool their bodies, because it's a big problem. They have to store all that blubber for fuel, but it makes them too hot. So as a compensation, they have this kind of erectile organ in their mouth.
Okay. What about vagina?
The fact that miscarriages sometimes happen because of sexually transmitted diseases, because of trauma. It would be great if the uterus, where the growing fetus is sort of even more protected from those things. I guess that's a side effect of the fact that people still have sex when they're pregnant, are still, exposed to injury. There's a way to make it more protective, perhaps. That would be better. I did see an article recently about the artificial wombs, which are rapidly becoming a reality, and in animal studies, they're able to prolong the gestation of the fetus by a month in an artificial womb.
Can you explain the artificial aspect of the artificial womb?
Sure. It's I believe it acts almost like a heart-lung bypass machine. So when someone's getting a bypass surgery, their heart is stopped. Literally, they throw ice in the chest, and they give a potassium infusion through the blood, which stops the heart. But the blood is run through a machine that basically does the work of the heart and lungs together. It gets oxygen into the blood and then pushes it back into the body. So I believe it's a sort of similar mechanism to keep blood and nutrition flowing to the fetus. And so it's just not inside the body of the parent. It's in some kind of other device. But I think that science is going to rapidly improve. One benefit is, babies are born premature, and while, neonatology is able to continuously kind of lower the age of viability through better technology and understanding medicines and other things you can do to premature babies when they're born. Ideally, if, let's say, premature labor begins, you can't stop it, that baby's coming out one way or the other. If you could just stick it continue its development. That would save a whole host of problems as well from those babies born very early to suffer from damage to various organs, including the brain, for the rest of their lives. So that could be very important.
Some aspects of the human body can develop technologies that outsource them to offload some of the stress and the workload from the human body to do it elsewhere.
Like dialysis does that for kidneys. People can live decades without kidneys as long as they get dialysis, which does the work for them. Not every organ can do that. For instance, the liver, there's no dialysis version of the liver. If your liver fails, you need a liver transplant. That's the only thing that's going to do it.
So that's the world's first artificial humans. And we're looking at the picture, what looks like gigantic balloons, matrix here. This is very matrixy. How are they floating? What are we even looking at? There's giant red spheres. This really looks like the Matrix. I wonder where it's from, so there seems to be a paper on this too.
I don't know too much about it. See that it's advancing very rapidly.
The world's first artificial root humans. Scientists in the Netherlands say they're within 10 years of developing artificial womb that can save the lives of premature babies. Premature birth before 37 weeks is globally the biggest cause of death in newborns, but the development also raises ethical questions about the future of baby making and so on and so forth. We're going to be facing a lot of ethical questions as we start to mess with human biology in an effort to help human biology. We might start to mess with it. And it's going to be very interesting. Let's take steps forward and say, that was the Matrix. All right. What about the neighbors? Poop, feces. There seems to be a lot of interesting stories in that particular output as well. What to you is fascinating? What to you maybe is misunderstood or a little bit about poop?
Well, it's hilarious for one thing that we do it. The word is great as well. Yeah, there's so many different words. I do, when I'm talking to the parents of pediatric patients, I use the word poop. I don't know if I'm talking to adult patients, trying to choose a more mature word. But poop is amazing. I mean, I guess it's, it's sort of the dirtiest, the most vile, the most hated aspect of our bodies. It's the grossest. We don't want to think about it, talk about it, have it anywhere near our, food or social interactions. With good reason, I mentioned gastrointestinal infections are one of the most common infections the body suffers from, and what we call the way they spread from person to person, grossly enough, is referred to as the fecal oral route, which means a bit of someone's food getting you swallow, through the water supply. For instance, diarrhea is actually quite a brilliant mechanism. These microbes, right? If let's say you're in the intestine of one person, your goal is to get into the intestines of another person. Brilliant to just trick their intestines into secreting all this fluid into the intestines to increase the volume of stool and its runniness, so that when they do poop, it gets into the water supply and then everyone else can end up getting infected as well. It's just the same way like tuberculosis or coronavirus kind of infects your lungs and makes you cough. You send it out to the air and that's all. Yeah, brilliant. So diarrhea is intelligent. Is a big takeaway lesson.
It's one of the most intelligent things we can do as an entirety of the organism, not just the particular carnivore organism, but there's we're made up of bacteria and viruses, and there's a lot of visitors. The entirety of the system, diarrhea is one of our better accomplishments. Well, I wonder,
I think a lot of that is socially constructed, just how it's sort of supposed to be hidden away. It's something we always do, something we chuckle about as children. But even in healthcare, it becomes this big topic of conversation because you end up talking about it constantly. Like in the ER, people come in there's complete strangers, sometimes like a nice old lady who resembles my grandmother, and all of a sudden I have to ask her all about what's happening with the bathroom. Like, is she straining? What color is it? What what's the consistency? Does it float on top of the water more than it should? Is it hard to flush? I mean, there's a million different questions you learn as a medical student, and you're like this poop detective when people come in with issues. And so it's funny, I guess, in the exam room with the doctor-patient relationship, there's sort of no barriers. You talk about everything, and you're talking about the most intimate details of a person's life, even though you just met them a second ago. It's so different than normal social interactions. Yet there is this social aspect. A lot of what I do is social. It's like doctors, what they do is mostly scientific, but actually it's just relating to another person, and you have to maintain, your professional demeanor and just normal human level interaction when you're talking about food. And that's a skill, it's an art and a science.
Well, okay, actually, I'm not a leader on that because I'm a fan of just diving into conversations right away with strangers, just getting no small talk. And this is like the ultimate. I don't know if it's the ultimate, but it's one version of no small talk. You get right. That's really powerful from a psychology perspective. You're a kind of therapist, but you have the power to be a therapist. And I don't mean just about the medical condition of the body, but psychological. There's so much fear connected to this concern, also self-doubt, insecurities, even sort of existential thoughts about your mortality. All of those things are right there in the room. So I think one way doctors deal with that is they kind of have this cold way about them. They almost like a dual mode. One is like, I'm going to be friendly on the surface and cold about the brutal honesty of the biology. But I wonder if there's like a skillful middle ground, this dangerous place where you can help people deal with their psychological insecurities, concerns, fears, all those kinds of things. Is that just really tough to do?
Yeah, it's a huge part of being a doctor is dealing with the psychological aspects of whatever's going on in the patient's body. I mean, in the ER, you deal with psychiatric emergencies kind of left and right, more than ever these days. And, that's a huge issue, not to mention sort of drug use, alcohol-related stuff. That gets into sort of psychology and the human love of intoxicants and changing the brain's chemistry. And habit, of course, for potential habit is it as well. I mean, a big part of, for instance, pediatrics is reassuring parents and kind of convincing them, giving them the confidence that what's going on with their child is not serious, will go away on its own. It's not needed any particular intervention. But adults too. Reassurance is a huge part of the game. In the ER, you see humanity at its most raw. I feel like you get this tremendous insight into people, how they live, what they worry about, what they think about, how their body works, and also how their mind works. That you almost don't see anywhere else. It's a really interesting place to work, and also the way our society is shaped. The ER is where people go for almost everything. When they're suicidal, they come to the ER. When they're too high on drugs to walk, they come to the ER. Children who have been abused, sexually abused, physically abused, come to the ER. It's sort of like the all-purpose waste bin for the dregs of society, what people do to themselves and what they do to other people. You mentioned you're interested in the darkness of humanity, and made me think of the ER, where you really see what human life is like in the ER.
You tweet about, you write about, you think about the emergency room, the ER. That's really fascinating. Just a little window you give to that world. It's fascinating. What lessons about humanity do you draw from this place where you're so near to death? There's so much chaos. There's so much variety of what's wrong, so little information, or the urgent nature of the information inflow, such that you can't really reason so thoroughly and deeply and collect all the data, all those kinds of things. You have to act fast, and then everybody's freaking out. You just speak to the human condition that you get a glimpse at with the ER experience?
Yeah, I think you do see all those things. I think on one end of the spectrum, it is this very unique place where you get all these unique insights. On the other end, it can become a ho-hum workplace just like any other, which is sort of surprising. As I mentioned before, humans seem to be able to get used to almost anything. And doctors can get ho-hum used to, oh, gynae heart attack, oh, abdomen labor, maybe oh, just ho-hum, I know what to do, going about my job, and go home and have dinner. Yeah, nothing. That's amazing. I do try to maintain, both my fascination, as I think writers in general tend to think more about what they see, write more about what they see, maybe draw connections with what they see to other things. But I do think that writer's perspective does help me kind of maintain my fascination and my more of an insightful perspective than just a water cooler conversation. But you do see a lot, in a way, medical problems are sort of the great equalizer, great class, race, culture, background. The failings of the human body, the way it fails, and what we can do to help in those situations is almost universal. I always like this quote from, Chekhov was a doctor and a writer, and he treated a lot of peasants very low class, and also treated a lot of aristocrats. And he wrote that they all have the same ugly bodies, basically, which I think is really right on. And, it's sort of, you can see people underneath the superficial layer of clothing, maybe the most expensive clothing bought from the fanciest places, but underneath their bodies still fail the same way. And they still have the same anxieties, the same worry about mortality, the same concerns about why their poop turned green today. All these things that they bring to the table. So in a way, it is this great equalizer where people are kind of all the same.
Yeah, I feel like people sometimes, class, money, fame, power, makes you for a time forget that you're just a meat vehicle. And you're just as good and just as bad as the other meat vehicles all around you. In that sense, there's this question sometimes raised, are some people better than others? And I usually answer no to that question because of that. Yeah, some people might be better at rap, some people might be better at music. But at the end, we're just meat bags. Beautiful as we are. There's a poem that just, a small tangent I'm going to take. I just saw it, just acting, that you are written acting. Would you classify as a poem?
Yeah.
At first, I may read it. At first, you enter the clinic, shoulders weighed down by white coat pockets with stuff. Timid. You act out a role. Your white coat, a costume. Your question, a script. Your demeanor, a rehearsed act. No one's going to buy this. But then, as you play the role again and again, repeating the lines and emotions, the script slowly dissolves and the interaction becomes thoughts. And the rehearsed act slowly fades into a profession. You suddenly find yourself unable to tell if you're still acting or you're doing it for real. And now you're a doctor. Jonathan Reisman, MD, Harvard, Massachusetts General Hospital Medicine. Beautiful. So that is what it is to be a doctor. You're just acting. Take it till you make it.
And I imagine every medical student has this feeling when they first go into a room, like I talked about, asking this nice old lady about the color of her poop for the first time, and they're just like, what am I doing here? Does she believe I'm a doctor? And this just feels absurd. But then it's, again, it becomes normal.
Now, there's not a sperm chapter in the book. This, you mentioned offline that this is the second, third book that you're working on. All of us are not but I mean, I'm not. Humor has to make way for reality. So the tweet was that human, an average human male, which is 500 billion sperm, I believe, which is about 4 or 5 times more than the number of people who have ever lived. And each of those sperm is genetically unique, so you can think of them, kind of imagine the possible humans they could have created, and they're all different. They have similarities, of course, but they have peculiarities that make them different. You can think of all the different trajectories, all the Einsteins, the Feynmans, the Hitlers, and all the people who have died during childbirth, would have died early in their years, given the different diseases. It's fascinating to think about. An average human, yeah, we're all winners of a very competitive race. The people who make it, we're winners. Hashtag winning. Is there something that you find fascinating, interesting, beautiful, ugly, surprising about sperm?
Sperm is, yes, it is a very interesting bodily fluid. Maybe I'll write about it in a second. We'll see. But, I guess sperm is interesting because it's kind of the only projectile bodily fluid from the body. Vomit can be projectile. Usually that's a disease state, not the expected.
Sneezing, would you classify that?
True, I guess that there's some particles in the air. I guess it's not a fluid. I mean, it's not a liquid. But true, I mean, cough in addition to sneeze, right? Sneeze is how our nose gets rid of something that shouldn't be there. Cough is how our lungs be there. Vomiting is sometimes our stomachs get rid of something that shouldn't be there. All projectile sometimes in their own way. Sperm is sort of interesting. It's created with the food for its journey. Sperm mostly feed off of fructose, a kind of sugar, for the few days that they live inside the female genital tract. But it's sort of, I like comparing our genitals to the genitals of the plant world, which is flowers. And in the same way that, a touch me not, for instance, the kind of flower where when you brush up against it, it sort of launches seeds into the distance to try to survive. In a way, kind of sperm is doing something similar, launched into the female genital tract, and they're trying to find this, competing against each other to find this egg. It's really amazing when you learn about it from the biological perspective. The most amazing thing is how many things can go wrong. Just in the sperm not surviving long enough for it making it to the egg, and then some genetic abnormality causing a miscarriage. It's sort of astounding that it works as often as it does, and I think the lesson there is just that people have a lot of sex, and so statistics just favor them going out a good number of times.
Yeah, and there might be intelligence in the design, just the sheer number of sperm. Maybe that's yet another way to inject variety into the system.
And redundancy, I guess. You have 2 kidneys, you have 2 hands, who goes one, you can still go on. However many billions of sperm get sort of launched in every ejaculation. So, if a bunch fail, we'll go make it inside.
There's papers on this, by the way, that I read for some reason, not read, but skimmed for some reason, which is talking about which sperm usually wins. Like, what are the characteristics of sperms that are winning? And it's not the fastest. So it's like, apparently there's some kind of slaughter that happens early on. People correct me, but it's not the fastest. There's an aspect of it's the luckiest. It really is. If the body tries to make it a random selection, it tries to make it fair in making it as random as possible. Interesting. And also interesting what they feel about fructose. I didn't really think about that. They're bloated
With food for the journey.
So I'm somebody that actually doesn't want to run on, I guess you would call me a fat adapted athlete, so I do the meat heavy diet, and so you could do a lot of endurance kind of stuff when you don't eat any carbs, any glucose, any of that stuff. And you're very low. Interesting to think that's going on. Like, nope, they're total bros. I'm going to gym, sprint, performance, short-term performance is happy. All right, well, that's sperm turning to the liver, the place that deals with all our poor decisions. No, many of poor decisions. Is there? You said that the liver does quite a few things. What to you is fascinating to you?
I'd say its primary function seems to be as sort of gatekeeper for what we eat and absorb. The entire gastrointestinal tract, from the esophagus to the rectum, the blood flows from it, not back to the heart, but to the liver, where it's first examined, things are evaluated, packaged, processed, detoxified, perhaps. And it's kind of this great overseer of what we digest and absorb. And so it kind of keeps track of what's coming in, the outside world that comes in and will become part of us. That's why partly the liver suffers sometimes the injury from certain toxins like alcohol. But beyond that, the liver is also the place, as I said, it metabolizes things too. So it metabolizes alcohol, and why it can be injured by alcohol. It metabolizes drugs like Tylenol, which is why Tylenol can be very toxic to the liver and taken as an overdose. So the liver, even beyond that, the liver produces a lot of different, things that float in the bloodstream. It packages cholesterol, fats, and sends them to where they're needed. It deals with protein in the blood. It deals with clotting factors in the blood, helping the blood clot. Processes things like bilirubin and other things that really, as I mentioned, is like 15 organs wrapped in one. Maybe that's why it's sort of the biggest internal organ. Skin's bigger, but it's not internal.
Right. The biggest organ in your body is skin.
Right. But the liver is the biggest internal organ. It really is a powerhouse and it does a lot, which is why when people suffer from liver failure, everything goes wrong.
And in terms of replacing organs, what are organs that are easily replaceable, which are not? Like on the list of things that are hard to replace and not, what would you put at number one? What would you put at the bottom?
Well, I'd say the kidneys are, nothing's easy, but kidneys are easiest in a way. Partly, maybe a big factor there is that other people have two of them. You don't have to wait for people to die, which is the case with hearts and livers. Sometimes you can take a part of the liver or someone who's alive, and the liver does have this kind of mythological ability to regenerate itself. In the myth of Prometheus, he's chained to a rock, and the bird eats his liver every day and it grows back every day. And that's actually biologically accurate. Not that you can completely get rid of it or appear again, but when pieces of it are removed or injured, it does regenerate itself pretty amazingly. So I'd say the kidney, the fact that there are more around. Also, it's, the kidney's a smaller organ. It's often just, you don't have to put a transplanted kidney where the kidney should be in the back of the abdomen. You can just kind of stuff it into the pelvis there because it's a smaller organ. The liver would be hard because it's huge. And I guess we just have the most experience with kidney transplants because they are the most common.
And then the heart and the brain are probably quite difficult.
Brain, as far as I know, hasn't been successfully done. The heart is done. And definitely I've evaluated a lot of patients with a heart transplant, and it does work pretty well. The mechanical heart substitutes are also advancing quite rapidly these days. For a failing heart, there's certain kinds of devices they can surgically implant. Like when a failing heart isn't able to push hard enough, that's the heart's job, is pushing blood with sufficient pressure to create blood pressure. When it fails, there are actually these devices you can strap onto the heart to help it pump harder. Those are rapidly advancing. Many of those were not available 10 years ago. Got out of med school and now they're common use. So maybe heart transplant won't be as necessary in the future. Those mechanical things do advance. And as I said, the heart is basically a mechanical pump. So perhaps it would be the easiest